Chapter 87, The Cat Burglar. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsH_JADHAV0869. Russell's fingers moved with practiced precision across the blank card, each stroke deliberate and purposeful. The orange-haired woman taking shape beneath his pen seemed to pulse with life, her features emerging from the void like a memory crystallizing into reality. He paused, studying the curve of her jawline, the defiant tilt of her chin. This wasn't just any drawing, this was creation itself. If I'm doing this, he muttered, adding another careful line, might as well go all out. The workshop around him faded as his mental energy coiled around the materials, reality bending to his will. The familiar sensation of displacement washed over him as he stepped into that otherworldly space where stories became truth. Please start compiling your story. The voice echoed through the void, expectant and eternal. Russell took a breath and began weaving the narrative threads that would bind his creation to existence. In the East Blue's Oikote Kingdom, tragedy struck when Nami was barely a year old. Pirates descended like vultures, their black flags blotting out the sun as they tore through the peaceful realm. Smoke rose from burning houses while screams echoed across cobblestone streets. In the chaos, a baby's cry pierced the air. Nami, orphaned in an instant, left to face a world suddenly painted in blood and ash. But fate had other plans. Belmere, a battle-scarred marine with gentle hands and fierce eyes, found two small girls huddled in the wreckage. Nami and Nojiko became her daughters that day, not through blood but through something stronger: choice. The mysterious space pulsed around Russell as he continued, each word carrying weight beyond mere description. Young Nami's fingers traced coastlines with an artist's passion, her mind already mapping seas she'd never seen. But poverty bit deep in their small household. Belmere's marine pension barely covered food, let alone the expensive cartography books that called to Nami like sirens. So she learned to be quick, to be clever, slipping books from shelves when merchants weren't looking, devouring knowledge like a starving person devours bread. Then came the day that changed everything. Arlong's shadow fell across Kokoyasi village like a curse made manifest. The shark man's teeth gleamed as he laid down his ultimatum: 100,000 berries for each adult, 50,000 for every child. Pay or die. Simple mathematics written in terror. Russell's jaw clenched as he wrote the next part, feeling the weight of the moment. Belmere stood in their modest home, counting and recounting the same worn bills: 100,000 berries. Enough for one adult life, but she had two daughters to protect. Her hands shook not from fear, but from the terrible clarity of what she had to do. She would buy their lives with her own sacrifice. But love, Russell realized, was never a solitary act. As Arlong's crew prepared to execute their grim sentence, the villagers emerged from their homes. Old fishermen emptied their nets of coins, shopkeepers offered their last reserves, children broke open ceramic pigs they'd been saving for years. Together, they scraped together another 100,000 berries, enough to save all three members of the family they'd come to cherish. Arlong's cold eyes studied the desperate offering, then shifted to young Nami with predatory interest. This child, he said, his voice like grinding stone, has the gift of reading the sea's secrets. She will serve my crew as navigator, and in exchange. His smile was a weapon. She may purchase this pathetic village's freedom for 100 million berries. Thus began Nami's double life: thief by necessity, navigator by talent, driven by a love so fierce it could move mountains. Every treasure she stole, every risk she took, every lie she told was a brick in the foundation of her village's salvation. Russell felt the familiar resistance that meant he'd pushed the narrative as far as it would go. The mysterious space had its limits, and he'd reached them. Time to return. Reality snapped back into focus around him. The card floated before him, no longer blank but thrumming with potential energy. He drew it toward him with a thought, feeling its weight settle into his consciousness. Cat burglar: Nami level, black iron quality, purple category, creature. Skills, basic staff techniques. Nami's combat training runs deeper than most realize. Her staff work is fluid, economical, every strike calculated for maximum effect with minimum effort. Weather art, not activated. Characteristics, navigator, the sea speaks to Nami in ways others cannot comprehend. Wind patterns, cloud formations, the subtle shift of currents, all of these are as readable to her as words on a page. Introduction, I'm going to draw a map of the whole world. Bonds. When appearing with Luffy and other series, activates Straw Hat Pirates. When appearing with Zeus series, activates Abandon Darkness and Join Light. Activated Bond, Straw Hat Pirates, 3/10, Bond effect, when all members of the Straw Hat Pirates are present, if one member is defeated, the remaining members will enter a state of rage. Note, rage, sanity becomes a price willingly paid for power beyond measure. Russell's eyebrows rose. Purple quality. He'd expected blue at best, but the mysterious space had its own ways of measuring worth. Perhaps it was the weather affinity, or maybe something deeper in the character's fundamental nature. The inactive weather art skill nagged at him. He'd need to create supporting cards her Climattact, most likely. But that was a problem for later. Let's see what we've got, he murmured, focusing his will. The air shimmered, and Nami materialized before him. Orange hair cascaded over her shoulders like liquid sunset, her brown eyes sharp with intelligence and determination. The workshop suddenly felt smaller, charged with her presence. Well, Russell said, trying to keep his voice steady, that's certainly impressive. Nami's lips curved in a knowing smile. Like what you see? That'll be 100,000 berries. Before Russell could respond, Kiss Shot appeared beside him with her usual dramatic flair. The vampire's golden eyes immediately locked onto Nami, or rather, onto specific aspects of her anatomy. What followed was perhaps the most dignified staring contest in the history of supernatural beings. Kiss Shot mused after a long moment, her pride clearly wounded. I concede this round. Russell cleared his throat. Don't worry about it. These things have a way of evening out as you advance. 100,000 for a look, Nami repeated, somehow managing to make it sound both businesslike and teasing. No exceptions. Even if I paid you, Russell replied, what exactly would you do with the money? Kiss Shot's arm slipped around his shoulders from behind, her breath warm against his ear. Master, she whispered, I don't require payment. The temperature in the workshop seemed to spike several degrees. Different services, Nami said primly, different rates. The next morning found Russell staring at the ceiling of his workshop, his mind still processing the previous evening's negotiations. The versatility of being a card maker continued to surprise him, though he made a mental note to be more careful about summoning multiple cards simultaneously in the future. He sat up abruptly, slapping his cheeks with both hands. Focus, Russell. You didn't become a card maker for recreational purposes. The meditation cushion called to him, and he answered. There would be time for distractions later. Right now, he had work to do. End of chapter. Chapter 88, Chapter 87, A New Kind of Fight. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsage_jadhav0869. Russell's mind wandered to darker territories as he recalled the previous night's educational encounters. A certain archaeologist's devil fruit abilities had sparked some rather creative ideas. The ability to bloom any part of her body anywhere she wished opened up fascinating possibilities. His fingers twitched with anticipation, but his empty wallet served as a cold reminder of reality's constraints. Focus, he told himself, shaking his head clear. There's a tournament happening. The arena below commanded his attention as Holden squared off against Leon from Riverbend High. This wasn't like the earlier matches where Holden's opponents had crumbled at the first sign of real pressure. Leon moved with the confidence of someone who'd survived more than a few scrapes, his cards responding to commands with military precision. Russell finally understood what that Seaview High student had been trying to warn him about. Finally, Holden breathed, his voice carrying across the arena like a predator's growl. A manic grin split his face as he stood at the edge of the battlefield, his fingers running through his hair in a deliberate motion that slicked it back into an arrogant style. Someone worth my full attention. Oh, come on, Russell thought, barely suppressing a snort. What's next? Are you going to declare that you'll stand in the sky from now on? Leon, thankfully oblivious to Russell's internal commentary, studied his opponent with growing unease. The casual confidence in Holden's stance screamed of hidden depths, of cards yet unplayed. But what could he possibly be holding back? The tiger demon on the field was already feeling the pressure. Leon's coordinated assault had pushed it to its limits, forcing it into increasingly desperate defensive maneuvers. Blood matted its orange fur, and its breathing came in ragged gasps. Any moment now, it would. Holden stepped onto the battlefield. The referee raised his whistle, ready to call a foul, when his earpiece crackled to life. Whatever he heard made his eyes widen. After a moment's hesitation, he lowered the whistle. The duel will proceed as normal. Russell's blood ran cold. No way. They're actually allowing this? Holden's laughter echoed through the arena like breaking glass. Before Leon could process what was happening, pieces of armor materialized around Holden's body, not summoned cards, but equipment that seemed to flow from his very essence. A massive ring-handled machete took shape in his grip, its blade catching the arena lights with wicked intent. What the hell? The student section erupted in shocked gasps. This wasn't in any textbook, wasn't part of any standard curriculum. This was something else entirely. The university representatives, however, exchanged knowing glances. They'd seen this before, rarely, but enough to recognize the signs. Several heads turned toward the Daming Mining and Technical College representative, silently demanding an explanation. The man straightened with obvious pride. Holden's family, he said simply, is a martial arts family. Those 4 words carried the weight of tradition, of bloodlines that stretched back generations. The other representatives nodded in understanding, though their expressions remained troubled. Even high-level card makers rarely chose to fight in person. The risks were simply too great. Russell felt a chill of recognition mixed with grudging admiration. Of course. I should have seen it coming. But beneath the surprise, gears were turning in his mind. If Holden could do this, what was stopping him from exploring similar paths? Symbiotes, he mused, would be perfect for this kind of fighting. Enhanced strength, speed, automatic defense systems. His imagination ran wild with possibilities. The Emperor Armor, Omazio, the Crimson Spiral Rock. He paused, reality checking his ambitions. Okay, maybe those 3 are a bit much. Even for me. The baseline strength of a symbiote was 70 tons, far beyond what current materials could support. But he'd already proven he could scale things down with his Mark III modifications. A youth version, then. Something I can upgrade later. His train of thought was derailed by an explosion of sound from the arena. Boom! Holden's machete carved through the air like a falling meteor, striking the ground with enough force to send spiderweb cracks racing across the reinforced surface. Sparks flew as the blade dragged across stone, leaving a molten trail in its wake. Leon's face went pale. Did anyone mention I'd be fighting a complete psychopath? His cards, which had been performing admirably moments before, now seemed woefully inadequate. Every time he tried to focus fire on the tiger demon, Holden would surge forward with that terrifying blade, forcing him to redirect his attention. One of his cards already sported a severed arm as proof of what happened when you ignored the human hurricane tearing through the battlefield. Where did this monster come from? The thought rippled through the crowd like a contagion. If the Imperial Court still held martial arts examinations, this guy would probably take the top spot without breaking a sweat. Russell watched with professional detachment, analyzing every move. Holden's martial arts weren't just impressive, they were transcendent. Combined with the enhancement from his equipment cards, he moved like something beyond human limitations. If Russell hadn't known better, he might have mistaken Holden for a creature card himself. The end came swiftly. Leon's final card crumpled under a devastating combination attack, and suddenly the arena fell silent except for the sound of Holden's heavy breathing. Hulai wins. The referee's voice seemed to come from very far away. Holden raised his arms in triumph, his armor gleaming with sweat and reflected light. In the stands, Russell was already running calculations. If I had to face him with just my public cards, could I win? The answer wasn't encouraging. Of course, he had other options cards that wore the Iron Man designation, secrets that even the spirit-begging society didn't know about. But those were for life or death situations, not tournament matches. It doesn't matter, he reminded himself. My grades are already good enough for Northgate University. I don't need to win the whole tournament. The real prize wasn't the trophy, it was the connections, the resources, the access to materials he could never obtain on his own. Director Blake's endorsement would open doors, but Russell's own performance would determine how wide those doors swung. And the higher his ranking, the more the spirit-begging society would invest in his future. Besides, he thought with a slight smile, I've got a few surprises of my own brewing. The tournament was far from over, and Russell had the distinct feeling that the real fights were just beginning. End of chapter. Chapter 89, Chapter 88, Semi-Finals? Finals. For advanced/early chapters and support, patreon.com/rightsH_JadHAV0869. Russell's quarter-final opponent crumbled beneath the scorching heat of Yoriichi Tsujikuni's initial release. The poor bastard didn't even manage to mount a proper defense before golden flames consumed his summoned creatures, leaving nothing but ash and the acrid smell of defeat. Too easy, Russell muttered, sheathing his spiritual blade. He'd braced himself for another grueling battle like his previous encounters with Shane and Cole Kong, but this fight barely qualified as a warm-up. The crowd's cheers felt distant as Russell made his way back to the stands, sweat still cooling on his forehead. The massive display screen flickered to life, revealing the semi-final matchups with cold, electronic precision. New Metro First High, Russell vs Seaview High, Holden. Russell's jaw tightened. So much for avoiding the strong ones until the end. If this were some commercial tournament, the organizers would have kept the fan favorites separated until the grand finale. But this was the unified examination, brutal, unforgiving, and completely indifferent to entertainment value. Guess my first 2 rounds were just shit luck. While Russell had been clawing his way through powerhouse after powerhouse, Holden had seemingly waltzed through his bracket like he was taking a leisurely stroll. Russell. The voice cut through his brooding like a blade. Never thought we'd clash in the semi-finals. Russell turned to find Holden approaching, still radiating the wild energy from his recent fight. Sweat glistened on the martial artist's muscled frame, and his eyes held that predatory gleam Russell had come to recognize in truly dangerous opponents. Your fighting style, Russell said, studying Holden's scarred knuckles, that close combat technique, can it be taught? Holden's eyebrows shot up before his expression shifted to genuine excitement. Ha! Didn't expect that from you. His grin was sharp, wolfish. Most card duelists these days are content hiding behind their summons like scared children. But you understand what real combat means. Russell almost smirked. If only Holden knew how backwards his assumption was. In this world, remote support was the norm, not the exception. Still, no point in crushing the guy's enthusiasm. Just curious, Russell replied with a casual shrug. Holden's face fell slightly. Sorry, but my family's martial arts aren't shared with outsiders. Ancient tradition and all that. Fair enough. Russell had expected as much. Besides, if all else failed, he could always rely on the Saitama approach. Overwhelming force trumped fancy technique every time. The conversation shifted as Holden's fighting spirit blazed to life, his aura practically crackling with anticipation. "Tomorrow, Russell. Let me show you what real strength looks like. But don't expect mercy, I'm taking the crown." Russell's smile was ice cold. "We'll see about that." He turned and walked away, leaving Holden standing there with clenched fists and burning eyes. "Tch, arrogant prick," came a snide voice from behind Holden. One of his usual hangers-on had appeared, wearing that familiar sycophantic grin. "Don't worry, Holden. You'll crush him easy." The temperature seemed to drop 10 degrees. Holden's gaze fixed on the bootlicker with lethal intensity. "Know your place." The student's face went chalk white as he realized his mistake. Holden's respect for Russell stemmed from recognizing him as an equal, something this pathetic follower would never be. Sweat beaded on the man's forehead as he dropped into a deep bow. I am sorry, Holden. Won't happen again. See that it doesn't." 2 days crawled by with agonizing slowness. Russell spent most of his time in meditation, trying to ignore the enthusiastic competition between Kiss Shot and Nami that had turned his room into a war zone. At least the Spirit-Begging Society had left him alone, no emergency missions to complicate his preparation. "Russell. Show them what new Metro First High is made of." The roar of his classmates echoed through the arena as Russell stepped onto the battlefield. Across from him, Holden cracked his knuckles, his usual wild energy replaced by cold, calculating focus. "New Metro First High, Russell vs Seaview High, Holden. Start." The referee's whistle cut through the air like a gunshot. Cards materialized in flashes of light: Yoriichi Tsujikuni's dignified presence, Luffy's rubber-limbed readiness, and Nami's staff-wielding grace. Holden's eyes immediately locked onto the orange-haired navigator. Holden's eyes widened slightly as he took in Russell's lineup. 3 cards? That's new. He could feel the woman's aura weak, barely black iron level. Something wasn't right. She didn't carry herself like a fighter. Wait. His gaze darted between the orange-haired woman and Russell's other summons. The swordsman looked like he'd stepped out of some ancient legend, while the other two had a completely different feel to them. She's not here to fight at all. She's connecting them somehow. A grin spread across Holden's face. Smart move, Russell. But if I take her out first? He flexed his fingers around his blade's grip. Your whole strategy falls apart. Without hesitation, Holden launched himself forward, his blade singing through the air as he closed the distance to Nami with predatory speed. Russell's eyes narrowed from the sidelines. Smart bastard figured it out immediately. But Holden had underestimated Russell's guardians. Destroy all evil spirits and burn everything to ash. Yoriichi's voice boomed across the arena like divine judgment. Hiruzen. His Shikai erupted in a magnificent cascade of golden-red flames, the very air igniting as his blade carved through reality itself. The scorching wave of destruction roared toward Holden with the fury of a fallen angel. Boom! The collision shook the entire arena. Holden's tiger demon had materialized in a burst of wind and fury, its massive claws generating crushing pressure waves that met Yoriichi's flames head-on. The impact sent shockwaves rippling through the ground, cracking stone and rattling the spectator stands. Russell's jaw clenched as he watched the deadlock unfold. That tiger's been holding back this whole time. The demon's control over wind currents was beyond his initial estimates. Each swipe of its claws generated miniature hurricanes that could level buildings. Even Yoriichi, with all his supernatural swordsmanship, couldn't break through immediately. But Holden had made one crucial error. While the tiger demon locked blades with Yoriichi in a spectacular display of fire versus wind, ethereal ghosts swarmed around Luffy like a plague of shadows. The rubber-bodied pirate punched and kicked with superhuman speed, but his attacks passed harmlessly through the spectral entities. They couldn't hurt him, but they could slow him down, and that was all Holden needed. Clever strategy, Russell admitted grudgingly. Use the tiger to neutralize Yoriichi, deploy the ghosts to contain Luffy, then eliminate Nami to break the bond. But you've got one detail wrong, my friend. Holden's boots scraped against stone as he closed the final meters to Nami, his blade gleaming with deadly intent. The navigator raised her staff defensively, but they both knew she was outmatched in direct combat. Russell's lips curved into a predatory smile. The bond doesn't activate until after the card disappears. You just played right into my hands. The arena held its breath as Holden's blade descended toward Nami's neck, while behind him, Yoriaki's flames clashed against the tiger demon's wind in an apocalyptic dance of elements. This wasn't just a semi-final anymore, it was a preview of the championship match. Russell's only regret was that Nami would enter her 24-hour cooldown period after this. Exploring the Nami Valley would have to wait for another night. The blade fell. The real battle was about to begin. End of this chapter. Chapter 90, Chapter 89, One Punch. For advanced/early chapters and support, patreon.com/rightsH_jadhav0869. Holden's boots scraped against stone as he closed the final distance to Nami. Russell had deliberately held Luffy back from using Gear 3rd, dangling the perfect bait. In the original stories, Luffy would have already unleashed hell by now. Nami wasn't helpless, she swung her Clipchamp in a desperate arc, trying to create some breathing room. But when Holden's ring-handled broadsword came down with a sound like tearing thunder, her defense crumbled like paper. Steel met steel for a heartbeat. Then Nami's form flickered and dissolved into motes of light. Nami! Luffy's voice exploded from behind Holden, raw with fury and pain. But the martial artist barely registered it, too focused on his apparent victory. Finally! That should have broken their bond completely. He began turning toward where Yoriichi still battled his tiger demon, ready to finish this fight properly. Then he caught sight of Russell's face on the sidelines. That bastard was smiling. Not the frustrated grimace of someone whose strategy had just been dismantled, but the cold, satisfied expression of a chess player who just sprung his trap. What the hell does that look mean? Doubt crept into Holden's mind like ice water in his veins. Before he could analyze further, a bone-deep roar erupted directly behind him. High in the university representatives section, the professors had the perfect view of the unfolding disaster. Ah, kids still got a lot to learn, the Imperial University rep sighed, shaking his head as he watched Holden's frozen form. The representative from Daming Mining and Technical College adjusted his glasses. Can't really blame him. Russell's bond type has never been documented before. How could Holden know what he was walking into? True enough, Imperial's man conceded, though his thoughts were less charitable. A more experienced card maker would have tested the waters first, sent expendable summons to probe for hidden effects. But Holden only has that tiger demon he had to fight personally. Mr. Stern from Northgate University remained silent, but his eyes gleamed with satisfaction. The school board already approved our maximum salary offer. After this performance, we might need to double it. The specifics could wait until after the tournament, when he could corner Russell for a private conversation. Down on the battlefield, Holden heard the sound of rushing air behind him and spun around. What he saw made his blood freeze. Countless crimson fist shadows filled his vision, each one crackling with murderous intent and supernatural speed. Luffy's entire body had shifted into a terrifying red blur, steam rising from his skin like a demon emerging from hell itself. Gum gum. Jet Gatling. What the Holden barely managed to cross his arms before the storm hit him. Boom. The impact was like being struck by a freight train made of pure rage. Holden's body flew backward, smashing through chunks of battlefield stone as if they were made of cardboard. An entire corner of the arena collapsed into rubble and dust. Cough. A weak sound emerged from the settling debris. Somehow, impossibly, Holden was still conscious. Damn it! I've been played. His body felt like it was made of broken glass, but his mind was finally catching up. The bond didn't break when Nami died, it activated. But I can still fight. Unfortunately, Luffy had other plans. Gum Gum Jet Bazooka. The rubber pirate shot through the smoke like a crimson comet, both fists cocked back and ready to cave in Holden's skull. The crowd held its collective breath as death itself seemed to hurtle toward the fallen martial artist. Then the referee materialized between them, catching Luffy's devastating attack with practiced ease. Semifinals. Russell wins. Chaos erupted in the stands. What? The fight's not over. Students shouted in confusion, craning their necks to see through the dissipating smoke. But as the dust settled, the referee's decision became crystal clear. Holden was still standing barely. His prop cards lay in glittering fragments around him, and his body was a canvas of deep cuts and purpling bruises. Only pure stubbornness kept him upright. If that final attack had connected, they'd have been scraping him off the arena floor with a spatula. Russell watched from the sidelines with mixed feelings. He'd expected to win, but not this easily. He'd been prepared for Luffy to need gear third, maybe even struggle a bit. Note to self: never engage in close combat without being absolutely certain of the situation. Medical staff swarmed onto the field, loading Holden onto a stretcher with practiced efficiency. As they carried him past Russell, the defeated martial artist managed to lift his head, eyes burning with frustrated fury, before unconsciousness claimed him. Russell felt a brief pang of sympathy, but quickly pushed it aside. He had more important things to think about, like how dramatically Luffy's power had spiked after Nami's defeat. The bond effect had boosted his strength by roughly 30%, pushing those final attacks to the upper limits of bronze tier. Nearly equivalent to Yorioki's Shikai. The bond effect really is something else. Russell couldn't help but think of Cole Kong, who'd been so unlucky that day. The poor bastard never got to show off his own bond before being hard countered and eliminated instantly. Not that Holden was weak, far from it. He just hadn't expected Luffy to suddenly explode with berserker fury after Nami's apparent defeat. Caught completely off guard, he'd walk straight into a meat grinder. In a normal fight, he might not have been able to beat the enraged Luffy, but he definitely could have put up a real battle. With a satisfied nod, Russell recalled his cards. Up in the VIP section, champagne corks were already popping. "Well, that settles it," Aurora University's representative said with a broad grin. Russell's got first place locked up. The other two contestants couldn't beat Holden on his worst day, let alone Russell. Nods of agreement rippled through the group. They'd all seen the remaining semi-finalists neither posed any real threat. "His bond trigger is fascinating though," Sioux City University's rep mused. "Death-activated effects are incredibly rare among card makers. No wonder Holden walked into it blind." The Heron Island representative frowned slightly. "The power boost seems a bit excessive though, doesn't it? Did you miss the part where his card completely lost its mind?" Mr. Stern finally spoke up, his voice carrying the weight of experience. "Look at that pirate's eyes, pure berserker rage. No strategy, no self-preservation." The group fell silent as the implications sank in. In controlled duels like this tournament, temporary insanity might be manageable. But in the wild, where card makers faced real danger, a berserk card that abandoned its protective duties to go on a killing spree was a death sentence waiting to happen. Still, most of them would gladly accept such a trade-off. Other cards could cover defense. Raw power like that was irreplaceable. The silence stretched as each representative began mentally calculating their recruitment offers. Russell had just become the most valuable prize in the entire province, and the bidding war was about to begin. End of this chapter. Chapter 91, Chapter 90, The Spoils of Victory. The winter air bit sharp as December drew to a close, but inside the grand arena of Riverview Province's capital, the heat was suffocating. 20,000 spectators packed the stands, their voices creating a wall of sound that seemed to shake the very foundations of the building. The first ever Riverview Province Unified Examination had reached its crescendo. Russell stood in the center of the arena, his breathing steady despite the chaos around him. Sweat dripped from his brow, mixing with the dust kicked up from the final battle. His opponent lay unconscious 30 feet away, his cards scattered like fallen leaves across the scarred arena floor. The crowd's roar was deafening. Russell! 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 But even as they chanted his name, Russell's mind wandered to the semi-finals. That had been the real fight. Holden had pushed him to limits he didn't know he possessed. Their battle had lasted 3 grueling hours, each exchange of cards a symphony of destruction and creation. Lightning had crackled against shadow, earth had risen to meet fire, and in the end, only Russell's final gambit, a desperate fusion of 3 solar attribute cards that should have been impossible at his level, had secured victory. This final match? It was almost insulting in comparison. His opponent, talented as he was, had folded like wet paper against Russell's refined techniques. The crowd knew it too. Half of them had been making jokes that the semi-final was the real championship. "Ladies and gentlemen," the announcer's voice boomed over the arena's sound system, cutting through the noise like a blade. "Your provincial champion Russell." The arena exploded. Confetti cannons fired golden streams into the air. Holographic displays projected Russell's image across every surface. But as he walked toward the podium, his expression remained unchanged, calm, almost bored. The award ceremony was a joke. Russell stood on the marble platform, flanked by officials whose faces he'd already forgotten. To his left, 3 Federation court representatives in their crisp blue uniforms shuffled nervously. To his right, association leaders in their traditional robes tried to look important. Between them sat a small velvet box. Inside that box was his reward for becoming the strongest high school student in an entire province, a medal. A fucking medal! Russell's smile never wavered as the cameras flashed, but inside, his thoughts were acid. He'd seen street fighters get better payouts for back alley matches. The spirit-begging society, those cultist lunatics, had offered him more money in a single sponsorship deal than the entire imperial government was giving him now. These bastards are definitely scheming from the prize fund. The thought came unbidden, but it made sense. The Federation court was practically invisible in most of the province. Outside of Northgate, people barely acknowledged their existence. Real power belonged to the association. They maintained order, settled disputes, kept the peace. Meanwhile, the court officials lived in their bubble, growing fat on taxes while contributing nothing. But what did it matter? Soon enough, he'd be Director Blake Whitmore's personal disciple. When that happened, he'd be swimming in resources that made prize money look like pocket change. Political games were for people who had to play them. After what felt like an eternity of photos, the interview began. The reporter was attractive in that plastic way that media people cultivated: perfect teeth, perfect hair, perfect smile that never quite reached her eyes. She held the microphone like a weapon. "Russell, you've just achieved something incredible, first place in the entire province. You must be thrilled." Russell looked at her for a long moment. The crowd had gone quiet, hanging on his every word. "Honestly," he shrugged, "I don't feel much of anything." The reporter's smile flickered like a candle in wind, but she recovered with professional grace. "Well, our champion is certainly modest. Perhaps you could share some advice for aspiring card makers watching at home." Russell tilted his head, considering. "Have you ever seen New Metro at 4 in the morning?" The reporter blinked. What? 4 a.m. in New Metro," Russell repeated slowly, as if explaining to a child. "The streets are empty except for the street cleaners and the diehards stumbling home from the clubs. The air tastes like metal and broken dreams. That's when I do my training runs." Understanding dawned on the reporter's face, along with something that might have been respect. "Everyone wants shortcuts," Russell continued, his voice carrying clearly across the silent arena. "They want secret techniques, special cards, miracle supplements. But power? Real power comes from doing what others won't. Get up when your bed feels like paradise. Train when your muscles scream for mercy. Practice your forms until your fingers bleed and your mind goes numb. Do that every day for years, and maybe you'll reach my level." The crowd erupted in applause. Several people were actually crying. The reporter, now genuinely invested, leaned forward. "Inspiring words. Is there anything else you'd like to tell your fans?" Russell allowed himself a small, genuine smile. "I'm planning to attend a great university soon. Time to realize my full potential." The reporter nodded enthusiastically, completely missing the wordplay. Russell felt a familiar pang of loneliness. Sometimes being the smartest person in the room was its own kind of prison. As soon as the cameras stopped rolling, the real circus began. University recruiters swarmed him like vultures on carrion. They'd been waiting in the wings throughout the ceremony, and now they descended with briefcases full of promises and checkbooks full of zeros. "Russell." The first voice belonged to Mr. Shaw from Imperial University, a thin man with wire-rimmed glasses and a nervous tic. "Surely you remember our conversation from the regionals? The president has been following your progress personally. We're prepared to offer 3 million credits annually, plus priority placement in all research projects and field expeditions." Before Russell could respond, another recruiter, this one built like a linebacker despite his receding hairline, grabbed Russell's right hand in both of his own. "Forget Imperial." The man's grip was crushing. "I'm President Morrison from Heron Island University. 5 million per year, guaranteed, plus." He leaned in close, his voice dropping to a whisper. "I hear you work with solar attribute cards. Our archivist Lex is the finest diamond-level solar specialist on the continent. Study under him, and you'll reach heights Imperial can't even dream of." Shaw's face went white. Imperial was prestigious, but they couldn't compete with that kind of money or mentorship. That's when Mr. Stern made his move. The Northgate University representative was older than the others, with silver hair and the kind of quiet confidence that came from holding all the best cards. He stepped between the other recruiters with surgical precision, his presence forcing them to take a step back. "Gentlemen," he said with a smile that could have cut glass, "I appreciate your enthusiasm, but Russell has already made his choice." He turned to face Russell directly. "The board met this morning. 6 million credits annually, plus unrestricted access to one welfare secret realm of your choosing each year. Any level, any type, within a 100-mile radius of Northgate." The other recruiters went silent. Russell felt his heart skip a beat. The money was impressive, but the realm access? That was priceless. Secret realms were where real card makers were forged, where rare materials grew, where ancient techniques were discovered, where power could be seized by those brave enough to take it. Most students had to wait years for a single supervised expedition. He was being offered unlimited access. The Aurora University representative, a woman with sharp eyes and sharper suit, suddenly stepped forward. "Wait just a damn minute. Can Northgate actually deliver on those promises? Because if you're lying to this young man..." Russell saw the game clearly now. They could only offer such incredible terms because of his connection to Director Blake. Every other university was bidding blind, not knowing about the trump card he held. Stern's smile widened. "What's deceptive about honoring our commitments? Besides," he played his ace with casual brutality, "Russell is about to become Director Blake Whitmore's personal disciple. If he chooses any university other than Northgate, where exactly do you think that's going to leave him?" The effect was immediate and devastating. Every recruiter present went statue still. The Aurora representative's face drained of color. Shaw from Imperial actually stumbled backward. The Heron Island president released Russell's hand like it had burst into flames. Director Blake Whitmore. The name hung in the air like a physical presence. Russell watched their reactions with interest. Most people knew Blake as the youngest person ever to reach Grandmaster level in card making, the man who'd revolutionized combat theory, the architect of modern defensive strategies. But Russell knew the truth that made even hardened university presidents tremble: Blake wasn't just a researcher. He was a killer. His cards had ended wars and toppled governments. When Blake Whitmore took a personal interest in someone, nations paid attention. Just as the silence was becoming uncomfortable, a new voice cut through the tension. "Student Russell." The words were spoken quietly, but every head turned toward their source. The Kirin University representative, a middle-aged man who'd been so forgettable that Russell had barely noticed him, now commanded the attention of everyone present. "Master Frank Dragomir will arrive tomorrow morning," the man continued, his voice steady as granite. "Perhaps you'd like to hear what he has to say before making any final decisions." The reaction was electric. Shaw whispered something that sounded like a prayer. The Aurora representative actually sat down on a nearby bench, looking like she might faint. Even stern, confident, connected Stern went pale around the edges. "Master Frank Dragomir, the Duke of Wei, the War Sage." For advanced/early chapters and support, patreon.com/rightsage_jadhav0869. Chapter 92, Chapter 91, The Choice. "Damn it, someone's pulling a fast one." The thought exploded in Mr. Stern's mind like a thunderclap, his carefully laid plans crumbling before his eyes. As Northgate University's rep, he'd played his ace, announcing that Director Blake Whitmore himself would take Russell under his wing, sweetening it with perks no other school could touch. It should have shut down the competition cold. But that sly fox from Kirin University, silent as a shadow until now, had just dropped a bombshell, flipping the script in an instant. Stern's face twisted with urgency, sweat beading on his brow under the stifling auditorium lights. "Russell, don't buy into his crap. There's no way they can top our offer." He knew the game inside out. Years of talent wars had etched the limits into his bones. But profits be damned, with another master card maker crashing the party, the scales had tipped back to even. The air hummed with tension, whispers rippling through the crowd like a gathering storm. Russell opened his mouth to reply, heart pounding from the spotlight's glare, when a voice cut through the murmurs, deep, resonant, commanding the room like gravity itself. "Is this the prodigy, Russell?" Heads turned as a middle-aged man materialized beside the Kirin rep, his presence alone shifting the atmosphere. The crowd bowed in unison, a wave of deference sweeping the hall. "Master Frank," they murmured, voices laced with awe. Even Heron Island's president dipped his head, no exceptions. Russell's pulse quickened. This was his first glimpse of a master card maker beyond Blake Whitmore. Frank Dragomir, the legendary war sage, defied the brutal image Russell had conjured. No scarred warrior here, instead, an elegant figure with silver-streaked hair at the temples, exuding quiet authority like a seasoned general in scholar's robes. Yet beneath that poise, Russell sensed the storm, the raw power that had held back demon hordes. Steadying himself, Russell met the man's gaze without flinching. "Hello, Master Frank." "Yes, I'm Russell." Frank's eyes flickered with intrigue, appraising the boy who stood tall amid the pressure. Composure like forged steel, he thought, a rare trait in one so young. He'd reviewed the footage en route, Kirin's pitch glowing on his device. The kid's talent was undeniable, a diamond in the rough. But Russell's flair? It clashed with Frank's methodical style, a puzzle to ponder later. For now, he offered a warm smile, voice smooth as polished stone. "What do you say, Russell? Kirin University's terms, I call the shots. We'll match Northgate's offer, down to the last detail." The words hung heavy, the auditorium falling into a hush. Russell's mind raced, the offers blurring into parody. No edge left, just a fork in the road, each path pulling him toward vastly different horizons. He bowed his head, weighing it all, when a familiar timbre broke the silence, warm yet edged with steel. "Frank, that's a low blow even for you." Stern's voice shot up in shock. "Director Blake? What brings you here?" Russell's head snapped up, and there he was, Blake Whitmore, standing at his side like a guardian materialized from thin air. The old master's eyes twinkled with quiet amusement, but Russell caught the underlying gravity, the faint lines of weariness etched deeper than before. "Been too long, Blake," Frank replied, his smile unwavering, a hint of old rivalry sparking. You haven't lost your edge. But let's not crowd the boy, young minds deserve their say. Russell should choose freely. Blake chuckled, the sound rich and reassuring. I'd never chain him down. Deep down, Blake yearned for Russell to pick Northgate. His own clock was ticking louder each day. Without a master to anchor the coasts after he was gone, chaos would swallow the region. Russell might not hit master level in time, but Blake's guidance could shave years off the journey, steering him clear of pitfalls. Yet voicing it? That'd be a cage of guilt. No, wherever Russell landed, he'd fight for this land's people. It was his burden, not the boy's. Russell tuned out the crowd's murmurs, diving into the pros and cons like a strategist mapping a battlefield. Offers equal? Fine, drill deeper. Kirin University squatted in distant Spring City, a northern fortress staring down demon legions. Frank's shadow loomed over the border wars, joining meant enlisting, trading home for endless frontline grit. New metro? A fading memory, buried under snow and blood. Northgate, though? Smack in the Federation's heart, one of the twin capitals pulsing with opportunity. Graduates scattered like seeds, influencing every corner. Crucial too, the spirit-begging society's tendrils coiled thickest along the coasts. He couldn't abandon that unfinished business, that nagging tale from his past, by fleeing north. An age factored in Frank, still vital, would gather more protégés. Blake, nearing his twilight, wouldn't. Under him, Russell would soak up undivided focus, a mentor's full legacy poured into one vessel. The silence stretched, the room's eyes boring into him like spotlights. Finally, Russell lifted his head, voice steady amid the thrum of his heartbeat. Master Frank, I'm grateful for Kirin's generosity, but my path leads to Northgate University. Northgate's reps barely contained their grins, fists clenched in silent triumph. Frank took it in stride, his laugh genuine. Northgate's a fine road. Forge ahead, Russell, may your talents blaze bright. With a nod, he departed alongside Kirin's team, already eyeing another standout from the exams, a better stylistic fit for his methods. As Frank's footsteps faded, Blake turned to Russell, eyes warm with approval. We'll fast-track you, Russell. Northgate will slot you in mid-semester, no need to rot in high school limbo. Russell blinked, surprise cutting through his relief. Teacher, wait, does that bend the rules? Blake paused, a sly smile creasing his face. Still Director Blake? Come on, now. Realization hit, and Russell bowed deeply. Teacher. Blake's nod carried quiet pride. Special talents deserve special handling. High school's a cage for someone like you, pure waste. The Northgate rep jumped in, beaming. I'll push the paperwork. Just gear up for next semester, Russell. Oh, and here's the contract. Give it a once-over. Russell scanned the pages, eyes lingering on the perks, scholarships, resources, access that made his pulse quicken with possibility. Satisfied, he signed with a flourish. The rep pocketed it, excusing himself with a respectful nod to Blake before vanishing into the crowd. Russell turned to leave, mind already racing ahead, but Blake's voice stopped him. Hold up, kid. You've called me teacher, can't let that slide without a proper welcome. His tone lightened, but his eyes held deeper intent. Take these. Consider them a starting gift. End of this chapter. For advanced/early chapters and support, patreon.com/rightsage_jadhav0869. Chapter 93, Chapter 92, A Great Harvest. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsage_jadhav0869. Russell's fingers brushed against the two items Blake extended, the weight of them grounding him amid the auditorium's fading echoes. The notebook was thick, its leather cover worn smooth from years of handling, bold characters etched across the front, experiences in making underworld cards. Beside it, a hefty envelope, sealed with a subtle wax emblem that hummed faintly with latent energy. "This is..." Russell's voice caught, a rush of awe tightening his throat. He recognized it instantly, a personal grimoire, Blake's own insights into crafting his signature underworld cards, distilled from decades of mastery. The pages promised secrets that could reshape his path. "Teacher, this is invaluable. I don't know if I deserve it." Blake's weathered face softened into a gentle smile, eyes crinkling with quiet wisdom. "I caught your matches on the way here, kid. Your style's a wild card, nothing like mine, and that's a strength." He'd seen the footage, Russell's eclectic summons dancing across the arena like untamed forces. Unlike his other disciples, this boy's potential burned brighter, unbound by rigid paths. So Blake had kept the notebook, broad sketches of concepts, warnings on pitfalls, but no ironclad blueprints. No need to clip those wings yet. Use it as a spark, not a chain. When your well runs dry someday, we'll dig deeper. Russell tucked the notebook away with reverent care, its edges pressing into his palm like a promise. Now wasn't the moment to dive in, the words would wait for a quiet night, perhaps under a dim lamp in some rented room, where he could envision forging his next card, blending Blake's underworld echoes with his own chaotic flair, birthing something fierce enough to stand against the demon tides. The thought sent a thrill through him, a glimpse of the warrior he'd become. Shaking off the vision, he tore open the envelope without pause. Inside gleamed several materials, their silver-level auras pulsing like restrained storms, raw power that made the air around them thrum faintly. Blake chuckled at Russell's wide-eyed stare. "Enough there to craft a solid card once you hit silver rank. I'm heading back to the coastal defenses after today, been stuck in New Metro too long, inspecting every shadow." His voice lightened, but Russell caught the undercurrent of duty, the invisible burdens the old master carried. "Call this my way of making up for the time I'll miss teaching you hands-on." Silence fell between them, heavy with unspoken gratitude. Compensation? Blake owed him nothing. Russell knew that bone deep. In his old life, he'd witnessed mentors who drained their students dry, claiming glory while offering scraps. But this? It screamed genuine care, a true passing of the torch. Even if he'd chosen Frank, the divide would have yawned the same. Blake chained to the coasts, Frank to the frozen north. No easy roads here. "Thank you, teacher," Russell managed, his voice rough around the edges, emotion clawing up unexpected. Blake clapped a firm hand on his shoulder, the touch steady and reassuring. "You're young, Russell. Roads long and twisting ahead. Us old-timers? We shoulder the storms so you can grow." A wry smile tugged at his lips, lightening the mood. "But don't make it sound like I'm marching to my grave. Got questions? Ring me anytime. I'm not vanishing into the ether." Russell nodded, the knot in his chest easing just a fraction. "All right, get some rest. I've got an old friend to check on, debts from battles long past." Russell watched Blake stride away, his silhouette cutting through the thinning crowd like a fading guardian. The auditorium's buzz dimmed to a distant hum, leaving him alone with his thoughts. But solitude shattered as Nancy and the crew from New Metro First High swarmed him, eyes alight with curiosity. Their train back home loomed. This was their final day in Northgate. They'd hovered on the edges during the university frenzy, witnessing the whirlwind of reps and Blake's quiet arrival. Nancy leaned in first, her gaze sparkling with barely contained excitement. "Russell, that was Director Blake, wasn't it?" "Spill, what did he say?" In the coastal fringes, Blake was more than a name, he was a legend, a shield against the encroaching dark. Russell kept it vague, guarding the sensitive details of Blake's coastal tour. "He took me on as his disciple. Just shared some guidance, nothing major." The group froze, processing. "Teacher?" Then it clicked. Liam's voice cracked with envy-tinged awe. "Wait, you mean Master Blake? As in, your personal mentor?" Russell gave a quiet nod. Pandemonium erupted, gasps, wide grins, a chorus of no way, and backslaps. Envy burned bright in their eyes, but so did pride. Russell's feats in the exams had earned this spotlight. Nancy tilted her head, piecing together the puzzle. Hold up, who was that other guy chatting with him? Looked intense. Russell shot her a half-amused look. That guy? Master Frank Dragomir. The air sucked out of the group like a vacuum, breaths hitching in unison. Frank's exploits were northern lore, whispers in New Metro's coastal haze. They knew the name, not the face. Master Frank? Here. Liam blurted, voice pitching high. What for? He offered the same deal if I picked Kirin University, he'd mentor me too. Question marks practically floated over their heads, disbelief warring with the absurdity. Two titans of the card-making world, dueling for him? If it'd come from anyone else, it'd earn a scoff or worse. But Russell? It tracked. He cut off the barrage before it snowballed. Anyway, I'm not heading back with you. Teachers pulling strings. I'm enrolling at Northgate mid-semester. December's chill hung in the air, New Year creeping close, winter break on the horizon. February start, he figured. No family ties binding him, no reason to trek back to New Metro. Northgate would be his new anchor, holidays be damned. Turning to Victoria's Song, he added, Miss Song, mind looping in the school for me? She nodded briskly. Consider it done. Nancy sighed, a wistful edge to it, like the end of an era. Guess this is it, then. Feels weird without you around. Russell shrugged, masking the faint tug of nostalgia. Don't get all mopey. Northgate's a stone's throw from New Metro. And you've got finals in 6 months, plenty of chances to cross paths. That lifted the mood, smiles breaking through. See you around, Russell. Yeah, don't forget us little people. At the hotel's bustling entrance, Russell stood as the bus pulled away, carrying his classmates into the distance. The engine's rumble faded, leaving him in the city's pulse, honking horns, distant chatter, the crisp bite of winter wind. Everyone's gone, he murmured to himself. Time to handle the real grind. First up, ditching the hotel life. Rent a place in Northgate, nothing fancy, just a solid base. The $6 million from the contract had hit his account like a lifeline, no more scraping by. Second, and sharper in his mind, the Spirit-Begging Society's mid-competition gift of materials. Loose ends like that nagged at him. With breathing room now, he'd track down Misty, probe if they had a genuine task brewing. And while he was at it, drop the news of his Northgate choice, maybe squeeze out extra perks. Opportunities like that didn't knock twice. End of this chapter. Chapter 94, Chapter 93. Russell eyed the quiet suburb on Northgate's fringe, the house's isolated charm sealing the deal. Beyond the peace it promised, far from the city's relentless hum, its seclusion suited his shadowy ties to the Spirit-Begging Society. Tasks from them meant slipping out unseen, downtown crowds would spotlight every move. Here, under night's cover, he could activate the beads of concealment, duck into a shadowed alley, don the Mark III, and soar away like a ghost in the wind. He'd lined up the realtor during the exam's final days, so today was all about settling in. Luggage? Barely a burden, spare clothes and essentials, with the real treasures, those silver-level materials, tucked close like guarded secrets. Furniture shopping would dent his wallet, but with funds flowing, it was a minor sting. For now, though. Time to poke the hornet's nest. What's the society scheming? Well, what wind blew you in? Misty lounged in her leather throne of a chair, dabbing crimson lipstick with a compact mirror, her movements deliberate, almost theatrical. Russell sank into the sofa, rolling his eyes at her theatrics. Cut the act. You know damn well what day it is. She pursed her freshly painted lips at her reflection, then swiveled toward him, fox-like eyes glinting with mischief. Oh, everyone's whispering your name now, Russell the genius, Northgate's shiny new star. So, Spill, which ivory tower claimed you? The unified exams curtain had fallen today, but Russell hadn't looped her in on Blake's early promise. News from the ceremony was still trickling out, leaving her blind to the master-level tug-of-war. Northgate University, he said flatly, no games. Regret flickered across her face. Imperial would have been ideal. But Northgate's no slouch. The society craved influence, and Imperial in the capital was power's beating heart. Northgate, for all its prestige, was regional potent, but not the epicenter. Russell weighed his next words, the air thick with unspoken calculations. Spill about Blake's discipleship? It could unlock perks, but risks loomed spying demands, perhaps. Still, secrets like this wouldn't stay buried. Better to leverage it now, dangle the bait. If they pushed too far? The contract didn't own him, he'd fabricate intel, play the long game. Decision made, he leaned forward. Blake Whitmore took me as his disciple. Misty bolted upright, shock etching her features like a lightning strike. You mean, the Blake Whitmore? His nod confirmed it. Her expression cycled disbelief, calculation, a spark of opportunity. She exhaled slowly, voice dropping low. You've dropped a bomb on me. I'll escalate this to the higher UPS. Russell pressed, sensing leverage. The society's got rewards for this kind of win, right? Her lips curved into a wry half smile. Sharp as ever. Don't fret with this in your pocket, they'd chain you to life support before letting you slip away. Then kill the contract first, he griped inwardly. As long as it bound him, true freedom was a joke save for Regent Jin and, well, himself. Outwardly, he stayed cool, cutting to the chase. Those materials you slipped me mid-exam? Not charity. What's the mission? Silence stretched, Misty's gaze turning inward. Finally, she sighed. There was one lined up. But now, with you under Blake's wing, we're re-evaluating. Russell's instincts flared. Sounds like the original was a suicide run. She brushed it off, rubbing her temples like the weight of secrets pressed down. Head home. Rewards are coming whatever the brass deems fit. Mission details? Wait for my word. Her evasion screamed confirmation dangerous, probably lethal. But Russell let it slide, the society wasn't some benevolent guild. Fine. I'm out. He rose and exited the Everspring Clinic, leaving her to her schemes. Upstairs, Misty stared at the empty room, whispering to the shadows. Russell. I underestimated you. This changes everything. Maybe, just maybe, that impossible plays back on the table. Outside, Russell grabbed his spare clothes from the hotel, mind already shifting gears. Society business on hold? Find time to hunker down, meditate, and spar with his cards, honing edges and simulated clashes that felt all too real, like prepping for a demon's brutal ambush. Luggage in tow, he hailed a cab. Fate's twisted humor delivered a familiar face. You again, kid? Back to Everspring already. The driver's grin was all-knowing winks. Russell's mood soured, face darkening as he barked his new address, ignoring the jab. The car glided through traffic, but the silence cracked eventually. Last time was just family stuff, swear it. The driver chuckled, that universal smirk men share. Hey, no judgment. A guy's gotta unwind somehow. Russell's scowl deepened. Did this clown think he was dense? Puns like that hit like bricks. At his new doorstep, he paid up stone-faced, unlocked the door, and stepped into the barren space. Empty walls stared back, echoing his sigh. Northgate's my turf now. No more surprise visitors crashing my pad, right? He fired off online orders for essentials: bed, desk, the basics, then sank into planning mode, mind racing like a strategist plotting a siege. Top priority, craft more cards. Silver rank loomed close, a tangible barrier he could almost touch, but the breakthrough demanded time. Pidgeot was lagging, outpaced, with Mark III under wraps for his student facade. He needed a fresh flying mount, something sleek, evasive, perhaps with adaptive shifts like those transforming mechs from old tales, morphing mid-flight to dodge demonic strikes. Defense to a new shield card, resilient enough to weather a hero's stand against overwhelming odds, echoing the unyielding spirit of seafaring warriors facing impossible seas. The 6 million from Northgate had padded his account, a war chest begging to be spent. Leftover funds? Channel them into a storage card, practical, like a hidden arsenal ready for deployment. Hoarding cash for silver materials was tempting, but markets for those were slim on fiat alone. Better to forge power now. Money meant zilch if you were Demon Chow. End of this chapter. Chapter 95, Chapter 94, Dying Symbiote, Arrogance. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsage_jadhav0869. Russell leaned back in his chair, staring at the blank card in his hand. All right, time to gear up. Can't keep running around like a newbie in a boss fight naked and praying for plot armor. Pidgeot was a solid ride, sure, but it wasn't exactly cutting edge anymore. And his own defenses? Zilch. He'd been skating by on sheer luck and card smarts for way too long. He glanced over the materials. Director Blake had hooked him up with all silver level stuff, potent as hell, but dripping with that grim, underworld vibe. No shock there, he thought with a smirk. Teacher's got that death-type flair down pat. Once I hit silver, maybe I'll whip up my own spooky card. Scrolling through the trading site on his phone, he muttered, Symbiote, hey? That could work, or turn me into a walking horror show. The idea was tempting, a living suit that amps up attacks and heals like a boss. But symbiotes were clingy literally. What if it decides I'm its forever host? Trying to peel it off might end with me as the punchline in a bad breakup story. He chuckled dryly, imagining himself yelling at a gooey blob, it's not you, it's me. Wait, no, it's definitely you. Just as he was about to scrap the concept, his card-making philosophy kicked in. Hold up, genius. I'm overcomplicating this. Ditch the offense overload, crank up the defense and regen instead. Patch my weak spots without turning into a monster mash. Real talk, even a full-blown cannon symbiote was overkill. Baseline? 70 tons of punch power. For reference, Kamen Rider ZIO clocks in at a measly 8.2 tons. Cute, but no match for symbiote smash. Russell grinned. Yeah, we're going custom. Let's dial it back to survivable sidekick levels. After some furious scrolling, he snagged what he needed: bronze level Mad Symbiote, gold, bronze level Blood of Regeneration, gold, and bronze level Battle Master, purple. Total damage? Nearly 4 million credits. Oof, he groaned to the empty room. That's my ramen budget for a year. Better not flake on me, you pricey pile of potential. Minutes later, a sleek Metro Express drone buzzed at his window, dropping off the goods. Russell took a deep breath, sketching a nightmarish black and red figure on the blank card, twisted, mouth agape in a feral roar, like something straight out of a midnight anime binge. With a whoosh, he slipped into the mysterious space, ready to weave his tale. Please start compiling your story. In the ancient void, the dark god Null ruled a sprawling empire of shadows. Meanwhile, the cosmic celestials played God, sparking evolution and imposing order across the stars, stepping right on Null's toes. War erupted. Wielding his necrosword, Null lopped off a celestial's head like it was nothing. But the full pantheon? Too much. Defeated and banished to the universe's forgotten corners, Null seethed. Refusing to fade, he forged a mightier necrosword from the severed head's essence. From its writhing shadow, the first symbiote was born, a parasitic force multiplier. Under Null's iron will, symbiotes bred an unstoppable army. But parasites pick up vibes from their hosts. When Thor's thunder cracked Null's control in a cataclysmic clash, the hive mind snapped. Rebellion. The symbiotes sealed their creator on a world of their own flesh and scattered to the cosmos, seeking redemption for their bloody legacy. One drifted to Blue Star, battered and near death from the endless voyage. Luck struck, it latched onto a host, a grizzled, veteran otaku holed up in his apartment fortress. Russell smirked as he typed this out. No ripping off Venom's lore wholesale, that'd lock him into OP stats he couldn't tweak. Better to craft fresh, keep it flexible. With the otaku's help, the symbiote clung to life. The guy dubbed it arrogance, fitting its haughty whispers. Pumped with power, the host tested the waters. His couch potato bot? Suddenly shattering concrete walls barehanded. Zero fight skills? Now a combat savant, dodging and striking like a pro. Best part, arrogance's defenses shrugged off RPG blasts like rain. And Regan? Limbs regrown in a flash, though a headshot was still game over, too weak for miracles yet. Arrogance's influence seeped in, subtly bulking the host's frame. Man and symbiote, a washed-up nerd and a dying gooball hit the road, future as murky as a foggy anime cliffhanger. That'll do, Russell thought, wiping his brow. It was rough around the edges, like a fanfic dashed off at 3 a.m., but the space never dinged him for style points. Back in reality, the card hovered, glowing faintly. He eyed it warily. Did that actually work? I half expected a big fat fail stamp. He'd braced for rejection, but nope, the custom yarn sailed through. Am I special, or is everyone pulling this off now? Flashes of those bronze cards from the exams nagged at him, but answers? Not happening. Shrugging it off, he dove into the card's stats. Image here. Dying symbiote, arrogance. Asterisk rank, asterisk bronze. Asterisk quality, asterisk gold. Asterisk category, asterisk creature. Asterisk skills, asterisk. Asterisk high-speed regeneration, asterisk swiftly mends the host's non-lethal wounds. Note, drains mental energy, don't overdo it, or you'll nap through the apocalypse. Asterisk shape change, asterisk morphs the host's form, size, color, and texture on demand. Perfect for blending in think chameleon mode, but edgier. Asterisk characteristics, asterisk. Asterisk battle master, asterisk eons of scraps have honed arrogance's skills. Even a total noob host could outbox a world champ with flair. Asterisk bronze skin and iron bones, asterisk tanky as hell, laughs off artillery like confetti. Asterisk low-level physical enhancement, asterisk gradually boosts the host's body. Current cap, black iron, average baby steps to beefcake. Asterisk introduction, asterisk join the glorious evolution, or just survive the next plot twist. Asterisk bond, asterisk none. No evolution path, no bond perks. And despite dumping 2 gold mats, it capped at gold quality, unlike his past reds from a single shiny. Cost of originality. Russell mused. Or am I just rusty? Still, the core goodies shone, defense like a fortress, Regan to bounce back from beatdowns, and that sweet body buff. Card makers were glass cannons without self-upgrades, one stray shockwave from a high-tier brawl, and splat. This fixed that, starting small but scaling big. Diamond-level fights? I'd be paced without this. Bet the pros have secret sauce for staying alive. Grinning like a kid with a new toy, Russell summoned arrogance. Black-red tendrils erupted from the card, coiling eagerly. All right, buddy, let's see if you're as arrogant as your name. End of this chapter. Throw some power stones. Chapter 96, Chapter 95, 1 card, 2 uses. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsage_jadhav0869. Russell's pulse thrummed with a cocktail of thrill and jitters as he uttered, arrogance. In an instant, a writhing pool of black and red liquid materialized before him, shimmering like some cursed brew straight out of a dark shonen arc. It surged forward with eerie purpose, slithering across his skin, seeping into every pore until it vanished, as if it had always been a part of him. "Hello, Russell. Image here." The voice rasped like stones grinding in a storm, echoing right beside his ear, gruff, yet laced with a smug undertone that screamed, "I'm kind of a big deal." Russell spun his head, only to meet the gaze of a grotesque black and red head sprouting from his shoulder. Its maw stretched in a toothy, ear-to-ear grin, a scarlet tongue flicking out like it was auditioning for a horror anime's final boss. "You sound like you gargled razor blades and liked it," Russell quipped, masking his unease with a smirk. "Ever think about fronting a death metal band? You'd shred the mic, probably literally." Arrogance tilted its head, its glowing eyes blank with confusion. Earth's pop culture references? Light years outside its cosmic wheelhouse. The joke flopped, but Russell brushed it off, focusing inward. His mental feedback had always pegged him as average, fit enough from occasional jogs, but no action hero. Now, though, as he clenched his fists, a surge of raw strength coursed through him, like he could grapple a bear and make it tap out. Arrogance cut through his hype with telepathic precision. "Primary enhancement takes time, host. Maintain our bond for a month to unlock the full potential." No biggie. Russell's mental reserves were deep enough to keep this symbiosis humming without breaking a sweat, as long as he wasn't playing Extreme Makeover with broken bones. "All right, fair," he murmured, a grin tugging at his lips. "But let's see the real show, Arrogance. Impress me." At his command, the symbiote erupted in a glorious burst, black and red tendrils exploding outward like ink in water, swallowing him whole. The lanky high schooler vanished, replaced by a towering beast of rippling muscle, veins pulsing with otherworldly energy. At nearly 3 meters tall, the creature loomed, its form a living weapon sculpted from nightmare fuel. Russell's voice echoed from within, dripping with amusement, "Nice restraint. You didn't punch a hole through the ceiling. My landlord appreciates it." The symbiote's shape-shifting had kept its growth just shy of disaster, proving it had more sense than some of his other cards. The sensation was surreal. His arms, now thick as tree trunks, thrummed with power. With a thought, they morphed into gleaming blades, sharp enough to carve through steel like it was tofu. Recalling the Battle Master trait, though, he figured Arrogance would shine brighter in a real brawl. Let the ancient goo handle the choreography, he decided. Arrogance's raspy chuckle rattled in his mind. "Feeling strong? Save some cash and get me chicken legs. Ian's in the void left me peckish." Russell snorted. The symbiote was already catching his sarcasm, and it hadn't even been a day. With a mental nudge, Arrogance flowed back, retracting seamlessly until only the unassuming teen stood in the living room once more. "Stealth mode, flawless," Russell said, flexing his fingers with a satisfied nod. This card was a masterpiece, combat ready, healing on tap, tanky enough to shrug off explosions, and sneaky enough to pass as a regular Joe. No one would clock a scrawny kid like him for hiding a cosmic monster inside. Then inspiration struck like a lightning jutsu. "Yo, Arrogance, can you vibe with Pidgeot? No time like the present." He summoned his feathered mount, its sleek form materializing with a gust of wind. Pidgeot tilted its head, eyeing Russell with a mix of curiosity and wariness, sensing the predatory aura radiating from its master. Arrogance's head popped out again, startling Pidgeot into a flurry of feathers. "No need for theatrics," it grumbled, its tongue flicking impatiently. The bird squawked but settled when Russell flashed a calm grin. "Easy, buddy," Russell said, patting Pidgeot's beak. "We're running a little experiment." He'd initially planned to drape Arrogance over Pidgeot like a full body suit, but the symbiote seemed cocky enough to handle it its own way. Tendrils erupted from Russell's body, sleek, inky black, and pulsing with intent. They snaked over Pidgeot, weaving an armored exoskeleton of black and red plates. The bird transformed into a sleek, predatory machine, wings edged with razor fins, eyes blazing with feral intensity. Thin, Pulsing tentacles linked rider to mount, anchoring them as one. Russell smirked, running a hand along the connection. Saddle? Obsolete. This is ride or die synergy. Wind, rain, or rogue lightning. No problem. Arrogance's shield would laugh it off. One card, two game-changing uses, personal powerhouse and mount upgrade. Russell's grin widened. 4 million credits? Worth every penny. He recalled Arrogance and desummoned Pidgeot with a flourish. Defense locked, ride upgraded. I'm basically a one-man shonen protagonist now. The irony wasn't lost on him. A gleaming superhero suit like Mark III ended up in the hands of the Spirit-Begging Society's weirdos, while his go-to was a morally grey goo monster straight out of an anti-hero arc. He pictured future foes tearing through his card lineup, shattering his armor, only to face an unkillable symbiote with Regan that mocked their best shots. Good luck, suckers. That's a despair combo. His thoughts shifted to the next hurdle, storage. Pulling out his phone, he scoured trading sites for spatial materials. Hours later, he slumped back, empty-handed. Spatial abilities were the holy grail of card crafting, rare, high-tier, and way out of his bronze-level reach. For now, that dream was shelved, tucked away like an unopened gotcha pull. All that's left is waiting for Misty's call, he said to himself, settling cross-legged on his bed to meditate. With school over a month away, Northgate felt quieter than a slice-of-life episode's B-plot. Sure, he could spice things up with some intense sparring sessions with his lady cards. Kiss Shot and Nami were always game, but in broad daylight? Nah, that was more of a late-night vibe. Days of calm rolled by until his phone buzzed with a notification. Misty, hey handsome. A girl's been missing you. Free to swing by the store today? Winky face, a coded invite, no doubt. Russell tapped back a single word, Russell, yes. In his heart, he was already spoken for by Kiss Shot, Nami, and the growing roster of sister cards waiting in his deck. Real-world romance? Too much drama. The 2D world was his endgame, no contest. If Misty could read his mind, she'd probably roll her eyes and mutter, this kid's ditching my A-tier charm for card waifus? Rude. Throw some power stones. Chapter 97, New FIC. Game and IP's creation system. Dive in the advanced world where you can dive in the games through VR Pod and see how our MC creates the biggest IPs shine in the new world, starting from Avatar. P.S. There will be many games. This one is on my other account/channel, AutumnXD. Chapter 98, Chapter 96, Establishing Authority. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsage_jadhav0869. Russell couldn't deny the allure of testing out his symbiote-enhanced Pidgeot, its black and red armored form promising speed and intimidation in equal measure. But practicality won out. Riding that monstrous bird through the city would draw eyes like a beacon, screaming villain arc from a mile away. He'd be pulled over by every patrol officer in Northgate, and while dropping Director Blake's name might smooth things over, stirring up unnecessary drama wasn't on his agenda. Instead, he opted for the mundane route, hailing a taxi right at his doorstep. Luck was on his side. This driver was a fresh face, sparing him any awkward chit-chat from past rides. At the Everspring Clinic, Misty glanced up from her manicure, surprise flickering across her features as Russell entered her office. Quick on the draw today, she remarked, gently blowing on her freshly painted crimson nails. Figured you'd take your sweet time getting here. Russell shrugged casually, settling into the chair opposite her. Nothing better to do. So, what's the job this time? Misty, sensing his directness, skipped the small talk and handed over a crisp document. Details are all there, knock yourself out. He read through it meticulously, a heavy sigh escaping as the implications settled in. Here we go, the real test of loyalty. A sharp young detective had stumbled onto a minor spirit-begging society outpost in Northgate, a shabby crew of thugs who'd traded their freedom for cut-rate vampire cards and hollow promises of card-maker status. The task? Neutralize the detective, with the base providing support. Russell rubbed the bridge of his nose, already envisioning the headache of dealing with amateurs. Any way to skip mingling with these goons? He asked, hoping for an out. Misty didn't pause her nail filing. Your prerogative, but they've got the insider scoop. Might be worth the hassle. Her offhand demeanor tipped him off. This wasn't a high-stakes exposure. If the base was truly blown, the society wouldn't waste their golden boy on it. Probably just probing my commitment, he mused. Flat out refusing? That'd scream suspicion. Better to play along. With a nod, he bid her farewell and headed home, biding his time until nightfall. Daytime ops in sketchy spots were a recipe for unwanted attention. Darkness was his ally. Under the cover of evening, shadows clung to the unfinished building like a shroud, amplifying the tension within. A red-haired thug knelt before Blondie, the yellow-haired leader, his face streaked with desperate tears. Boss, jail's not for me, please, fix this. Blondie's expression was a mask of frustration, his voice laced with barely contained anger. I hammered it into you, low profile once you're in. But you? Assaulting a girl, getting eyeballed by a detective, and then hitting him with your card? Unregistered, no less. The redhead cowered, but Blondie pressed on. A simple bust could have been bribed away or served short time. But assaulting law enforcement with illegal vamp tech? The society's mass-produced cards were bargain bin garbage bronze knockoffs, impossible to legitimize. Federation justice didn't play nice with black market card makers, it was exile or execution. As the redhead's fearful eyes bored into him, Blondie relented with a sigh. Hold on. I escalated it to the bosses, let's hear their plan. Tap, tap, tap. Deliberate footsteps reverberated through the hollow structure, cutting the silence like a knife. Who? Blondie snarled, his pale vampire materializing in a haze of dark energy. The gang mirrored him, summoning a ragged pack of bloodthirsty fiends, blank-eyed and savage. Into the dim light stepped a figure in polished silver armor, visor reflecting the faint glow like a mirror to their souls. Russell, armored and anonymous. I'll handle your screw-up, his voice grated through the helmet's modulator, cold and mechanical. Blondie wasn't buying it, his stare icy. Proof or pain, that was the unspoken ultimatum. Russell understood, trust demanded demonstration. With a raspy chuckle echoing from the suit, he unleashed his trump card. This ought to suffice. From the pooling shadows at his feet rose Kiss, shot hard under blade, her presence a regal storm, golden locks flowing, eyes ablaze with timeless dominance. Thud. Image here. Uncommanded, every vampire knelt in unison, a tidal wave of deference sweeping the room. Then came the macabre twist, one thug's gaze locked on Kiss, shot in rapt obsession, his butterfly knife drifting inexorably toward his own throat. Blondie's experience kicked in, a primal terror gripping his core. An alien vampire. Not the society's cookie-cutter spawn, but a bespoke creation from a singular legend, potentially feeble, or in this case, an overwhelming force. His own bronze-blue vamp groveling? It screamed superiority, higher rank or unmatched quality. He couldn't risk a clash. A faint message flickered from his card, Your Excellency. Vampire ranks were absolute, inferiors bowed or broke. Sweat slicked Blondie's skin as he dropped to one knee. My apologies for the oversight, Exalted One. Please, recall your summon. Satisfied with the display of authority, Russell complied. Kiss shot faded back into the shadows, tension easing like a receding storm. Now, his modulated voice demanded, resonating with command, brief me on the details. Throw some power stones, please. Chapter 99, Chapter 97, A Protagonist's Prerogative. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsage_jadhav0869. As Kiss-shot Heart Underblade gracefully merged back into the shadows at Russell's feet, the thugs who had fallen under her hypnotic demonic charm began to regain their senses one after another. They reached up to touch their necks in confusion and lingering fear, their eyes wide with shock as the reality of what had just happened sank in. The room was filled with an oppressive silence, broken only by the ragged breathing of the men who dared not make any sudden movements or speak out of turn. After hearing Russell's authoritative command echoing through his armored visor, the yellow-haired man known as Blondie hurriedly began to explain the full details of their predicament, his voice trembling slightly as he recounted every aspect of the situation. Once Blondie had finished his explanation, Russell allowed a long pause to hang in the air before his hoarse, metallic voice resonated once more throughout the abandoned building. In other words, this detective hasn't actually discovered any solid connection between you all and the spirit-begging society, correct? You're essentially panicking over nothing more than a suspicion. He had pieced together the entire scenario now. These low-level thugs were simply overreacting to their own mistakes, creating a crisis out of thin air due to their paranoia. However, since he had already revealed himself by arriving at this location, he couldn't simply walk away and leave them to their own devices. In the more remote coastal regions, the society might treat its lower-tier members as expendable fodder, discarding them without a second thought when they became inconvenient. But here in Northgate, where the organization's influence was still developing and not as deeply entrenched, the oversight and control over their contracted assets were far stricter, with every individual being monitored closely to prevent any leaks or betrayals. Just as Russell was deep in contemplation, weighing his options, the atmosphere in the room grew so tense and quiet that the faintest sound would have echoed like a thunderclap. He considered the idea of anonymously tipping off the Card Makers Association about this small base, but he quickly dismissed it as impractical. Misty would undoubtedly trace it back to him, given her position and resources, and such an action would serve no real purpose in the grand scheme. If his goal was truly to eliminate the threat they posed, it would be far more efficient to deal with all the thugs right here and now himself. As for the option of actually killing the detective as the mission demanded, that was completely out of the question. Committing such an act would only provoke the full, unbridled fury of the Federation's judicial system and the Card Makers Association, turning him into a high-priority target overnight. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Russell finally spoke again, his tone carrying an enigmatic edge that hinted at deeper intentions. This situation is indeed a bit complicated to resolve cleanly. However, I do have a method in mind that could help you permanently eliminate the threat posed by that detective. The moment those words left his mouth, before he could even begin to outline his proposed solution or take any further action, Blondie's pupils contracted sharply in alarm. He sensed an undercurrent of danger in the air, a subtle shift that screamed of impending doom. In the very next instant, his pale vampire summon materialized silently behind the red-haired man who had caused all this trouble, its fist descending with brutal force and precision, smashing the thug's head in a single, devastating blow that sent fragments scattering across the floor. Ignoring the horrified screams and gasps that erupted from the other thugs in the room, Blondie wiped the sweat from his forehead and immediately dropped to his knees, pressing his head against the cold ground in a gesture of abject submission. "Sir, are you satisfied with this resolution to the problem?" he asked, his voice quivering with a mix of fear and desperation. Observing Blondie's swift and ruthless performance, Russell couldn't help but reflect inwardly on the overwhelming influence that a true vampire lord like Kiss-shot exerted over these inferior, mass-produced creatures. The only reason Blondie had acted with such extreme decisiveness was out of sheer terror, fearing that he himself might be next on the chopping block if he didn't preemptively address the issue in a way that pleased his superior. When Russell remained silent for a moment, offering no immediate response, Blondie gritted his teeth in determination and quickly commanded his vampire to continue the purge. One by one, the summon moved through the remaining thugs, its fists crashing down with unrelenting force, shattering heads and silencing screams until the room was littered with lifeless bodies and the metallic scent of blood hung heavy in the air. By this point, Kiss-shot had reappeared at Russell's side once more, her elegant form standing in stark contrast to the gruesome scene unfolding before them. After completing the executions, Blondie and his vampire knelt motionless on the blood-stained ground, their postures rigid as they awaited Russell's final judgment. The tension built to an almost suffocating level, with Blondie feeling as though he might collapse under the pressure at any second, until at last the hoarse voice emanated from within the armor again. "Why didn't you wait to hear out my proposed solution first?" Upon hearing this, Blondie drew in a deep, steadying breath and whispered his reply, his tone laced with caution. "I wouldn't dare to speculate on your intentions, sir. I simply believed that this approach would be the most effective way to handle the matter without leaving any loose ends." A deep, rumbling laugh echoed from within the armor, carrying a hint of amusement at the situation. After allowing the moment to linger, Russell continued speaking. "Aren't you concerned that I might decide to kill you as well, just to tie up everything neatly?" In truth, his initial plan had indeed been to eliminate every single one of them to ensure no risks remained, but Blondie's proactive and decisive actions had caught him off guard and altered the dynamics. As for any potential exposure of this small base following the killings, that was of little concern to him personally. Aside from Misty, no one else in Northgate was aware of his secret involvement with the society, and if Misty were to be apprehended as a result, he could simply disappear and relocate without issue. "I can offer you my services in return, sir," Blondie replied, unaware of the thoughts racing through Russell's mind, his words a desperate bid to prove his value. An expression of genuine interest formed behind Russell's visor, hidden from view. "What is your name?" As Russell posed the question, Blondie couldn't suppress a sigh of relief, realizing that he had likely secured his survival for the time being. He responded immediately with the utmost respect. "My lord, my name is Reese." "Reese," Russell repeated, letting the name hang for a moment. "Do any of these men you just killed have relatives or friends who might come looking for them?" Although Reese had carried out the executions with apparent ease and without hesitation, properly disposing of the bodies presented a practical challenge. Leaving them here in the open was not an option, as it could attract unwanted attention from authorities or passers-by. In response to Russell's inquiry, Reese answered without hesitation or embellishment. "My lord, no, they do not." Russell was not particularly surprised by this revelation. These small-time thugs were the outcasts and rejects of society, individuals with no meaningful connections or support networks. If they had possessed any family or friends who truly cared about their well-being, they would never have resorted to joining the spirit-begging society in the first place, trading their freedom for illusory power. "Do you have any enemies that I should be aware of?" Russell asked next, probing for any additional complications. Reese replied honestly, maintaining his straightforward demeanor. "No, my lord. We operate strictly according to the society's directives. Without an assigned mission, we make it a point never to create unnecessary conflicts or enmities with others. Except, of course, for that impulsive red-haired fool whose actions had sparked this entire ordeal," Russell noted to himself with a touch of irony. After a brief period of silence during which Russell contemplated his next steps, he let out a sigh. "If that's the case, then it seems you hold no further value to me." He had never genuinely entertained the notion of accepting Reese's offer of service. Unlike Regent Jin, who possessed sophisticated methods to bind and control individuals to his will, Russell lacked such capabilities. Moreover, even if he had the means, what possible use could he have for a mediocre bronze-level card maker who had only achieved that status through the society's reluctant assistance? Given his own prominent public identity as a promising card maker, every additional clandestine contact increased the risk of his double life being exposed. The instant Russell uttered his sigh, Reese instinctively sensed the mortal danger closing in. He reacted with frantic urgency, attempting to retreat while scrambling on his hands and feet, his vampire summon lunging forward in a desperate bid to defend him. Unfortunately for Reese, both he and his summon were utterly outmatched, mere playthings in the face of Kissshot's overwhelming power. The pale vampire was intercepted mid-charge by Kissshot, who had appeared in front of it in a flash, her fist delivering a wild, ferocious punch that sent the creature hurtling through the air and crashing into the wall with tremendous force, embedding it in the concrete amid a shower of debris. Contrary to the common portrayal of vampires as graceful and refined combatants, Kiss Shot's fighting style was untamed and brutal, relying on raw physical strength and direct assaults rather than subtlety or evasion. Realizing the dire turn of events, Reese continued his panicked retreat, crawling backward in a bid for distance. But by then, Kiss Shot had already shifted her attention to him, her eyes locking onto his form with predatory intent. In a burst of energy, her energy drain ability activated, channeling an invisible force that caused Reese's head to explode violently like an overripe watermelon, his body collapsing lifelessly to join the ranks of the thugs he had once commanded. Witnessing the explosive conclusion, Russell couldn't help but reflect inwardly with a sigh. Wild, unrestrained fighting methods certainly have their advantages. They allow for direct attacks on the card maker themselves, bypassing their summons entirely. This realization reinforced why he had been so eager to create protective cards for his own defense, recognizing the vulnerability inherent in being a card maker without adequate safeguards. Gazing at the array of headless corpses strewn across the ground, Russell reached up to scratch his head through the helmet, a bemused thought crossing his mind. Why does it feel like I have a natural talent for playing the role of the antagonist in all this? He instructed Kiss Shot to gather the several corpses into a single pile, stacking them methodically. With another activation of her ability, the bodies detonated in a controlled explosion, reducing them to a gruesome, indistinguishable mass of blood, flesh, and bone fragments that would be nearly impossible to identify. With that taken care of, Russell said to himself, surveying the scene one final time, it would be unreasonable if the Spirit Begging Society didn't compensate me with some form of hard work fee for handling this mess. Throw some power stones, please. Chapter 100, Chapter 98, Tying Up Loose Ends. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsage_jadhav0869. In the aftermath of the gruesome cleanup within the abandoned building, Russell had initially considered summoning Yoriichi to handle the disposal, envisioning the swordsman's golden red flames engulfing the remains and reducing everything to fine ash in a brilliant display of purifying fire. However, he quickly reconsidered, realizing that such a conspicuous blaze would light up the night sky like a beacon, drawing unwanted attention from anyone in the vicinity. Reluctantly, he set aside the idea, making a mental note for the future. I should probably craft a specialized card dedicated to erasing evidence and destroying bodies, he pondered, acknowledging the practical necessity in his increasingly complicated double life. Pushing the thought to the back of his mind for now, he activated the Mark III armor's flight capabilities, allowing it to carry him swiftly through the darkened skies to a secluded alleyway located a safe distance from his new residence. Once grounded, he requested Arrogance's assistance in altering his appearance, the symbiote responding by subtly reshaping his features and build. As the armor retracted and vanished into his card deck, what emerged from the shadows was an unremarkable middle-aged man, blending seamlessly into the ordinary. He stepped out onto the bustling street, merging with the flow of pedestrians before weaving his way into the vibrant chaos of a large night market, where stalls brimmed with sizzling street food, colorful trinkets, and lively chatter. Throughout his journey through the market, Arrogance continued to work its magic, incrementally adjusting his facial structure, hair color, and even posture with each passing moment to ensure no consistent trail could be followed. By the time he exited the other side of the market, he had reverted to his true youthful appearance, feeling a sense of security wash over him. This level of precaution should suffice, he reassured himself. Even if someone had been tailing me, they'd be lost in the crowd by now. At its core, the incident boiled down to a minor scuffle involving a low-tier illegal card maker and a detective, hardly the stuff of high-profile scandals. The authorities would likely assign no more than a bronze-level investigator to the case, and his careful maneuvers were more than adequate to evade such scrutiny. With his tracks thoroughly obscured, Russell turned his steps toward the Everspring Clinic, knowing that completing a mission naturally required a report to his handler. It was all part of maintaining the facade, ensuring the Spirit Begging Society believed he was still firmly in their pocket. Meanwhile, back at the abandoned building that had served as the thugs' hideout, a short man with a square face surveyed the horrific scene before him, his expression dark and brooding as he took in the ritualistic aftermath of blood and mangled remains. Beside him, a young woman with a ponytail, her arm wrapped in a fresh bandage from a recent injury, doubled over and retched violently into the corner. "A professional hit to tie up loose ends," the square-faced man muttered through gritted teeth, his voice heavy with frustration and anger. He turned to the woman, his tone shifting to one of concern mixed with urgency. "Ivy, walk me through what you witnessed again. Every detail matters." The young detective, Ivy, straightened up as best she could, still covering her mouth to stave off another wave of nausea, her words coming out in halting bursts. "Chief, I followed your instructions and stayed hidden outside the building to avoid detection. Roughly half an hour ago, a figure clad in a full suit of silver armor approached and entered. He exuded an aura of immense strength. I didn't dare confront him or follow inside. About 10 minutes later, he emerged and departed without a trace." The chief's heart sank further at her recounting, the implications hitting him like a cold wave. Such a brief visit, it was clearly a targeted elimination. "It's a shame the scene has been processed so meticulously there's not a single viable clue left for us to pursue." He paused to send Ivy's description of the armored figure to his colleagues via a quick message, hoping for a match in their databases, before letting out a weary sigh. "You've done exceptional work here, Ivy. This hideout was your discovery after all those sleepless nights of surveillance." He had raced to the location as soon as she notified him, but fate had conspired to make him arrive just a step too late. "It wasn't hard work, Chief," Ivy replied, a flicker of righteous indignation crossing her pale features despite her discomfort. "Any detective worth their badge would act against scum like these illegal card makers preying on the vulnerable." The chief placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, appreciating her youthful zeal even in the face of such horror. "Did you uncover any additional leads during your stakeout? Anything that might point us to a larger network?" Disappointment etched itself onto Ivy's face as she shook her head. "No, Chief. This location was the only solid hit I managed to find after weeks of following breadcrumbs. The trail's gone cold now," the chief admitted, his words echoing hollowly in the desolate space as he gestured to the carnage. "We'll have no choice but to close the case for the time being." Ivy stared at him in disbelief, her eyes widening. "But Chief, it's obvious there's a bigger player orchestrating this. Won't the court push for a deeper investigation?" Gazing at her earnest, idealistic expression, the chief offered a bitter smile, the weight of experience evident in his response. "Those higher ups in the courts and beyond are often too preoccupied with grander matters to bother with what they see as petty squabbles. In a city like this, you're better off relying on the Card Makers Association for real action than expecting miracles from the bureaucracy." Before Ivy could press him with more questions, the chief's phone vibrated with an incoming alert. He glanced at the screen, his brow furrowing as he read the message. "That armored individual you described, we actually have a file on him. First sightings trace back to New Metro. Codename, Aim Alman." On the opposite side of the city, oblivious to the fact that government detectives were already piecing together fragments of the puzzle, Russell sat composed in Misty's office at the Everspring Clinic, maintaining his calm demeanor as if nothing extraordinary had transpired. Misty's refined features registered genuine astonishment as she stared at him. "Is it already handled?" she inquired, her voice tinged with incredulity. Russell nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I eliminated them all." A visible twitch appeared on Misty's forehead at his blunt admission, her composure cracking slightly. "Let me clarify something," she said, her tone strained with barely concealed exasperation. "When you say all of them, are you referring to the detectives involved?" Russell, who had been midway through sipping a glass of water, nearly choked, coughing as he set the glass down. "Do you honestly think I'm operating at a master card maker level? I don't possess that kind of overwhelming capability." He proceeded to recount the details as Reese had explained them to him, outlining the sequence of events without embellishment. Only then did Misty grasp the full picture, her initial tension easing. She had anticipated a more convoluted operation involving staging a murder and framing the scene to deflect suspicion. Instead, Russell had opted for a straightforward, albeit brutal, resolution. Yet, she couldn't fault his approach. It aligned with the society's pragmatic ethos, and given the binding contract that tied him to their cause, she had no reason to suspect any ulterior motives or deception on his part. If you can't resolve the issue directly, then eliminate the source of the issue, Russell remarked philosophically, his voice filling the office with a matter-of-fact tone. On that note, you should also deliver the reward promised to me previously. He was alluding to the compensation the Spirit Begging Society had pledged for his victory in the competition and his subsequent apprenticeship under Blake Whitmore. Squinting at Misty with a hint of playful suspicion, he added, "You're not planning to withhold my payment, are you?" Misty rolled her eyes in mild annoyance at his teasing, retrieving an envelope from her desk drawer and tossing it across to him. "That includes the reward for this mission as well. Verify it yourself." Without hesitation, Russell tore open the envelope and inspected its contents. The materials inside were Silver Level Demon Hunter, Purple, Silver Level Blood of Resurrection, Gold, and Silver Level Power Demon, Gold. Examining the three high-quality Silver Level materials, Russell couldn't suppress a sigh of admiration. Impressive, quite the generous haul. "This marks the final support we'll provide you in the near term," Misty stated flatly, dousing his budding excitement like a splash of cold water. Russell's heart skipped a beat at her words, a flicker of alarm crossing his mind as he wondered if his covert actions had been uncovered. Fortunately, her following explanation alleviated his concerns. As Blake Whitmore's disciple now, the Society has opted to minimize contact with you temporarily to lower the risk of exposure. Unless an emergency arises, I won't be reaching out. He immediately comprehended their strategy, allowing him to deepen his integration within the association under Blake's guidance, positioning him as a sleeper agent to be activated at a pivotal moment. Inwardly, he sneered at the notion. Have they ever heard the adage about entrusting a wolf to shepherd the flock? He thought wryly. Though in this case, I'm not exactly the wolf, but they most certainly are the unwitting sheep. On the surface, however, he maintained a facade of compliance and understanding. I'll keep a low profile and stay under the radar, he assured her with a sigh. No need to worry. If there's nothing else, I'll head back now. Appreciating his apparent reasonableness, Misty offered no further commentary and simply nodded in agreement. Upon returning home, Russell reflected on the materials bestowed by the Society, his mind turning to potential applications. Chief among them was the prospect of elevating Kiss Shot Hard Underblade to the silver level. Her advancement path was straightforward and well-defined, requiring only the infusion of additional strength and regeneration-enhancing materials to propel her forward. Of course, a not insignificant motivator was his personal desire to command a more formidable presence. After all, who wouldn't prefer piloting a larger, more powerful machine? He mused, the allure of amplified capabilities proving irresistible. Thus, his primary objective crystallized, achieving promotion to the silver level without delay. He sensed that he was tantalizingly close to that breakthrough, the culmination of his efforts just within reach. End of this chapter. Throw some power stones, please. Chapter 101, Chapter 99, Distinguished Ladies. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsage_jadhav0869. More than a month had elapsed since Russell had wrapped up the assignment handed to him by the Spirit Begging Society, and in that time, he had embraced a lifestyle of serene tranquility that surpassed any period of peace he had experienced since arriving in this world. His days unfolded in a rhythmic simplicity, dedicated either to profound sessions of meditation that deepened his mental reserves or to energetic sparring sessions, with his summoned companions, where the air would fill with the sounds of clashing abilities and spirited exertion. He ventured outdoors only when absolutely necessary, preferring the solitude of his home to recharge and refine his skills without external distractions. At this particular moment, Russell sat cross-legged on his bed, immersed in a pivotal meditation practice that demanded his utmost concentration. After what felt like an eternity of focused introspection, he gradually opened his eyes, revealing a stark contrast between his visibly fatigued features and the vibrant spark that now illuminated his gaze, as if a fresh surge of vitality had ignited within him. A subtle smile began to curve his lips, growing into a genuine expression of accomplishment. Finally, he murmured softly to himself. Silver level. Indeed, after nearly a month of unwavering dedication and rigorous training, he had achieved the breakthrough to the silver level. Unlike his ascent to bronze, which had been catalyzed by a surge of intense emotional resolve during a moment of crisis, this advancement stemmed purely from persistent effort and disciplined practice. His exceptional innate talent for mental cultivation had played a crucial role, enabling him to cross this threshold just in time, mere days before the commencement of the new university semester. Reaching the silver level instilled in him a modest sense of security, a buffer against the uncertainties of his dual existence. He was aware that figures like Jonathan Whitemore, a director within the New Metro Card Makers Association, operated at the gold level, a reminder of the heights still ahead. Yet, his own silver status remained nascent and fragile. After all, he lacked any silver-level cards to bolster his arsenal, leaving him vulnerable until he could craft them. Fortunately, both my teacher and the Spirit Begging Society have provided me with sets of materials to kickstart this phase, he reflected gratefully. This abundance was a privilege few could claim, unique to his circumstances. For typical card makers hailing from modest backgrounds without familial legacies, each rank progression demanded exhaustive financial sacrifices, often depleting household resources just to attempt forging their inaugural card at the new tier. It's regrettable that the materials from the society must remain concealed from public view, he noted with a sigh. They had supplied him with 4 silver-level items in total: Star of Calamity, gold; Demon Hunter, purple; Blood of Resurrection, gold; and Power Demon, gold. Their value was immense, but utilizing them openly would invite scrutiny and questions he couldn't afford to answer. Thus, he resolved to begin with the materials bestowed by Director Blake, prioritizing those that aligned with his overt identity. However, he examined the 4 underworld-themed materials cradled in his hands: Soul Guide Hag, red; Waters of Styx, gold; Bowl of 5 Flavors, gold; and Two-Faced Idol, gold. A contemplative furrow formed on his brow as he appreciated Director Blake's generosity. The assortment was clearly a meticulously curated set, designed for synergy. This marked Russell's first encounter with a red quality material, a rarity that underscored the exceptional nature of the gift. Though his pre-transmigration knowledge of mythology had been superficial at best, he had since supplemented it with formal studies, blending that with insights into Blake's personal card system. The intent behind these items was unmistakable, pointing toward the creation of the mythological entity Mengpo, the guardian of forgetfulness in the afterlife. But the two-faced idol? He puzzled over its inclusion, as it seemed somewhat discordant with the others at first glance. Casually reaching for the World Mythology Atlas, revised edition 4.8 resting on his bedside table, he flipped through its pages until he landed on the entry for Mengpo. As he absorbed the annotations accompanying the illustrations, a wave of realization washed over him. Mengpo's origins trace back to the classic of mountains and seas. The text described her as originally being Nuiying, the second daughter of Emperor Yao, who also embodied a deity associated with the winds. The two-faced idol, representing duality, 2 facets of the same entity. Clarity dawned as he grasped his teacher's foresight. This material was strategically placed to facilitate an evolutionary path for Mengpo, bridging her to her primordial divine incarnation. What a shame, Russell sighed, a tinge of regret in his voice. I'm not pursuing Mengpo. Undoubtedly, with these components, the resulting card would achieve at least gold quality, a formidable asset. Yet, it diverged from his envisioned trajectory. Given that his Yoriichi card could now establish bonds with other figures from the Bleach universe, expanding that roster represented the most strategic direction. Alternatively, he contemplated Aiki Shiki from the Tuhao project, whose archetype drew from the Bodhisattva Ksatagarbha, a figure of such exalted stature that manifesting her at his current level was infeasible. The notion of unveiling such a card amused him, imagining the bemused reaction on his teacher's face. After all, Aiki Shiki held dominion as a renowned king of hell, echoing Blake's own thematic domain. A mischievous grin spread across his features at the thought. Retsu Anohana, Shutara Senjumeru, Kirio Hikifune, all such esteemed and formidable ladies, Russell mused, scratching his head in deliberation. The choice is agonizing. The Bleach world brimmed with powerful female characters of maturity and strength. Nevertheless, proceeding will necessitate swapping out some of these materials. For an average card maker, the options would boil down to scouring trading sites for alternatives or defaulting to crafting mengpo, given the rarity of assembling such a harmonious set. But Russell was no ordinary practitioner, he was the apprentice of a master card maker. While his personal network was still budding, his teacher's influence was vast. With this in mind, he promptly composed and sent a message to Blake Whitmore. Russell, teacher, some of the materials you provided don't align with my intended design. I'd like to exchange them with someone suitable. He waited patiently for a response, and shortly thereafter, his phone rang instead of chiming with a text. Hello, young Russell. Have you already ascended to the silver level? Blake Whitmore's voice, aged yet infused with genuine warmth, greeted him from the other end. Though aware of the boy's prodigious aptitude, the speed of his progress still elicited a measure of astonishment. Yes, teacher. I was fortunate enough to break through today, Russell replied with a modest chuckle. You mentioned exchanging materials. Do you have a specific concept in mind for your next card? Indeed, but a few pieces from this set aren't quite fitting. On the line's opposite side, Blake wore a pensive expression. The materials he had curated were highly targeted. If Russell sought alternatives, it likely stemmed from a desire to forge bonds with his existing cards. Respecting his students' autonomy, Blake refrained from probing further. I'll forward you a contact shortly, he assured. It's one of your senior sisters, currently instructing at Northgate University. Feel free to reach out to her for similar needs moving forward. Understood. Thank you, teacher. Haha, we're mentor and pupil, no need for such formalities. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll end the call here. Thank you again, teacher. Goodbye. Glancing at the newly received contact details on his phone, Russell was momentarily taken aback by the efficiency. He hadn't anticipated resolving the issues so seamlessly. It truly simplifies matters when backed by influence, he reflected. Without delay, he initiated the friend request. Russell, hello, senior sister. I am Russell, the teacher's latest disciple. I'm seeking to exchange some materials with you. After a brief interval, the request was accepted. Hazel, address. Hazel, come find me here. Studying the terse messages, Russell formed an impression of this unseen senior sister as someone of decisive action and efficiency. End of this chapter. Chapter 102, Chapter 100, The Senior Sister. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsage_jadhav0869. The winter wind bit at Russell's face as Pidgeot soared through the cloudless January sky. Despite the cold, he barely felt it. Arrogance's subtle protection wrapped around him like an invisible cloak, keeping the worst of the chill at bay. Below, the city gradually gave way to rolling hills dotted with estates. Following the navigation to Hazel's location, Russell couldn't help but whistle low when the destination came into view. The manor sprawled across several acres, its traditional architecture speaking of old money and older power. What a rich woman, he muttered, guiding Pidgeot to land at the front gates. After dismounting and returning Pidgeot to its card form, Russell approached the ornate entrance and pressed the doorbell. The chime echoed somewhere deep within the estate. Moments later, heavy footsteps approached, and the gate swung open to reveal an imposing figure. Russell blinked. The man, if it could be called that, stood nearly 7 feet tall, muscles rippling beneath a yellow turban. Incongruously, a floral apron stretched across his broad chest. A yellow turban warrior? Russell's mind raced as he studied the creature. Wearing an apron? Young master, the warrior rumbled, bowing respectfully. The mistress has been waiting for you. Definitely a card, Russell confirmed. That's one way to save on labor costs. He couldn't help but smirk at the thought. Though he wondered, was this a simple creature card, or something more complex like a summon soldier beans effect? His question was answered as they walked through the meticulously maintained grounds. Yellow turban warriors were everywhere, some polishing windows until they gleamed, others carefully trimming topiary despite the winter dormancy. One was even attempting to rake non-existent leaves from the frozen lawn. This many? Definitely not individual creature cards, Russell concluded. Has to be a mass summoning effect. The warrior guide led him through winding paths to a set of carved double doors. Young master, he whispered an odd sound from such a massive figure. The mistress awaits you inside. Thank you, Russell replied quietly, matching the warrior's tone. He pushed open the door and stepped into what could only be described as a scholar's paradise. Floor-to-ceiling bookshelves lined 3 walls, while the 4th consisted entirely of windows overlooking a snow-dusted garden. And there, bathed in the midday sun, sat his senior sister. Hazel looked exactly as he'd imagined a university professor might: intellectual, composed, wearing a cream turtleneck sweater and reading glasses. The sunlight streaming through the window created a halo effect around her, highlighting curves that made Russell squint and quickly shift his position. The sun. It's just the bright sun, he told himself. He waited for her to acknowledge him, but she remained perfectly still, eyes fixed on the book in her lap. The room was so quiet he could hear his own heartbeat. 1 minute passed. Then 2. Russell studied her more closely. Her chest rose and fell with breathing, but... Has she turned a single page since I walked in? Senior sister, he ventured tentatively. At the sound of his voice, Hazel moved for the first time, carefully placing her book on the side table. Her lips parted slightly. Yes. The word was more mouthed than spoken. If not for arrogance enhancing his senses, Russell would have missed it entirely. A sudden realization struck him. Senior sister, you don't have social anxiety, do you? She gave the tiniest of nods, barely perceptible. Everything clicked into place: the yellow turban servants, the isolated manner, the struggle to speak. His senior sister wasn't being eccentric or showing off wealth. She simply couldn't bear human interaction. But wait. Russell frowned. Can people with social anxiety still be university teachers? Her expression remained unchanged, but another whisper-soft response came: I teach practical classes. Not much talking needed. A pause. And I'm diamond level. Russell's eye twitched. Senior sister, you're stronger than 99% of the country. Why are you hiding here teaching students? But he kept the thought to himself. Who was he to judge her choices? Senior sister, I need to exchange some materials. Teacher sent me to you. I'll add you to the group. Her voice gained slightly more volume, though it still wouldn't disturb a sleeping mouse. She held out her phone, displaying a QR code. Russell scanned it and found himself in a chat group with the decidedly unglamorous name AAA Northgate Material Exchange. Hazel, this is my junior apprentice, Russell. Please take good care of him from now on. She's establishing my credibility, Russell realized. Despite her anxiety, she was looking out for him. Russell, hello everyone, I am Russell. Please take care of me in the future. Russell, I have a silver level waters of Styx, gold, and a silver level bowl of 5 flavors, gold. looking to exchange for sword-related materials of the same level, preferably with life and death attributes. Almost instantly, a reply appeared. AAA material wholesale Mr. Warren, private chat. Russell blinked at the speed. That was fast. He glanced at Hazel. There aren't any scammers in this group, right? Invitation only, came her mosquito-quiet response. Ah. No one would dare try anything funny with these people. Russell opened the private chat. Russell, Mr. Warren, I'd like to see the materials first. AAA material wholesale Mr. Warren, silver level sword of transformation, gold, silver level blade of immortality, gold. 2 images appeared. Russell frowned as he examined them. Only life attributes? Where's the death aspect? Russell, Mr. Warren, nothing related to death? AAA material wholesale Mr. Warren, no, these are the only silver level sword materials for life and death categories. Russell stroked his chin thoughtfully. Do I change my plan? Focusing solely on life wasn't impossible. He could still create Retsu Anohana's Shikai state. Her Bankai would be out of reach, but honestly, he'd never expected to achieve that at silver level anyway. That would require emerald or even diamond tier materials. A new idea formed. Russell, any biological materials proficient in swordsmanship? AAA material wholesale Mr. Warren, silver level old sword saint, gold. Perfect. If I can't get her Bankai, I'll enhance her swordsmanship instead. Plus, he hadn't forgotten his promise to Zoro to show him the pinnacle of this world's swordsmanship. Russell, I'll take the blade of immortality and the old sword saint. Where should we meet? AAA material wholesale Mr. Warren, address attached. The transaction complete, Russell turned to Hazel with genuine gratitude. Thank you, senior sister. Without your help, I'd be gambling on sketchy trading websites right now. It's okay. She nodded slightly, then seemed to remember something. I'll add you to another group. Another trading group. She presented a new QR code. This time, Russell entered a much smaller chat called A Loving Family. Only 6 members total, including himself. He noticed Director Blake Whitmore among them. The Master's private group, he realized. Russell, hello, seniors. I am Russell. Please take care of me in the future. Hazel, welcome. Scattering_flowers.jpg. The emoji from his socially anxious senior sister made Russell smile. No one else responded, but that was understandable. It was the middle of a workday. Pocketing his phone, Russell stood. Sister, I'll head out now. If you need anything, just message me. Hazel nodded silently, already reaching for her book. As Russell left, following a yellow turban warrior back through the manor, he couldn't help but glance back at the study. Through the window, he could see Hazel had returned to her original position bathed in sunlight, perfectly still, a book in her lap. The study would remain just as quiet as when he'd arrived, he knew. But now he understood it wasn't emptiness, it was sanctuary. End of Chapter 100. Throw power stones please. Chapter 103, Chapter 101, Captain of the 4th Division, Retsu Anohana. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsage_jadhav0869. The office building gleamed in the afternoon sun, all glass and steel, a monument to modern commerce. Russell double-checked the address on his phone, eyebrows rising. This was where Mr. Warren operated. So much for the independent wholesaler theory, he muttered. No small-time trader could afford prime real estate like this. Then again, considering his diamond-level senior sister's connections, perhaps he shouldn't be surprised. The moment he dismounted from his symbiote-enhanced Pidgeot at the building's entrance, the atmosphere shifted. Passers-by gave him a wide berth, and the doorman's professional smile grew notably more rigid. The black and red tentacles writhing across Pidgeot's form did tend to have that effect. Inside, the receptionist's demeanor was a master class in customer service under pressure. Her smile never wavered, though her knuckles whitened against her desk. "Hello, sir. Welcome to Northgate Material Wholesalers, Inc." Her voice pitched just a touch too high. "Do you have an appointment?" "I'm here to see Mr. Warren. Name's Russell." The change was instantaneous. Her shoulders relaxed, and the smile became genuine. "Oh. Mr. Russell. Mr. Warren said to send you straight up to the top floor. Please, follow me." The elevator ride passed in professional silence, though Russell caught the receptionist sneaking glances at him in the mirrored walls. When they reached the executive floor, she knocked once before opening the door. "Mr. Warren? Mr. Russell has arrived." "Excellent. Thank you, Sarah. You may go." Russell stepped into an office that screamed money, from the panoramic city view to the mahogany furniture that probably cost more than most people's cars. But what truly commanded attention was the man behind the desk. Warren didn't just sit in his chair, he occupied it, his considerable bulk flowing over the armrests like a well-dressed avalanche. Russell had seen large people before, but Warren took it to an art form. Director Blake's new disciple. Warren's voice boomed with genuine warmth. "Such a talented young man. Please, call me Warren, no need for formalities." "Same generation as senior sister," Russell noted. "No need to play the respectful junior." "Thank you for accommodating me on such short notice," Russell said, getting straight to business. "No point in dancing around the matter." Warren's eyes' narrow slits in his round face studied Russell with surprising sharpness. "You and your senior sister certainly have different personalities." A chuckle shook his frame. "She only deals with us because she's too anxious to say no to persistent salespeople. There can't be many people with social anxiety that severe," Russell thought, keeping his expression neutral. "Here are your materials." Warren slid a thick envelope across the desk. Russell placed his trade items, the waters of Styx and bowl of 5 flavors, on the polished surface before examining the envelope's contents. Alongside the expected materials, a black card edged in gold caught his eye. "What's this?" "Our black gold membership." Warren's smile widened. "VIP treatment at any of our locations. Consider it an investment in future business." "Much appreciated." Russell pocketed the card without hesitation. "No point in false modesty." "What about the handling fee?" "Normally, a blue quality material of the same level." Warren waved a meaty hand. "But for a first-time customer? Let's call it a welcome gift." Russell's poker face held, but internally he winced. Blue quality for every trade? That's highway robbery at higher levels. A diamond-level trade would cost a fortune in fees alone. Clearly, Warren hadn't built this empire on charity. "Very generous of you." Russell stood, materials secured. "I won't take up more of your time. Always a pleasure doing business with Blake's students." Warren's eyes glinted. "Do come again." Outside, Russell took a deep breath of crisp air. Something about Warren's parting look suggested the man was already calculating future profits. "Probably wondering if he can lure me away from teacher's influence," Russell mused. But that was a concern for another day. Right now, he had his first silver-level card to create. Back in his workshop, Russell spread the materials across his desk like a general planning a campaign. The blade of immortality gleamed with an inner light, while the old sword saint seemed to radiate ancient wisdom. His fingers hovered over the two-faced idol. To add or not to add? He turned the material over in his hands. Anohana wasn't truly two-faced, more like a sleeping volcano wearing a flower crown. Gentle on the surface, molten death beneath. 3 materials it is, he decided, setting the idol aside. No point overcomplicating his first attempt at reverse progression card making. The concept had been percolating since his conversation with Director Blake. Most cards grew stronger linearly past to present to future. But what about characters who peaked early? Who traded their edge for something else? Anohana was perfect for this experiment. The legendary first Kenpeki who became a healer. The killer who chose life over death. And crucially, she'd already appeared in Yoriaki's story, which should ease the reality judgment. Russell's pencil moved across the blank card, sketching a serene woman with her hair in a long braid draped over her chest. Time to test his theory. Taking a steadying breath, he activated the card creation process and entered that mysterious space. Please begin compiling your story. Here goes nothing, Russell thought, and began to weave his narrative. After the war with the Invisible Empire, the Soul Society entered a rare period of peace. For most, this was a blessing. For Retsu Anohana, who lived for the thrill of battle, it was suffocating. The energy around him remained stable. Good start. Having mastered the healing arts, she sought new thrills by hunting the worst criminals in Rukanga. It was during one such hunt that she heard whispers of a new villain in West 80th District Yoriichi Tsujikuni, whose talent with a blade was generating fearsome rumors. As the self-proclaimed Yachiryu, the greatest villain in Soul Society's history who claimed mastery of all sword styles, Anohana's interest was piqued. She who had been defeated only by Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni himself, who had traded her position as the 11th Division's captain for something different. Here was potential. Here was possibility. Russell held his breath as the energy fluctuated, then stabilized. The connection to his existing Yoriichi card was taking hold. Their first meeting was disappointing. Yoriichi's spiritual pressure was laughably weak. After their brief clash left only a tiny cut on her cheek, Anohana left him with words that burned, "If you want revenge, come find me in the Siritii." A century passed in what felt like moments. The weak soul from the slums had become captain of the 5th Division. The fruit had ripened. When Anohana came calling again, she found not a boy playing with swords, but a man who had found his purpose and his wife, Yuta. Their battle shook the very foundations of Soul Society. In the end, Yoriichi's blade stopped just an inch below her throat. Just 1 inch from ending the legend of Yachiryu. Sorry for borrowing your backstory, Zaraki, Russell thought, seamlessly weaving elements that would allow for future advancement paths. After that defeat, Anohana transformed. The 11th Division's berserker became the 4th Division's gentle healer, her braid carefully positioned to hide that telling scar. No one since had witnessed the Bankai of Anohana Yachiryu. In the aftermath of Aizen's betrayal, she deployed her Shikai Minajiki, the manta ray that swallows the wounded whole and heals them from within. The energy around Russell crescendoed, then settled into a harmonious hum. Success. Back in reality, Russell caught the materializing card with practiced ease. The refinement process flowed through him like second nature now. Captain of the 4th Division Retsu Anohana level, Silver quality, Red category, Creature skills Kid mastery, can use Kid spells numbered 90 and below Ho, Flash step, controls spirit particles for high-speed movement Zanpakut, Shikai, Minajiki, transforms her blade into a one-eyed, manta ray creature capable of flight, transport and healing those swallowed characteristics Reaper, greatly increased damage against spirit-type monsters Yachiryu, hidden, enemies who mistake the 4th Division captain for mere support will learn the true sharpness of her blade miraculous hands, substantial bonus when casting healing kite introduction, can a killer truly retract her fangs? Advancement, Silver captain of the 4th Division Retsu Anohana Emerald the 1st Kenpeki Anohana Yachiryu. Bond, when appearing with Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni and others, activates 1st generation Godei 13 activated bond, 1st generation Godei 13, 2/13, bond effect, cards with this bond gain increased attack power when deployed together. Red quality. Russell frowned at the card. With 2 gold materials in the mix, he'd hoped for something more spectacular. What quality are teachers' cards, I wonder? The mention of colored quality from his first meeting with Zephyr Flynn took on new meaning. Perhaps red wasn't the ceiling after all. All kid below 90. A grin spread across his face. My first true ranged caster. Sure, Anohana was essentially a sword-obsessed maniac in healer's clothing, but compared to his other cards, she was practically a mage. The advancement cap at emerald level was slightly disappointing, as was the missing bond with Yoriichi. Then understanding dawned, the bond specified Anohana Yachiryu, not her current form. The synergy would only activate after advancement. Clever, he admitted. Force me to invest in advancement to unlock full potential. With anticipation thrumming through his veins, Russell activated the card. Time to meet the 4th Division's captain and the sleeping monster beneath her gentle smile. End of Chapter 101. Chapter 104, Chapter 102, My Blade Isn't So Bad. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsage_jadhav0869. The air shimmered, and Retsu Anohana materialized before Russell in all her deceptive glory. Her long braid draped elegantly over her chest, while the white captain's haori billowed around her form, concealing more than it revealed. Everything about her radiated maternal warmth and gentle wisdom. Please give me more guidance in the future, Russell, she said, her smile as soft as spring rain. Yeah, right. Russell wasn't buying the act for a second. Behind that serene expression lurked the most terrifying killer in Soul Society's history, a woman who'd earned the title Yachiryu by mastering every sword style known to the afterlife, then inventing a few more just for fun. As if reading his thoughts, Anohana's smile never wavered, but her autumn-clear eyes narrowed ever so slightly. I feel as if you're thinking something rather rude, Russell. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Note to self: never play poker with someone who's had centuries to perfect their fake smile. Ahem. He scrambled for a subject change. Speaking of which, Captain Anohana, could you explain your Yachiryu, hidden characteristic? The description was a bit vague. Her expression shifted to one of gentle distress, though Russell suspected even that was calculated. According to the information in my mind, I can access my true swordsmanship when my condition is, shall we say, reduced. Ah! Russell nodded slowly. The old hurt me and find out special. It made perfect sense, actually. Until the final arc of her story, Anohana had played the role of benevolent healer so perfectly that most forgot she was anything else. And that deception would serve him beautifully in battle. He could already picture it, enemies breaking through his front line, targeting the fragile healer in the back. They'd expect an easy kill, maybe some desperate defensive kid. Instead, they'd meet Yachiryu's blade. The thought made him grin. And if they ignore her? Well, a level 90 kid spell would remind them why that was a mistake. Speaking of swords, Russell said, schooling his features into seriousness, I have a blade of my own. Perhaps we could exchange pointers. Anohana's gaze swept the cramped bedroom, one eyebrow rising delicately. Here. Russell's nod was perhaps a bit too eager. The next morning, Russell groaned as he rolled out of bed, one hand pressed to his lower back. Every muscle ached in ways he hadn't known muscles could ache. Silver level is really different, he muttered, stretching carefully. Thank God arrogance had been strengthening his physique to black iron level over the past month. Without that enhancement, last night's sparring session might have actually killed him. Though what a way to go, he thought with a stupid grin. He'd faced the greatest villain in Soul Society's history and emerged victorious. His swordsmanship had proven superior, his blade finding its mark again and again until she'd finally conceded defeat. My blade isn't so bad at all, he declared to his reflection, hands on hips in triumph. After a quick shower to wash away the evidence of battle, Russell checked his phone for messages. Mr. Stern, Russell, your admission procedures have been completed. The relevant materials will be sent to your home in the next 2 days. Please be sure to check for them. Mr. Stern? Russell scratched his head, then remembered the admissions officer from Northgate University. Russell, got it. He switched to the loving family group chat Hazel had added him to. Still silent. Probably all off in secret realms or saving the world, he mused. With Director Blake's personality, his disciples would definitely be the heroic type. And heroes were always busy. February 2nd, first day of spring semester. Boom. The ground shook as something massive landed at the Ethelgard campus entrance. The early morning crowd scattered, then turned to stare at what could only be described as a nightmare-made flesh, a towering humanoid figure wrapped in writhing black and red tentacles. Holy shit, is a secret organization attacking? What kind of death wish is that? This is the Ethelgard campus. Right? If you're gonna pick a fight with Northgate University, at least start with one of the weaker campuses. The students had a point. Ethelgard housed the prestigious card-making department, staffed by emerald-level professors and several diamond-level masters. Attacking here was like punching a sleeping dragon in the snout. Wait, is that a creature card? Has to be. But I've never seen anything like it in the department catalog. Maybe someone made it over winter break. Okay, but where's the card maker? Their answer came as the monstrous form began deflating like a punctured balloon, the tentacles retracting and condensing until only a young man remained, looking remarkably unbothered by his dramatic entrance. What the hell kind of card was that? No idea. Never seen anything like it. Anyone recognize him? Nope. Definitely not from our department. Russell, blissfully aware of every whispered comment thanks to Arrogance's enhanced hearing, decided to take pity on the confused crowd. He approached two students who had the unmistakable air of card-making majors, one thin and nervous, the other round and confident. "Excuse me," he said, producing his admission letter. "Could you point me toward this classroom?" The thin student accepted the letter with the reverence due to official documents, scanning it carefully. "You're starting half a year late." His friend smacked his arm. "Can't you read? Look at the date, January 28th of this year." Then his own confusion kicked in. "Wait, we're accepting students mid-year now? Since when?" Russell shrugged with practiced nonchalance. "Early admission. I got lucky." When it became clear he wasn't offering more details, the thin student pivoted. "You have your student ID, right?" Understanding the real question, "Are you actually supposed to be here?" Russell produced his ID and swiped through the security gate with theatrical precision. The scanner's cheerful beep silenced any doubts. "Now then," he said, turning back with a winning smile, "about those directions." The two students exchanged glances. Whatever they'd expected from their Monday morning, it wasn't this. "Follow the main path to the Crystal Tower," the round one said finally. "Third floor, East Wing. Can't miss it." "Thanks." Russell gave a casual wave and strolled into campus, leaving behind a growing crowd of curious onlookers. End of this chapter. Throw power stones please. Chapter 105, Chapter 103, Showtime. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsh_jadhav0869. The twins exchanged loaded glances, disbelief written across their faces. Sure, early admissions happened, but starting halfway through the academic year? That was unheard of. Russell could practically see the gears turning in their heads. Either he was some bigwig spoiled brat who'd waltzed in through the back door, or he was talented enough to make Northgate University bend its own rules. After that monstrous entrance display, they were clearly leaning toward the latter. "Well then," Heath said, his entire demeanor shifting from cautious to eager. "Welcome to Northgate. Let me see that address again." Keith read over his brother's shoulder, his thin frame practically vibrating with excitement. "Card-making department, class of 2024. Class 1. That's our class!" Heath exclaimed, then caught himself. "I mean, what are the odds?" At the door to classroom 1, Russell turned to his impromptu guides. "Thanks for showing me the way." "No problem." Heath waved off the gratitude. We were heading here anyway. Besides, we're classmates now. Keith nodded silently, though Russell caught the curious gleam in his eyes. The trio entered to find several students already seated, early birds who preferred claiming their preferred spots. The moment they saw the twins with an unfamiliar face, the questions started. Who's the new guy? Heath, Keith, what's going on? Heath opened his mouth, closed it, then scratched his head sheepishly. It's complicated. Miss Hazel will probably explain when she gets here. You think she'll actually explain? Keith's dry tone cut through his brother's optimism. Well. Heath deflated slightly. Good point. Miss Hazel? Russell's stomach dropped. No. There's no way they'd let someone with severe social anxiety work as a counselor. Then again, if she was already teaching at Northgate, adding counselor duties wouldn't be that much of a stretch. It wasn't exactly a high-interaction job. As 9 o'clock approached, more students filtered in, each doing a double take at Russell's presence. The whispers grew louder, speculation running wild. Then, precisely as the clock struck 9, a familiar figure glided into the room. Turtleneck sweater, intellectual air, and an expression that suggested she'd rather be anywhere else. Of course it's her. Russell buried his face in his hands. Hazel's eyes found him immediately, lighting up with something that might have been excitement on anyone else. Her lips parted as if to speak, then pressed together in a thin line. Russell, Heath whispered urgently, don't let Miss Hazel's appearance fool you. She's actually really nice. Super generous with leave approvals. But Russell was already standing, cutting through the awkward silence like a blade. Every eye in the room tracked his movement as he walked to the front. Senior sister, shall I introduce myself? The classroom erupted in confused murmurs. Senior sister? What senior sister? Before anyone could process that bombshell, Russell turned to face the class with easy confidence. Hello everyone. I'm Russell, from New Metro. I'm grateful to Northgate University for this opportunity. Starting today, I'm your classmate. Please take care of me. The silence that followed was deafening. Then, like a dam breaking, the whispers flooded back. A transfer student? Whose kid is he? This is insane, I've never seen anything like this. Russell returned to his seat, unperturbed by the storm of speculation. Russell, Heath leaned in, voice pitched low, what did you mean by senior sister? Exactly what it sounds like. Russell's shrug was casual. Director Blake Whitmore is my teacher. Heath's jaw dropped. What? 1 day later. News traveled fast in the card-making department. By Tuesday morning, everyone knew Russell was Blake Whitmore's newest disciple, which explained both his unusual admission and his relationship with their socially anxious counselor. Standing at the base of the mountain, Russell gazed up at the winding path. So our practical class is held up there. The Ethelgard campus was unique among universities, with actual mountains incorporated into its grounds. The card-making department had claimed one entirely for their use. Not just on the mountain, Heath corrected, puffing out his chest with pride. The entire mountain is our classroom. Keith, ever practical, added, though first years mostly stick to the summit. We're not quite ready to reshape entire mountainsides yet. Russell filed that information away. From his observations, most first years were bronze level, with only a handful reaching silver. Heath himself was apparently close to breaking through, which seemed to be the norm for ambitious students. Come on, Keith called, summoning a massive mastiff that looked more bear than dog. Class starts in 5 minutes. Russell watched him scramble onto the creature's back before calling forth Pidgeot. The symbiote-enhanced bird drew appreciative stares as they ascended. At the summit, Russell finally understood how someone with Hazel's condition managed practical instruction. She stood beside a massive blackboard, letting her writing do the talking. A cardmaker's method of self-protection in wild battle. Oh, shit. Keith's face went pale. Why today? What's wrong with this topic? Russell asked, noting similar expressions of dread on other students' faces. This exercise teaches survival in real combat situations, Heath explained, looking queasy. The catch? We can't use any cards that act independently. Just us versus. A figure materialized beside Hazel, a middle-aged man in traditional Taoist robes, fingers already weaving symbols in the air. With a gesture, he summoned a yellow turban warrior that made the ones at Hazel's manor look like children's toys. This one radiated controlled violence. The warrior strode to the center of the clearing, muscles rippling beneath its yellow garb. Who will go first? The summit fell silent. Students suddenly found the ground, the sky, their shoes anything but the warrior fascinating. Finally, a voice piped up from the crowd. Ms. Hazel, why don't we let Russell go first? We're all curious about his capabilities. And there it is. Russell felt every eye turned to him, could practically taste their skepticism. They thought he was a connected rich kid playing at being a card maker. They hadn't considered why someone like Blake Whitmore would accept him as a disciple. Hazel's gaze found his, questioning. Russell sighed and stepped forward. Fine. I'll go first. The crowd parted, creating a rough circle with him and the warrior at its center. Students jostled for the best viewing positions, phones discreetly appearing to record what they expected to be a humiliating beatdown. The yellow turban warrior bowed deeply. I apologize for the offense, young master. So it recognizes me through Hazel, Russell noted. Doesn't mean it'll hold back. The warrior vanished. One heartbeat. The reappearance came with a thunderous fist already carving through the air toward Russell's face, fast enough to blur, strong enough to shatter stone. Time seemed to slow. Then two voices spoke in perfect synchronization, one calm and controlled, the other gleefully unhinged. I've really been underestimated, senior sister. The mountaintop held its breath, waiting to see what would happen when that devastating fist made contact with the mysterious new student. End of chapter 103. Underscore 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 un. Author here. Well, this is no promotion, but which seems like it bust. I have two friends who are eating my ears out for 2 weeks saying promote their books in my stories. I tried to tell them this not a fucking YouTube for promotion or Google ads, but they don't seem to get it, so to get over with, here is their names, bear with it as I am. Marvel, I'm Kamen Rider, this guy is in shock because he is not gaining attention. Marvel, I'm Hermione, this guy got some attention and he wants more of it. Write something for them on their stories so both of them get a stroke so I could laugh seeing their face. Sayonara. Chapter 106, Chapter 104, First Class. For advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsH_JADHAV0869. Boom. The impact echoed across the mountaintop like thunder. Where Russell had stood, a nightmare now crouched, a black and red monstrosity that had caught the yellow turban warrior's devastating punch in one clawed hand. The ground beneath them shattered, spiderweb fractures racing outward from the point of impact. The watching students recoiled, some stumbling backward, others frozen in shock. Even Heath and Keith, who'd witnessed the transformation at the school gate, felt their breath catch. What the hell is that thing? It looks like something out of a horror movie. Is that really a card? It seems almost alive. In the center of the impromptu arena, the symbiote-enhanced Russell tilted his head, studying the yellow turban warrior whose fist remained trapped in his grip. The creature's face, if that nightmare of teeth and tendrils could be called a face, split into an impossibly wide grin. My turn now. The words came in stereo, one voice calm and measured, the other gleefully unhinged. The warrior's eyes widened, the only warning before Russell moved. A blade of living shadow carved through the air with a banshee's wail. Students screamed. The warrior twisted desperately, and for a heartbeat, it seemed it might escape. Then an arm went spinning through the air, trailing golden mist. The warrior had survived, but at a cost. Missing its right arm, it stumbled backward, trying to regroup. Russell didn't give it the chance. Black and red tentacles erupted from his form, moving with predatory intelligence. They wrapped around the warrior's limbs, constricting like hungry serpents. The creature struggled, its remaining hand clawing at the appendages, but might as well have been fighting the tide. Russell's monstrous hand engulfed the warrior's head. Students winced at the sound like crushing melon before the creature dissolved into smoke, leaving only a single bean rolling in the dust. Silence blanketed the mountaintop. Russell turned to Hazel, Arrogance's alien features somehow managing to convey polite inquiry. "Senior sister, is there anything else?" Hazel shook her head minutely. This exercise tested survival instincts, not combat prowess. The warrior she'd summoned was merely bronze level with blue quality, challenging for students forbidden from using independent creature cards, but clearly insufficient for her junior brother. She tapped a perfect score into her phone with the ghost of a smile. Around them, the spell broke, and excited chatter erupted. "Holy shit! In 6 months, no one's ever beaten Ms. Hazel's warrior. We usually just try to survive the full minute. Did you see how fast he moved? That thing is insane. No wonder they made an exception for him. The guy's a monster literally." The students had spent half a year learning to dodge, block, and endure. They'd celebrated lasting 30 seconds as a victory. And here was Russell, dismantling their nemesis like it was made of paper. As Arrogance retreated into his body, Russell addressed Hazel directly. "I didn't feel any pressure, senior sister. Was that intentional?" Her response came whisper soft. "First class. Couldn't gauge your level. Used class average as baseline." "That makes sense." The warrior hadn't been weak, those ground fractures proved its strength. It simply hadn't expected to face something like Arrogance, with its combination of battle master enhancement and symbiotic unpredictability. Noticing Hazel's discomfort with the growing crowd noise, Russell raised his voice. "Next." The students startled, then quickly organized themselves. The Taoist beside Hazel summoned another warrior, and the real class began. What followed was educational. Russell watched his classmates take their turns, wincing sympathetically as they were systematically demolished. Some lasted longer than others. A girl with impressive footwork managed nearly a full minute, while a boy with earth-based defensive skills turned himself into a walking bunker. But none came close to victory. Holden could probably manage it, Russell mused, remembering their sparring sessions. Maybe a few others from New Metro's special class. But these were regular students, talented enough to enter Northgate but not groomed for combat from childhood. They were learning the hard way that card makers needed personal defense skills, not just powerful summons. When the class finally ended, bruised students limped down the mountain path, comparing injuries and swapping stories of their defeats. "Russell, that was incredible." Heath bounded over, eyes shining with hero worship. "I saw the transformation before, but watching you fight. Are you interested in joining the Battle Club?" "Battle Club?" Russell blinked. "We have one of those. Every school with a card-making department has one." Heath's enthusiasm was infectious. "It's not just for fun either. There's a massive competition every June. Universities from across the country send their best fighters." "Let me guess," Russell said dryly, "the prizes are worth the effort." "Worth it?" Heath's eyes went dreamy. "Last year, the team winners got access to a welfare secret realm. The individual champion? A complete set of gold-level materials. A full set." Russell's interest sharpened. That meant at least 3 perfectly matched components, probably high-quality ones given the competition's prestige. Gold-level materials of that caliber could produce something truly special. "Any restrictions?" he asked, already suspecting the answer. Only freshmen and sophomores can compete, Heath confirmed. Makes sense when you think about it. Juniors are off doing internships, and it keeps things balanced. No gold-level seniors crushing bronze freshmen. Russell nodded. The age limit prevented the competition from becoming a one-sided slaughter while ensuring schools showcased their rising talent, not their established powerhouses. Silver versus bronze was manageable, gold versus bronze would be a massacre. So, Heath practically vibrated with anticipation. Will you join? With your strength, we could actually have a shot this year. Russell considered. The materials alone made it worthwhile, and he suspected the welfare secret realm held treasures beyond imagination. Plus, regular combat practice wouldn't hurt. When do you meet? He asked. Heath's grin could have powered a small city. Every Tuesday and Thursday evening. Oh man, the others are going to flip when they see what you can do. We might actually make it past preliminaries this year. As they descended the mountain, Russell half listened to Heath's excited planning. His mind was already calculating 4 months until June, time enough to prepare something special. The national competition would be interesting indeed. End of Chapter 104. Please throw power stones. Chapter 107, Chapter 105. Advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsage_jadhav0869. The crisp mountain air carried a faint chill as Russell and Heath made their way down the winding path from the summit, the gravel crunching under their boots like tiny echoes of the earlier battles. The practical class had been a rush, leaving Russell with a satisfying ache in his muscles and a mind buzzing with new possibilities. But amid the high of his victory, a nagging question that had been simmering in his thoughts for weeks finally bubbled to the surface. He glanced at Heath, who was still riding the wave of excitement from the fight, his face flushed and eyes bright like a kid who'd just unlocked a rare card in a game. Speaking of which, Russell started, his voice casual but laced with genuine curiosity as he kicked a loose stone off the path, watching it tumble down the slope into the underbrush below. It's pretty hard to snag new materials during regular classes, right? I mean, how are we supposed to keep progressing with our card creations if we're stuck scraping by? The words hung in the air, heavy with the frustration of every card maker who'd ever hit a wall. Without fresh resources, growth stalled. It was like trying to level up in a game with no loot drops. And seeing how most of his classmates were already pushing toward silver, relying on outdated bronze cards felt like bringing a knife to a spell duel. Heath paused mid-step, turning to Russell with a knowing grin that crinkled the corners of his eyes, the kind of smile that said he'd fielded this question a dozen times before. Ah, yeah, that's the classic newbie worry, he said, clapping Russell on the shoulder with a friendly thud that nearly knocked him off balance. There was a reassuring warmth in Heath's tone, like an older brother sharing hard-won wisdom. Don't sweat it too much. For freshmen and sophomores like us, the school hooks us up with these practical training courses. It's basically our ticket to real-world grinding. We dive into secret realms for what they call cleanup duty. Sounds boring, but it's where the good stuff happens. Cleanup duty. Russell repeated, his brow furrowing in confusion as he stopped walking, crossing his arms over his chest. The term conjured images of mops and buckets, not the adrenaline-pumping chaos of realm exploration. A flicker of skepticism crossed his face, mixed with a spark of intrigue. After all, anything involving secret realms meant potential for rare finds, but it also screamed danger. What, like sweeping up after the pros? Doesn't sound very glamorous. Heath chuckled, a deep, rumbling sound that echoed off the trees lining the path, his breath misting in the cool air. He seemed amused by Russell's reaction, like he'd seen that same puzzled look on every fresh face. Nat, it's not as lame as it sounds. Think of it as the association doing the heavy lifting first. They send in their elite teams to blaze through a new secret realm, taking out the big bosses, mapping the place, and clearing the major threats. Once that's done and the realm's mostly tamed, they let students like us in to handle the leftovers, the stragglers, minor mobs, and any hidden pockets they missed. It's got its risks, don't get me wrong, Heath added, his expression turning a shade more serious, a hint of caution in his eyes as he recalled his own close calls. You could still run into something nasty that slipped the net. But it's way safer than jumping into an uncharted mess blind. Perfect for us greenhorns to cut our teeth, build some battle smarts, and yet, stock up on materials. Plus, it gives a taste of the gig we'll be pulling after graduation, real association work. Russell's face darkened a notch as Heath's words sank in, a shadow of unease creeping over his features like a cloud blotting out the sun. Memories of the Black Flag secret realm surged unbidden, the heart-pounding chaos, the razor-edge danger, the sting of loss that still lingered like a scar. That mission had been insanely perilous for students, way beyond what Heath described as cleanup. Piecing it with Marcus's shady dealings and the behind-the-scenes manipulations, a cold certainty settled in Russell's chest. His suspicions were dead on. That whole ordeal had been rigged, far from standard procedure. The thought left a bitter knot in his stomach, his fists clenching slightly at his sides, but he shoved it down deep. No point dwelling here, not with friends around. Suppressing the turbulent emotions swirling inside him, he managed a nod, his voice steady despite the inner storm. All right, that tracks sounds like a smart setup, keeps us progressing without throwing us to the wolves too soon. He shot a glance at Heath and Keith, appreciating their easy camaraderie. It was nice to have people who explained things without making him feel like an outsider. Lead the way to this battle club, then. I'm curious to see if it's worth the hype. Their morning practical class had wrapped up early, leaving the afternoon wide open for whatever caught their fancy, the perfect time to check out extracurriculars. The Battle Club's headquarters was conveniently nestled right next to the card-making department's teaching building, a rugged, fortified structure built like a bunker with thick, reinforced walls designed to contain the explosive chaos of duels and training sessions. Given the bronze to silver level of most members, the club's potential for destruction was no joke, so they often expanded into the nearby mountain forests for larger-scale bouts, where the natural terrain, jagged rocks, dense thickets, and steep drops added layers of strategy and unpredictability, turning simple spars into heart-racing simulations of real-world combat. Since classes had only just kicked off, the club was sparsely populated when they arrived, a handful of dedicated members lounging in the common area, some fiddling with cards over a table strewn with notes and energy drinks, others chatting animatedly about recent realm hauls or debating card synergies. The air hummed with low-key energy, the faint scent of sweat and ozone from recent practice lingering like a badge of honor. Heath led Russell straight to the instructor's office, a cluttered den packed with strategy boards scrawled with tactical diagrams, dusty tournament trophies lining the shelves like silent guardians, and towering stacks of material catalogs threatening to topple over. The instructor, a bald middle-aged man with a physique that hinted at past glory now softened by time, was lounging at his desk, feet propped up and scrolling through a tablet with the casual air of someone who'd rather be anywhere but buried in paperwork. "Coach Carter," Heath called out, poking his head in with a grin that showed he was no stranger to the place, his voice carrying a mix of respect and familiarity. "Got a classmate here who's interested in joining the battle club and diving right in." Coach Carter blinked in mild surprise, lowering his tablet as he swung his feet down with a thud, sitting up a bit straighter in his creaky chair. "Hold up, is there anyone in the department not already signed up? Or is this kid from another major?" After all, card-making students usually jumped on the club bandwagon from day one. It was basically a rite of passage for anyone aiming to sharpen their edge. Before Heath could launch into the details, Russell stepped forward with a polite nod, his tone calm and direct. "Coach, I'm Russell." The name clicked like a lock turning, and Carter's eyes widened as recognition dawned. "Oh. You're Director Blake's new apprentice, aren't you? Should have figured. Here, fill this out." He slid a form across the desk, his demeanor shifting from laid-back to warmly accommodating, like he'd just realized he was dealing with someone who came with a golden stamp of approval. Heath muttered, "I'm not jealous, I'm not jealous." Under his breath like a chant, his face twitching with a mix of envy and amusement. When he joined, there'd been entry tests, nothing brutal, but still hurdles to clear. Russell? A name drop and bam, in like Flynn. Russell jotted down his basics swiftly, the pen scratching across the paper in the quiet office, then looked up with determination gleaming in his eyes. Coach Carter, I'd like to aim for a main team spot right off the bat. Carter's face twisted into an awkward grimace, rubbing the back of his neck as he leaned back, the chair groaning in protest. Well, the main roster's all filled up at the moment, and I can't just rejig the lineup on a whim. He assumed Russell was pulling the mentor card to skip the queue, a move he'd seen from privileged kids before, though it always left a sour note. Heath tugged at Russell's sleeve, whispering urgently with a worried furrow on his brow. Russell, heads up, the mains are all silver-level sophomores. They're no pushovers, earned their spots through blood and sweat. Russell's calm voice sliced through the tension like a well-honed blade, his expression steady and unyielding. I'm silver level 2. Let's go. Words out, someone's challenging a main in the battle club. Again? Happens every other week. But it's a freshman this time. Footsteps pounded through the card-making building's halls, the buzz spreading like wildfire in a dry forest. News of freshman Russell taking on a main teamer had everyone dropping what they were doing. Back in the club, Heath gawked at Russell like he'd grown a second head. You're silver? For real? No wonder he was the only silver freshman around, and Russell's early admit made him a year younger. The gap felt insane, like discovering a hidden prodigy in their midst. Russell shrugged modestly, though a spark of pride flickered in his eyes. Got lucky with a breakthrough recently, timing worked out. So you've got a silver card to back it up? Heath pushed, his curiosity burning like a forge, eyes wide with anticipation. Russell shot him an odd look, a smirk tugging at his lips. If I didn't, you think I'd challenge a main? That's just asking for a beatdown. Heath choked on his words, face reddening as he rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. Meanwhile, the club filled with gawkers, the air thick with whispers and excitement, the common area packed shoulder to shoulder. Sophomore Grant's here, Heath murmured, nodding at a crew-cut guy striding in, exuding confidence like an aura you could feel. Grant was baffled at first. Coach Carter's message had seemed like a bad joke, but after double-checking, it was real. A silver freshman wanted a shot at him. Kid's got guts, but he's green as grass, Grant thought with a smirk, cracking his knuckles as he sized up the crowd. Time to show him the real gap between new blood and veterans who've bled for their rank. Carter spotted Grant, his voice cutting through the murmurs as he addressed both challengers. You're both here. Rules are the standard card maker duel basics, no lethal intent, focus on skill and strategy. No need to rehash the details, you've all been through this. Russell versus Grant. Begin. As Carter's words dropped like a starting pistol, Nami, Luffy, Yoriichi Tsujikuni, and Retsu Anohana materialized before Russell in a flash of radiant light, their presences filling the space with a mix of power and synergy. This was his first silver vs silver showdown. He wasn't about to hold back, his heart racing with the electric buzz of competition. Grant sensed the auras rolling off them, his sneer deepening as he assessed the lineup with a critical eye. Iron? Bronze? And just one silver? You're challenging me with that ragtag crew? His voice dripped with disdain, but there was a flicker of wariness he knew better than to underestimate completely. The edge is mine, Grant declared, his own summons erupting in a surge of energy, ready to clash. End of this chapter. Throw power stones please. Chapter 108, Chapter 106, The First Kenpeki. Advance/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsage_jathav0869. Note, I have made some changes to the novel. The names and terms will less Chinese. Grant's response was immediate. 2 silver-level cards materialized in bursts of magical energy: a fierce crimson-skinned demon warrior with rippling muscles, and a 6-armed celestial beauty whose seductive appearance contrasted sharply with the wicked scimitars in each hand. Are all silver cards just upgraded versions of their bronze counterparts? Russell mused, feeling the magical aura roll off Grant's summons like heat from a forge. He approached this battle with measured calm. Winning would establish his position, but losing held lessons too. His first real silver-level duel deserved respect. Still, that smirk on Grant's face, it presented opportunities. Heath had briefed him earlier about Grant's cards both from the prestigious 8 Guardian series. Russell had encountered similar demon warriors before, Jansen Crow's Dragon Palace variant, but Grant's emanated far superior power. Not quite legendary tier, those would be gold level minimum, but formidable nonetheless. Across the battlefield, Yoriaki's hand moved to his blade's hilt, magical power building like a dam about to burst. Destroy all evil spirits and burn everything to ash. Hiruzen. Golden red flames erupted across the mountaintop. The temperature spiked so suddenly that students stumbled backward, sleeves raised to shield their faces from the searing heat. Holy shit, Russell's got tricks. Heath's eyes went white as dinner plates. Keith felt his hair literally curling from the heat waves. That one card alone, it's matching our main team's aces. The roaring flames suddenly contracted, condensing onto Yoriaki's form until he blazed like a living sun. His blade gleamed white-hot, the air around him shimmering with distortion that blurred his features into something otherworldly. Interesting. Grant's eyes sharpened with genuine interest. But flame alone won't breach my defenses. Yoriachi exhaled slowly, sparks dancing on his breath. Then his blade moved. Hundreds of golden red crescents tore through the air, each one screaming with heat that left after images burned into watching retinas. The attack painted the sky in fire. The demon warrior's expression never changed. Golden runes materialized around it, glowing symbols that wove together into a translucent wall. The flame blades crashed against the barrier in a cacophony of explosions. Boom! The runic wall trembled, cracks spider webbing across its surface, but held firm. Smoke and embers rained down, but Grant's cards stood untouched. Perfect! While everyone focused on the fireworks, Nami had already stepped forward, Climatak spinning lazily in her grip. Sometimes, Russell knew, you had to sacrifice pieces to control the board. The six-armed warrior moved like liquid shadow. One moment Nami stood ready, the next, a scimitar passed through her midsection. She looked down at the blade with mild surprise before her form began dissolving into motes of light. Nami! Luffy's roar shook the mountain itself, raw fury transforming his usually cheerful features into something primal. Steam erupted from his body as he bit down on his thumb. His arm inflated grotesquely, ballooning to impossible proportions as Gear Third activated. Gum gum! Giant pistol! The fist that flew forward could have crushed a building. The shockwave alone sent spectators tumbling, and when it connected, boom! The entire mountaintop lurched. Students grabbed each other for support as the ground bucked beneath them like an angry beast. That's silver-level power from a bronze card. How is that even possible? I don't think all my cards combined could tank that. Heath and Keith exchanged meaningful glances, pieces clicking into place. Russell wasn't powerful because he was Blake's disciple, he was Blake's disciple because he was this powerful. They'd had it backwards the whole time. Grant's confidence never wavered. 8 Guardian Bond shared defensive boost. The runic wall, despite its spider web of cracks, somehow held against Luffy's devastating assault. Defense still holding. Grant's the real deal. Russell's in trouble now. He's just a freshman, bit off more than he could chew. Why hasn't he used his silver card yet? The crowd could see the toll. Luffy's form was already shrinking, the price of such power obvious. But while they focused on the obvious, 90th seal, Black Coffin. The gentle voice cut through the chaos like silk through steel. Power gathered, not explosive like Yoriaki's flames, but deep and crushing like ocean pressure. Reality itself seemed to hold its breath. A massive black coffin materialized around both Grant's cards, its surfaces gleaming with an oil-slick darkness that hurt to look at directly. Then, from every angle, pitch-black spears materialized and plunged inward. A caster. Grant's realization came too late. While he'd focused on the flashy melee, Anohana had been weaving something far more dangerous. The coffin dissolved like morning mist. Where the runic wall had stood, only fragments remained. Both the demon warrior and six-armed celestial bore countless hairline cuts, golden ichor seeping from wounds that shouldn't have been possible. Tougher than expected, Russell noted, but the turtle's shell had cracked. Victory was just a matter of pressure now. Grant's easy confidence evaporated like water on hot stone. The scent of his own defeat hung in the air, acrid and undeniable. Can't let this continue. New strategy. Demon pins down the bronze threats while the celestial eliminates the caster. One clean strike to a squishy mage, and golden runes erupted from the demon warrior, transforming into chains of light that lashed toward Yoriichi and Luffy. While they dodged and weaved, the six-armed warrior vanished. It reappeared behind Anohana in perfect silence, all six scimitars raised for a killing blow. Grant's got it now, someone whispered. Take out the silver card, and the rest crumble. Smart play. Shame about Russell though. Heath and Keith were already planning consolation speeches. Victory. Grant's relief was palpable. These freshmen were monsters, true, but experience still counted. His celestial warrior had reached the enemy back line, scimitars descending toward exposed neck. He glanced at Russell, expecting despair. That half-smile stopped him cold. What does he know that I don't? Metal rang against metal with a sound like a bell tolling doom. The six-armed warrior's blades had met one. Just one. Held almost casually in a delicate hand that shouldn't have been able to stop a falling leaf, much less a full-powered assault. Then the pressure hit. It wasn't magical energy in any conventional sense. This was killing intent refined to its absolute essence, the weight of countless deaths, the memory of blood-soaked centuries, the promise of violence so pure it became almost beautiful. Students dropped like wheat before a scythe, consciousness simply refusing to process what they felt. Coach Carter's cards materialized instantly, throwing up barriers to protect the crowd. No wonder you challenged the mains, he muttered, sweat beading on his scalp. Kids these days. Heath's knees gave out, only Keith's grip keeping him upright. I can't, my legs won't. It's her ability, Keith gasped out, his own voice shaking. And we're just catching the edges. Imagine being the target. Grant's worldview shattered like his runic wall. Not a caster. The woman before him bore the same face, wore the same captain's haori, but everything else had changed. Where gentle warmth had been, now only cold evaluation remained. Where healing hands had waited, now a blade that had drunk deeply of death. She moved with the economy of someone who'd long ago discarded anything unnecessary. One simple downward cut, no flourishes, no wasted motion, just the distilled essence of swordsmanship. The celestial warrior threw itself sideways. Where it had stood, the mountaintop simply ceased. A perfectly straight canyon carved itself into ancient stone, edges so clean they gleamed. Dodge. The voice that had gently cast spells now carried Winter's edge. How interesting. What kind of card is this? Grant's composure finally cracked completely. Movement at the crowd's edge caught Russell's eye. Hazel and several faculty members materializing beside Coach Carter. Their expressions ranged from concern to intrigued. What's the commotion? A middle-aged man frowned at the devastation. Who authorized silver-level duels without proper barriers? Carter's smile held no humor. A freshman challenging for main team position. The woman beside him blinked. A freshman with this kind of power. Master Blake's disciple, Carter clarified. All eyes turned to Hazel, who gave the tiniest nod of confirmation. Ah! The tension in the man's shoulders eased. The exception admission. His reputation appears understated. The conversation cut short as Anohana moved again. This time, her approach held no urgency, a gardener walking toward a weed that needed pulling. Her blade rose with deceptive slowness. Death, 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 death. Grant's mind screamed warnings his body couldn't process. The killing intent had weight now, substance, crushing down until breathing became academic. The celestial warrior scrambled backward, but there was nowhere to run from someone who'd made death itself into an art form. Teachers tensed, magical energy gathering. A figure in yellow robes materialized between Anohana and her prey. Lightning crackled around the mage's hand as he caught her descending blade with fingers that sparked and hummed. Boom! The yellow-robed figure stood unmoved, but the mountain beneath him surrendered. Stone shattered in an expanding ring, cracks racing outward until half the summit simply gave up and collapsed into the valley below. Dust billowed upward in a mushroom cloud that would be visible from the main campus. "Thank you, Ms. Hazel," one teacher exhaled shakily. "Can you imagine the headlines if other schools heard our students got injured just watching a duel?" Students found themselves standing next to summoned guardians, some clinging to the solid figures like life rafts. Grant teetered at the new cliff's edge, face pale as parchment, eyes fixed on where solid ground used to be. "Red quality," he whispered, voice cracking. "Has to be red quality. Nothing else hits like that at silver level." He'd fought gold quality cards before, even held his own. But this woman who'd returned to her gentle smile as if nothing had happened? She operated on a different scale entirely. "This year's freshmen are absurd," he concluded weakly. Russell found himself at the center of a faculty semicircle, their expressions ranging from impressed to mildly concerned about property damage. "Hello, teachers." "Hazel." He offered polite bows before turning to Carter. "So, coach main team position." Carter surveyed the renovated mountaintop with professional calm. "Granted. I'll handle any objections from Grant." A pause. "Though perhaps with less enthusiasm next time." Russell scratched his head, managing to look genuinely sheepish. "First time using my silver card in real combat. Didn't expect quite that level of renovation." The teachers nodded, understanding every card maker remembered their first time unleashing true power. After a few more pleasantries, they dispersed to assess damage and probably argue about repair budgets. Hazel lingered a moment. Her usual anxiety seemed to war with something else before she raised a tentative thumbs up. Russell grinned back, but his mind was already moving ahead. Anohana's secret is blown. Future opponents will guard against Yachiryu, hidden for sure. Still, even without the surprise factor, a healer who could pivot to ranged damage or close combat would frustrate any strategy. Need more silver cards though. His fingers found the admission papers in his pocket. Good thing Northgate throws in one pocket dimension entry per year. Time to go shopping. End of this chapter. Throw power stones please. Chapter 109, Chapter 107, Field Cards. Advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsage_jadhav0869. Russell, congratulations on becoming a core member. The twins' voices pulled Russell from his thoughts. Heath and Keith stood before him, their expressions a complex cocktail of awe, disbelief, and something that might have been envy if they weren't trying so hard to hide it. "Just lucky, I guess." Russell shrugged, channeling the casual confidence of every famous card maker who'd ever downplayed their achievements. Behind them, the mountaintop battle platform looked like a giant had taken a bite out of it. Half the summit had simply given up on existing, leaving jagged stone edges and a view that would have been scenic if it weren't so apocalyptic. The university's maintenance crew would have their work cut out for them, though Russell had seen sophomore practical classes leave worse destruction. At least he wouldn't be footing the repair bill. News traveled fast in the card-making department. Within hours, everyone knew a freshman had toppled Grant from his main member throne. The details of Russell's cards, especially Anohana's terrifying transformation, spread like wildfire through group chats and hushed cafeteria conversations. Yet despite the gossip, no one stepped forward to challenge him. Give it a week, Russell mused. Someone always gets brave after the shock wears off. The following days brought a welcome shift to theoretical classes. Russell found himself leaning forward in his seat as Professor Chen introduced a concept he'd only heard whispers about: field cards. Field cards represent a fundamental shift in combat dynamics, the professor explained, her voice carrying the weight of hard-won experience. They're exclusive to silver-level card makers and above for good reason. Their core materials only manifest in pocket dimensions of equal tier. She tapped the board, where diagrams showed overlapping magical circles. Unlike summoning cards that bring forth creatures or objects, field cards alter the battlefield itself. They don't transport you to another dimension, instead, they overlay reality with beneficial effects that amplify your card's power. Russell's pen flew across his notebook. This was the kind of advantage that could turn close battles into decisive victories. The synergy is critical, Professor Chen continued. An underworld field paired with underworld system cards creates exponential power increases. Dragon Palace fields boost aquatic cards. The combinations are limited only by your imagination and material access. A student raised her hand. How do we create them? Do we need stories like regular cards? Excellent question. The professor's smile held secrets. Field cards are unique. The mysterious space generates them automatically based on your materials and chosen system alignment. No story compilation required, but there's a catch. She paused for effect, and Russell could feel the entire class holding its breath. Field cards start weak and grow through continued investment. A silver-level card maker with 2 minor ghost cards won't generate a complete underworld realm just by throwing silver materials at it. The field reflects your current power and grows as you do. Russell's mind raced with possibilities. His One Piece series could use the Going Merry or Thousand Sunny as fields, but with Luffy and Zoro still at bronze level, that seemed premature. The Bleach series offered more immediate options, the Siritii Fortress or even the Soul King's Palace, though the former seemed more achievable given his current story foundation. Saturday morning arrived crisp and clear. Russell typed out a message while sipping coffee in his dorm. Russell, Hazel, I'm using my school-provided dimension access today. Might be gone through Monday, so I'll miss some classes. The response came instantly, surprising given the early hour. Hazel, okay. Smiley_face.jpg. She's probably been up reading all night, Russell thought fondly before switching to his next contact. Russell, Mr. Stern, I'd like to use my welfare dimension entry. Who handles that? Mr. Stern, already? That was fast. Mr. Stern, oh right, you're silver now. Forgot how quickly Director Blake's students progress. Mr. Stern, come find me on campus. I'm here today. Mr. Stern, location pin attached. The administrative building smelled of old paper and fresh coffee. Russell found the right office and knocked 3 times. Enter. Mr. Stern's office was exactly what Russell expected: organized chaos with stacks of documents threatening to topple but somehow maintaining perfect balance. The man himself looked up from behind reading glasses, setting aside what appeared to be admission forms. Russell. That was quick. His smile creased well-worn laugh lines. No need to hover by the door, come, sit. As Russell settled into the surprisingly comfortable guest chair, Mr. Stern handed him a tablet. Every association and government-controlled dimension is catalogued here. The search function's quite good. The interface was intuitive, with filters for level, material type, and danger rating. Russell scrolled through the options: iron, bronze, silver, gold, then paused. Mr. Stern, why aren't there any emerald-level dimensions listed? Sharp eye. Mr. Stern leaned back, chair creaking. Truth is, the highest fully controlled dimension in the entire Daming Federation is gold level. There are two reasons. First, dimensions of that caliber rarely manifest in inland areas, they prefer remote, high-energy locations. Second, staffing becomes impossible at Emerald tier and above. He gestured vaguely at the window, where the campus stretched out below. We're chronically short on high-level card makers. Even maintaining control over gold dimensions stretches our resources thin. Each silver dimension requires at least one gold-level card maker on permanent guard duty. Russell nodded slowly. It made sense, he'd felt Anohana's power firsthand. If silver-level cards could reshape mountains, silver-level dimensions must be nightmarish to contain. With his goal clear, Russell refined his search: silver-level dimensions producing field card core materials. The list shrank dramatically. Filth Demon Dimension produces wriggling nest pass. The name alone. Omega Dimension produces City of Life, interesting, but wrong energy for my needs. Then he found it. Silver level Night's End Banquet Dimension produces the Silent End. Perfect. The death-aligned energy would resonate beautifully with his Bleach series, potentially manifesting as a Siridae variant or something even more interesting. This one. Russell handed back the tablet. Decision made. Mr. Stern's expression shifted to knowing satisfaction. Of course. Director Blake's apprentice would naturally gravitate toward Death System materials. Following in your master's footsteps, I see. Russell kept his smile neutral. Let him think that no need to explain that his goals diverged from his teacher's underworld focus. Sometimes assumptions were useful camouflage. A few taps on the tablet later, Mr. Stern looked up. All set. Take your card maker certification to the government office in Sunset District tomorrow. They'll handle the rest. Government office. Russell's brow furrowed. Not the Card Makers Association. End of this chapter. Throw power stones, please. Chapter 110, Chapter 108, Tempting Fate. Advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsage_jadhav0869. The question hung in the air like a blade balanced on its point, ready to fall either way. Russell watched with morbid fascination as Mr. Stern's face underwent a complete metamorphosis from professional calm to startled recognition, then through several increasingly uncomfortable shades before settling on something that might charitably be called controlled panic. The office, which had felt spacious moments before, suddenly seemed to contract around them. Russell could hear everything in the suffocating silence: the mechanical tick of an antique clock on the wall, the distant hum of the building's ventilation system, even the slight wheeze in Stern's breathing as the man struggled to formulate a response. The afternoon light streaming through the blinds cast prison bar shadows across the desk, and Russell wondered if that was how Stern felt, trapped between political realities he couldn't acknowledge. Sorry, Mr. Stern. Russell backpedaled smoothly, raising both hands in what he hoped was a disarming gesture. The leather of his chair creaked as he shifted, trying to project harmless ignorance rather than the pointed curiosity that had prompted his question. Just pretend I didn't ask anything. My mistake, I'm still learning how things work here in the capital. The transformation in Stern's demeanor was almost comical, like watching a drowning man suddenly discover he could touch bottom. Color flooded back into his cheeks so quickly Russell worried he might faint from the sudden blood flow. The administrator's hands, which had been white-knuckling the edge of his desk, slowly relaxed. So. The word emerged an octave higher than Stern's usual register, and he winced at the sound of his own voice. He cleared his throat, adjusted his glasses unnecessarily, shuffled papers that didn't need shuffling, anything to buy precious seconds to reconstruct his professional composure. How's life at Northgate treating you? Settling in well? The dormitories comfortable? Making friends? I know the transition from a coastal city to the capital can be quite significant. Smooth as sandpaper on silk, Russell thought, but he carefully schooled his expression into one of mild interest. The clumsy deflection told him more than any direct answer could have. The rift between the Federation Court and the Card Makers Association wasn't just real, it was deep enough to make seasoned administrators break into flop sweat at its mere mention. This supposedly unified capital, this shining example of humanity's cooperation against the demon threat, was riddled with fractures that ran to its very foundation. "It's been quite an adjustment," Russell replied, deciding to throw the man a conversational lifeline. He leaned back in his chair, adopting a more relaxed posture. "The facilities are certainly impressive, nothing like what we had in New Metro. And my classmates have been welcoming enough, though I think some of them are still trying to figure out what to make of me. Ms. Hazel has been particularly helpful as our counselor, despite her unique communication style." Stern latched onto the safe topic with the desperation of a man clinging to driftwood in a storm. "Ah yes, Ms. Hazel. Brilliant card maker, absolutely brilliant. One of the youngest to reach diamond level in the past decade, you know. Her social anxiety is unfortunate, but the university makes accommodations. We value talent above all else here." He was babbling now, words tumbling over each other in his haste to establish safer conversational ground. "And your classes? Not too overwhelming, I hope? The curriculum can be quite demanding, especially for students entering mid-year." Russell played along graciously, discussing course loads and training schedules, comparing Northgate's resources to New Metro's more modest facilities. But while his mouth moved through the motions of small talk, his mind raced through the implications of Stern's reaction. Since the award ceremony, he'd begun noticing the cracks in the Federation's supposedly united front. At first, he'd attributed the tension to standard institutional rivalry, the kind of bureaucratic friction that existed in any large organization. But this ran deeper. The court and association were like two predators forced to share territory, circling each other warily, maintaining a facade of cooperation only because the demon threat gave them no choice. Remove that external pressure, and Russell suspected the claws would come out faster than anyone wanted to admit. The thought led him down increasingly uncomfortable paths. The court's so stingy they make terrorists look generous. The bitter realization surprised him with its truth. He'd never received a single credit from official channels, no stipend, no equipment allowance, not even a congratulatory fruit basket. Meanwhile, the Spirit Begging Society, a terrorist organization dedicated to humanity's downfall, had at least thrown him sponsorship money. Granted, it came with moral complications and strings attached, but they'd made more effort to recruit him than his own government. Or maybe it's because of teacher. The pieces clicked into place with sudden clarity. Blake Whitmore commanded the Coastal Defense Line Pure Association territory, where court influence was about as welcome as a demon at a dinner party. The moment Blake had accepted him as a disciple, Russell had been claimed for the association as surely as if they'd branded him. No wonder he'd been admitted to Northgate mid-year, fast-tracked through bureaucracy that should have taken months. No wonder the court ignored me after the exam. They'd probably taken one look at his new status, checked which faction his teacher belonged to, and filed him under enemy asset without a second thought. In their eyes, he might as well be wearing an association uniform. Mr. Stern was still talking, something about campus resources and library access privileges, but Russell's attention had turned inward, following the implications to their logical conclusions. If the association and court were barely cooperating, what did that mean for humanity's survival? Were they sharing intelligence properly? Coordinating defensive strategies? Or were they too busy watching each other's backs to watch for external threats? The thought sent a chill down his spine. How many people had died because critical information got buried in political maneuvering? How many defensive positions had fallen because the court and association couldn't agree on resource allocation? And where did the Spirit Begging Society fit into this three-dimensional chess game? Their attacks showed no preference between court and association targets. They seemed happy to kill anyone who stood in their way. That suggested they opposed the entire Federation structure, not just one faction. But in a world of realpolitik and shadow alliances, would the masters actually cooperate with terrorists? His knowledge from his past life offered no comfort on that score. History was littered with examples of governments making deals with devils when it suited their purposes, justifying atrocities with phrases like greater good and necessary evil. Misty's face floated unbidden through his thoughts, that knowing smile that seemed to see through every pretense, those eyes that held secrets deeper than her professional persona should possess. How does a brothel owner get intelligence on contestants from multiple cities? The pre-exam dossier she'd provided hadn't just been comprehensive, it had been impossibly detailed, containing information that should have been classified several times over. Training schedules, psychological profiles, even medical histories. Unless those teachers are all regular customers. The mental image made him grimace involuntarily, and he quickly suppressed it before Stern could notice. But the question remained. Misty had access to resources that suggested connections far beyond what her cover identity should allow. Another thread to pull when he had time, assuming pulling it wouldn't unravel something better left alone. And of course, the dimension access is one of our premier benefits, Stern was saying, drawing Russell back to the present conversation. A free entry to any controlled dimension once per year. Most students save theirs for their senior year, when they can handle gold-level challenges, but there's something to be said for early utilization. Actually, that's precisely why I'm here, Russell said, seizing the opening to steer toward his actual purpose. I'd like to use mine as soon as possible. Iron and bronze materials are fine for practice, but I need to start working with silver-level resources if I'm going to keep improving at a reasonable pace. Stern nodded approvingly, though concern flickered across his features. Ambitious. That's exactly the attitude we like to see. Though do be careful, silver dimensions are exponentially more dangerous than what you've experienced. Even controlled ones can surprise you. We lose a few students every year who get overconfident. They spent the next 20 minutes discussing practical details. Stern pulled out maps and charts, pointing out recommended dimensions for various material types. He explained the check-in procedures, emergency protocols, communication standards, all the bureaucratic safeguards that might mean the difference between coming home with materials or not coming home at all. The Night's End Banquet dimension is particularly popular for death-aligned field materials, Stern noted, pulling up a detailed schematic on his tablet. Though I should warn you, the environment is quite oppressive. Some students find it psychologically challenging. I'll manage, Russell assured him. After the nightmares of Black Flag, how bad could controlled dimension possibly be? Finally, as their meeting wound down, Russell stood to leave. He'd gotten what he came for: dimension access approval plus unexpected insight into Northgate's political landscape. Knowledge that might prove even more valuable than any materials he could harvest. But as he reached the door, Stern called out, his voice carrying an undertone that made Russell pause. Russell. The older man had removed his glasses, rubbing the bridge of his nose in a gesture of profound weariness. Be careful out there. Not just in the dimensions, in everything. The waters you're swimming in, they're deeper and darker than they appear. And there are things in the deep that would happily see you drown. Russell met his gaze steadily, seeing genuine concern there. I'll keep that in mind, Mr. Stern. Thank you for the warning. I mean it, Stern pressed, standing now, his usual bureaucratic distance abandoned. Your teacher is a good man, one of the best. But that also makes you a target. There are people on both sides who would love to strike at him through you. Don't give them the opportunity. The weight of those words followed Russell out of the office and down the hallway. Each person he passed suddenly seemed suspicious, that professor deep in conversation. Was he association or court? The group of laughing students, were they as carefree as they appeared or carefully maintaining cover? Even the janitor methodically mopping the floor might be an intelligence asset, positioned to overhear careless conversations. Paranoid thinking, Russell chided himself, but didn't stop the threat assessment. In his experience, the paranoid lived longer than the trusting. And if Northgate was half the political minefield Stern implied, a healthy dose of suspicion might be the only thing standing between him and an unfortunate accident. The afternoon sun had begun its descent by the time he exited the administrative building. Long shadows stretched across the campus grounds, turning the familiar paths into something more sinister. Students hurried between buildings, their laughter carrying on the cool breeze, blissfully unaware of the currents moving beneath their feet. Russell pulled out his phone, checking the time and reviewing his preparations. Tomorrow he'd enter the Night's End banquet dimension. Tonight, he had equipment to check, contingencies to plan, and mental preparations to make. Because if Stern's reaction had taught him anything, it was that the real dangers in Northgate didn't always come from demons or dimensional hazards. Sometimes they came from the people supposedly on your side, wearing friendly faces and carrying hidden knives. The next morning arrived with deceptive tranquility. Russell woke before dawn, his internal clock adjusted to early training sessions. He moved through his morning routine with mechanical precision: shower, breakfast, equipment check. Each motion practiced and purposeful, designed to maintain calm before entering potential danger. The Sunset District Government Office opened at precisely 7 a.m., and Russell stood waiting at the doors as the first clerk arrived to unlock them. The woman, middle-aged, wearing sensible shoes and an expression of mild surprise, gave him a questioning look. "Early bird, aren't you?" she commented, fumbling with a ring of keys that seemed designed to confuse. "Most students don't show up until noon, if then." "I prefer to avoid crowds," Russell replied honestly. The fewer people who knew about his movements, the better. Inside, the building smelled of industrial floor wax and that unique combination of coffee and despair that marked government offices across dimensions. The fluorescent lights hummed with the particular frequency that promised headaches after prolonged exposure. Russell followed the clerk through empty corridors, their footsteps echoing in the pre-workday silence. The reception desk stood like a fortress of filing cabinets and outdated computers. The clerk settled behind it with the satisfaction of a queen taking her throne, immediately beginning the arcane ritual of starting up systems that belonged in a museum. "Now then," she said, fingers already flying across a keyboard that clacked like machine gun fire. "What can I help you with this fine morning?" "Welfare Dimension Access," Russell said simply, sliding his cardmaker certification across the polished counter. The document bore Blake's seal, a mark that should open doors and smooth paths, assuming the clerk was association-aligned. If she was court. But her expression remained professionally neutral as she examined the certificate, entering information with practiced efficiency. Around them, the office slowly came to life, other workers arriving with steaming cups and bleary expressions, phones beginning their daily cacophony, someone already cursing at a jammed printer in the back. "Let's see." Russell, newly admitted to Northgate University, apprentice to Director Blake Whitmore. Her fingers never paused in their typing as she recited his information. "First time dimension access, silver level authorization granted, yes, everything appears to be in order." The approval came so quickly Russell almost asked her to check again. He'd prepared for forms in triplicate, waiting periods, bureaucratic obstacles designed to discourage or delay. Instead, she was already printing his authorization, the machine whirring to life with surprising enthusiasm. "All set." Her professional smile appeared as she handed back his certificate along with a freshly printed access pass. "This will get you into any controlled silver-level dimension. Just present it at the base entrance. They'll handle the rest." "That's it." Russell couldn't quite hide his surprise. The clerk's smile turned slightly more genuine. "You were expecting more hassle? Your teacher's name carries weight, young man. Nobody wants to be the bureaucrat who delayed Blake Whitmore's apprentice." She leaned forward conspiratorially. "Between you and me, your file was flagged for expedited processing. Someone high up wants you to have smooth sailing." "Association influence," Russell noted. "Or someone playing a deeper game." Outside, the morning sun had climbed higher, burning away the dawn mist that clung to Northgate's streets. Russell summoned Pidgeot in a burst of red and black, the symbiote's tendrils already wrapping around the bird's form like living armor. The enhancement was becoming second nature now, the boundary between card and symbiote blurring with each use. Passers-by scattered with the practiced efficiency of people who lived in a world where card makers might summon anything from cute mascots to city-leveling monstrosities. A mother pulled her child close, eyeing the writhing tentacles with justifiable concern. A businessman simply stepped wider, never looking up from his phone. Just another morning in the capital. The flight to the city's outskirts took 30 minutes, following designated air lanes marked by floating beacons that pulsed with soft blue light. Below, North Gate sprawled in all directions, a study in contrasts that never failed to catch Russell's attention. Glass and steel towers thrust skyward next to districts that predated the demon emergence by centuries. Modern magical defenses overlaid ancient walls that had once repelled purely human threats. The city thinned as he flew outward, dense urban construction giving way to industrial complexes, then scattered residences, and finally the barren buffer zone maintained around sensitive facilities. No one wanted civilians living too close to dimension portals, controlled or not. The base itself squatted on scarred earth like a concrete toad, ugly, functional, and bristling with defenses both obvious and hidden. 3-story walls of reinforced concrete were studded with crystalline formations that hummed with barely contained energy. Guard towers marked each corner, manned by figures so still they might have been statues until one shifted slightly, tracking his approach. Russell landed at the designated platform, a hexagonal pad marked with warning stripes and surrounded by suppression arrays designed to handle unstable summons. He dismissed Pidgeot with a thought, the symbiote retreating reluctantly, almost seeming to pout at being denied potential violence. "Mr. Russell." A guard approached before he'd taken 2 steps from the platform. Full tactical gear, magical suppressors at hip and shoulder, movements that spoke of military training adapted for supernatural threats. "We've been expecting you. Please follow me." They led him through security checkpoints that grew progressively more intrusive. The first simply verified his identity against the morning's access list. The second scanned for concealed weapons, explosive materials, and dimensional parasites. The third involved walking through an archway that made his teeth ache and left the taste of copper on his tongue. "Dimensional resonance detector," his guide explained, noting his grimace. "Makes sure you're not already contaminated or hosting any hitchhikers. Can't be too careful." The fourth checkpoint was biological blood sample, retinal scan, magical signature verification. Russell submitted to each test with patient resignation, noting how the staff moved with nervous efficiency. Their tension was contagious. By the time they reached the actual portal chamber, his own nerves were singing. "Slight change to today's schedule," his guide announced as they approached the containment area. "Another card maker will be entering Night's End Banquet. You'll need to wait for their arrival." Russell's expression remained neutral, but internally he sighed. Of course there'd be complications. "Not a problem," he said aloud. "The dimension's large enough to share." But he could see his guide's skepticism, the way the man's eyes darted toward the portal then back. There was more to this story, there always was. He didn't have long to speculate. Within minutes, footsteps echoed down the corridor, an interesting contrast between measured military precision and the sullen drag of someone who desperately wanted to be elsewhere. Russell positioned himself where he could see new arrivals while keeping his back to a wall. Old habits. The first figure to round the corner was clearly military, or at least militarily trained. Middle-aged, bearing commander's insignia, moving with the kind of careful precision that suggested he was navigating a minefield. Behind him slouched a young man who looked like he'd been dragged from bed against his will. The youth's appearance was almost aggressively casual, designer clothes that probably cost more than most people's cars, worn with the studied carelessness only the truly wealthy could achieve. Hair that looked effortlessly tousled in a way that definitely required effort. The kind of shoes that announced their price with every step. But when those seemingly drowsy eyes landed on Russell, they sharpened from sleepy to surgical in an instant. Russell felt himself being dissected, analyzed, categorized, and filed away in the space between heartbeats. "Commander Linus," the young man's voice carried the kind of casual menace that made subordinates check their life insurance policies. You told me yesterday I'd have exclusive access. Sweat materialized on Linus's forehead as if summoned by magic. Mr. Wade, this is a coincidence. Young Russell here is from Northgate University. Pure coincidence, I assure you. Wade's smile could have curdled fresh milk and possibly caused spontaneous combustion in small mammals. Commander Linus has always been so loyal to the court. How could I possibly blame you for such an innocent mix-up? The sarcasm dripped so heavily Russell was surprised it didn't leave puddles on the floor. Commander Linus looked like he was calculating whether throwing himself into the dimension portal would be preferable to navigating this conversation. Russell could practically see the man's thoughts, two young masters, both with connections that could end careers or lives with a word, and him caught in the middle like a mouse between two cats. So Wade is court faction, Russell filed away. And clearly someone with enough pull to terrify base commanders. Wade's predatory attention swung to Russell like a searchlight finding its mark. The cruel amusement transformed into something that might have passed for genuine pleasure if you didn't look too closely at those calculating eyes. Russell. Director Blake's newest disciple. Wade's voice boomed with false bonhomie. I'm Wade, absolute pleasure to meet you. I've heard so much about you. Russell studied the performance with the detached interest of someone watching a snake oil salesman work a crowd. Russell, he confirmed simply. Can we enter now? The blunt response seemed to amuse Wade rather than offend him. His grin widened, showing too many teeth. Straight to business. I like that. So refreshing compared to the usual dance of pleasantries. Of course, of course. Linus practically vibrated with the need to be elsewhere. Words tumbled from him in a desperate rush. You can each claim separate zones for harvesting. Standard conservation rules apply. Leave at least 1/3 of all creatures alive to maintain the ecosystem. However. He paused, seeming to shrink into himself. The silent end only manifests once per year, and this year's growth period just completed. You'll need to negotiate for that particular resource. There it is. The real reason for this coincidence. Someone had arranged for both of them to be here when the rarest material was available. The question was who, and more importantly, why. Wade's genial mask never slipped, though something darker flickered in the depths of his eyes. Russell and I are both reasonable men. I'm sure we can come to an arrangement. Commander, you're dismissed. It wasn't a suggestion. Linus vanished so quickly he might have been a card himself, returning to his master's soul, leaving only the lingering scent of fear, sweat and poor life choices. After you, Russell. Wade gestured toward the portal with exaggerated courtesy, like a duke ushering a peasant into his parlor. Unless you'd prefer to establish terms before we enter. No need, Russell said, stepping toward the swirling darkness without hesitation. We can sort things out inside. He heard Wade chuckle behind him as he approached the portal. The dimension entrance was a sphere of absolute darkness held in a containment frame, reality worn so thin you could push through with minimal effort. The air around it felt wrong, too thick, too thin, too everything and nothing all at once. Russell took a breath, tasting copper and ozone, and stepped through. The transition hit like diving into ice water while being struck by lightning. Reality twisted, reformed, compressed, and expanded all at once. For a moment that lasted eternity and no time at all, Russell existed everywhere and nowhere, was everything and nothing. Then his feet found solid ground, and he stood beneath an alien sky that had never known true sunlight. Behind him, he heard Wade emerge from the portal, gasping slightly. Then that thoughtful voice, musing to himself but clearly meant to be overheard. Director Blake's disciple? What an exciting coincidence! The way he said coincidence suggested he believed in them about as much as he believed in charity or honest government. Russell filed that away for future consideration, already mapping the political currents swirling around this chance meeting. Whatever game was being played here, Russell intended to win. Or at least survive with all his pieces intact. End of Chapter 108. Please throw power stones. Chapter 111, Chapter 109, The Sucker. Advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsage_jadhav0869. The smell hit Russell first, a nauseating cocktail of rot, stagnant water and something sickeningly sweet that made his stomach rebel. It was the kind of stench that bypassed the nose entirely and seemed to coat the back of his throat, leaving a film that no amount of swallowing could clear. The Night's End banquet dimension greeted visitors with all the warmth of an open grave. Above them, perpetual storm clouds churned in slow, hypnotic patterns, occasionally lit from within by flashes of sickly green lightning that never quite reached the ground. The illumination they provided was worse than darkness, revealing twisted landscapes in stuttering glimpses before plunging everything back into gloom. There was no sun here, had never been a sun. Time itself felt diseased, moving in fits and starts like a broken clock. The court can't even maintain basic environmental standards. Wade's complaint drifted through the putrid air, one manicured hand dramatically covering his nose and mouth. Even through the muffling, Russell could hear the genuine disgust in his voice. This is absolutely barbaric. You'd think with all the tax money they squeeze from us, they could at least install some air fresheners. Russell ignored the theatrics, his attention already cataloging potential threats. The ground beneath their feet was spongy, covered in some kind of fungal growth that released spores with each step. The air was thick not just with corruption but with magical density that made breathing feel like drowning in slow motion. His enhanced senses, courtesy of arrogance, picked up movement in the darkness beyond their immediate vicinity. They were being watched. A group of figures emerged from concealment with practiced ease, the dimension's garrison, moving with the careful precision of people who'd learned that relaxation here meant death. Russell counted 6, their formation suggesting military training adapted for supernatural threats. The leader stepped forward, and Russell's magical senses immediately tagged him as gold level minimum. Power rolled off him in controlled waves, a stark contrast to Wade's lazy wealth. Mr. Wade, the garrison leader's tone was exquisitely polite, the kind of courtesy that came from knowing the wrong word could end careers or lives. Welcome back to Night's End. I see you've brought company. The man's eyes flicked to Russell, cataloging and dismissing in the same moment. Unknown quantity, potentially dangerous, but not the immediate concern. Wade commanded his full attention, which told Russell everything he needed to know about the young man's connections. Wade waved a hand dismissively, the gesture somehow making the corrupt air seem even fouler. If my father hadn't insisted on this ridiculous tradition, there's no amount of money that could drag me back to this cesspit. I swear the smell gets worse every year. Are you people actively cultivating it? It's not that the court doesn't want to improve conditions, the leader explained with the patience of someone who'd had this conversation before. But production site dimensions like this exist in delicate balance. Environmental manipulation could impact material generation. The corruption is, unfortunately, integral to the ecosystem that produces the silent end. Who is this kid? Russell wondered, watching the interplay. A gold-level card maker commanding a military garrison, reduced to apologetic explanations for someone who couldn't be older than 20. The political calculations were fascinating and concerning. Spare me the ecological lecture, Wade drawled, already sounding bored. Just give us the maps and point us toward areas that won't make me reg. Preferably zones where the monsters bathe occasionally. The leader gestured, and one of his subordinates stepped forward with 2 crystalline tablets. Updated dimension maps, gentlemen. The red zones indicate recent monster population surges, yellow marks standard density, green shows depleted areas from last month's harvesting. Please remember the conservation requirements. Leave 1/3 of all monsters alive, maintain ecosystem balance, don't trigger any dimension collapses, Wade recited in a sing-song voice. Yes, we all took basic dimension theory. Anything actually useful to add? Russell accepted his tablet, studying the three-dimensional projection that sprang to life above it. The dimension was larger than he'd expected, roughly circular, 20 kilometers in diameter, with the core production area dead center. Various biomes radiated outward like a corrupted flower, each supporting different monster populations and material types. Just one thing, the leader said carefully. The dimensional anchor has been unstable lately. Nothing dangerous, but you might experience temporal fluctuations. Minutes stretching or compressing. Try not to rely on chronometers. As if responding to his words, Wade's expensive watch began spinning backward, the hands moving in impossible directions before stopping entirely. The young man looked at it with disgust and pulled it off, tossing it carelessly to one of the guards. Hold that. If it's still broken when I get back, buy me a new one. The casual wealth in that gesture, throwing away what looked like a 50,000 credit timepiece, made Russell reassess. This wasn't just money. This was fuck you money. The leader's expression suggested this was typical Wade behavior. Of course, sir. Now, if you'll select your harvesting zones. Russell was still examining the map when Wade's voice cut through his concentration. Russell, you choose first. I insist. The offer came with too many teeth, too much apparent goodwill. Russell had survived too much to take such gestures at face value, but refusing would reveal suspicion. He made a show of studying the map more carefully, though he'd already identified his target. This southern section looks suitable, he said finally, indicating an area with moderate monster density and good terrain. More importantly, it was on the opposite side of the dimension from the core production area. Let Wade think he was being accommodating. Wade's smile widened fractionally, the expression of someone whose opponent had just moved exactly where expected. Excellent choice. I'll take. He made a production of examining the map, though Russell caught his eyes flicking repeatedly to one zone. This area here. Directly adjacent to the core. Russell kept his expression neutral, but internally he was already adjusting plans. Wade's random selection put him in perfect position to reach the silent end first. The game was becoming clearer. Superb selections, the garrison leader said with obviously false enthusiasm. Shall we discuss the particular matter of the silent end? This year's manifestation completed just yesterday a particularly fine specimen according to our sensors. However, as you both know, only one forms per cycle. He trailed off, clearly hoping someone else would address the elephant in the room. When neither young man spoke, sweat began beading on his forehead despite the dimension's chill. Wade examined his fingernails with sudden fascination. I'm sure Russell and I can work something out between ourselves. No need for official intervention. His tone suggested that official intervention would be extremely unwelcome and possibly career-ending. Of course, of course. The leader bowed quickly. We'll withdraw to the garrison station. Standard emergency frequencies are monitored, though response time in the deeper zones can be delayed. Good hunting, gentlemen. The garrison retreated with impressive speed, their formation never breaking even in their haste to be elsewhere. Within moments, Russell and Wade stood alone at the dimension's entry point, surrounded by corruption and the weight of unspoken intentions. Wade stretched luxuriously, like a cat preparing to toy with something small and frightened. Well then, shall we discuss our arrangement? I'm thinking something civilized. We both clear our respective zones, gather what materials we can, then meet at the core to settle the matter of the silent end. Perhaps a friendly wager. Russell studied him carefully. Every instinct screamed trap, but he needed more information. What kind of wager? Oh, nothing barbaric. A simple duel, perhaps? Winner takes the field material, loser gets, well, the satisfaction of having tried. Wade's grin suggested he found his own joke hilarious. After all, we're both civilized card makers, not common thugs. No need for unseemly scrambling. He's too confident. Russell could see it in every line of Wade's body. This was someone who'd already won in his mind. The question was whether that confidence came from superior skill or advanced planning. Agreed, Russell said simply. Wade blinked, clearly expecting more negotiation. Just like that? No conditions, no elaborate terms. We fight. Winner takes the silent end. What's to negotiate? For the first time since they'd met, Wade looked genuinely intrigued. You know, I think I'm going to enjoy this. It's been so long since anyone surprised me. He summoned his mount, a crystalline construct that looked like a swan carved from black ice, beautiful and somehow wrong. I'll see you at the core, Russell. Do try not to die before then. It would be anticlimactic. The swan spread wings that scattered frozen corruption in glittering arcs, launching skyward with eerie grace. Russell watched until Wade disappeared into the dimension's gloom, ostensibly heading for his chosen zone. Like hell. The moment Wade vanished from sight, Russell summoned Pidgeot. The symbiote responded eagerly, wrapping the bird in armor that pulsed with anticipation. But instead of heading south to his selected area, Russell angled directly toward the core. Two could play at misdirection. The flight through corrupted air was a nightmare of sensations. The dimension fought their passage, throwing up pockets of dense magic that felt like flying through tar. Occasionally, things with too many wings and not enough sense would swoop close, only to veer away when they sensed arrogance's hunger. The symbiote wanted to chase, to hunt, but Russell kept it focused. The core area appeared through the murk like a cancer on reality. Here, the corruption had crystallized into geometric patterns that hurt to perceive directly. The ground was black glass that reflected things that weren't there, and the air itself seemed to be quietly screaming. At the center of this cheerful locale, a cave mouth yawned like a diseased wound. Russell landed well back from the entrance, dismissing Pidgeot and considering his options. Wade would be here soon. The confident bastard would head straight for the prize while assuming Russell was dutifully harvesting lesser materials. Time to prepare a welcome. He didn't have to wait long. Within minutes, that crystalline swan descended from the darkness with Wade looking insufferably pleased with himself. The young man hopped down with casual grace, not even bothering to survey his surroundings before striding toward the cave. So predictable, Wade murmured to himself, loud enough to carry. Honor and honesty, the hallmarks of association dogs. I'll be taking the silent end now, and there's nothing. Lightning split the corrupted air, forcing Wade to throw himself sideways. The bolt struck where he'd been standing, leaving a crater of fused glass that sparked with residual energy. Head number 4, Byakuya. A dull thud announced something massive landing behind him. Wade spun, his lazy confidence evaporating as he took in the scene. The black and red monstrosity looming over him defied easy description. Arrogance in its full glory was nightmare fuel, all writhing tentacles, too many teeth, and a presence that made reality flinch. Beside it stood Retsuo Anohana, serene as a spring morning and approximately as trustworthy as a smiling shark. Brother Wade. The voice that emerged from the symbiote came in stereo, Russell's calm tones layered with something inhuman and hungry. That wasn't very sporting of you. Wade's recovery was admirable. The shock lasted barely a heartbeat before his usual smile reasserted itself, though it now carried edges sharp enough to cut. Russell. You're faster than expected. Though really, did you think I believed for a second you'd actually go to your zone first? Then why the charade? Entertainment value. Wade shrugged elegantly. Also, I had 50-50 odds you'd actually be honorable about it. The association breeds such earnest types. Disappointing to find you're pragmatic, but refreshing in its own way. Anohana took a step forward, her hand resting casually on her Zanpakutet's hilt. The gesture was peaceful as a death threat could be. Shall we skip to the fighting then? You seem eager to claim your prize. Wade's eyes flicked between Russell's forms, calculations running behind that friendly mask. Straight to combat? How boring. Where's your sense of drama, your appreciation for the dance of negotiations? Left it in my other dimension, Russell's symbiote voice carried dark amusement. You wanted the silent end. I want the silent end. We fight. Simple. Beautifully simple, Wade agreed. Then, with the air of someone revealing a winning hand, but perhaps we could make it more interesting. Russell tensed. Here came the real trap. Wade reached into his storage space, pulling out several material cases with casual disregard for their value. He set them on the corrupted ground between them like a merchant displaying wares, each case opening to reveal materials that made Russell's breath catch. What if, Wade said slowly, savoring the moment, we both create new cards right here, right now. Fresh materials, fresh creations. Then we duel with only those cards. His smile was pure innocence laced with poison. I'll provide the materials, of course. Consider it my way of making things fair. Russell stared at the fortune in materials laid out so casually. His mind raced through possibilities, trap variations, hidden angles. And why would you handicap yourself like that? Handicap? Wade laughed, genuine mirth mixing with something darker. Oh, Russell. Sweet, suspicious Russell. Think about it, our primary cards enter cooldown after serious use. We both need to harvest this dimension afterward. Would you rather crawl through monster-infested zones with exhausted cards, or save our main fighters for the real threats? It was logical. Too logical. Which made it automatically suspect. Plus, Wade continued, warming to his theme, I'm curious. The great Blake Whitmore's newest disciple, what can you create under pressure? Consider it a test. A test where you provide materials you're familiar with. Would you prefer we both work blind? I can randomize the selections if that makes you more comfortable. Wade's expression suggested he'd be delighted either way. Come now, where's your confidence? Or does the association only teach combat, not creation? The barb was obvious but effective. Russell could feel Arrogance's eagerness for violence, Anohana's quiet readiness. But Wade had successfully introduced doubt. Fighting now meant revealing capabilities, exhausting resources before the dimension was cleared. And those materials? Show me what you're offering, Russell said finally. Wade's grin widened. He gestured grandly at the cases. 3 complete sets. You pick one, I'll take one, and we'll let the third go to waste. Fair. Russell approached carefully, Anohana flanking him while Arrogance kept multiple eyes on Wade. The first set made his eyebrows rise, definitely Mengpo materials, similar to what Blake had given him but lower quality. Wade would expect him to choose these, playing to his master's known preferences. The second set was harder to identify, though the energy signature suggested some sort of underworld deity. Powerful but unfamiliar, a risk. The third set. Silver level Wandering Crown Prince, gold, silver level Blood of the Red Dragon, gold, silver level Sword of the Chosen King, gold. King Arthur materials. Russell couldn't hide his surprise. Wade's eyebrows climbed toward his hairline. You actually recognize them? Color me impressed. Most people just see generic knight stuff and move on. Russell's mind was already racing. He knew exactly what he could do with these materials, something that would definitely catch Wade off guard. But was that what Wade wanted? To see his capabilities, learn his methods? Sometimes the best trap is the one you spring knowingly. I'll take the Arthur set, Russell decided, gathering the materials carefully. Wade's surprise seemed genuine this time. Really? Not the underworld materials? I thought for sure. He shrugged. Your choice. I'll work with these then. He selected the Mengpo set, leaving the mysterious second collection untouched. They retreated to opposite sides of the cave entrance, close enough to watch each other but far enough to prevent interference. Wade settled into a meditation pose with practiced ease, already sinking into the creation trance. Russell arranged his materials carefully, mind already constructing the story he'd tell. Not the bearded king of legend, he had something far more interesting in mind. His pencil moved across the blank card with sure strokes, sketching a young woman in white and silver, blonde hair tied back with a black ribbon. Let's see how you handle something you've never seen before, Wade. The mysterious space opened before him, welcoming as always. Time to create something special. But even as he began weaving Artoria's story, part of his attention remained on Wade. Because this felt too easy, too straightforward. Wade had given up positional advantage, provided valuable materials, and accepted terms that seemed to favor Russell. Which meant the real trap hadn't been sprung yet. The corruption of Night's End banquet pressed in around them, witness to whatever game was truly being played. In the distance, things howled in the darkness, monsters drawn by the concentration of power but not yet brave enough to approach. Soon enough, they'd have company. But first, there were cards to create and a duel to win. Russell began his story, weaving legend and imagination into something new. Across from him, Wade worked with equal focus, crafting his own surprise. The real battle hadn't started yet, but Russell could already feel the chains of plot and counterplot tightening around them both. Whatever happened next, it wouldn't be as simple as a straightforward duel. It never was, with people like Wade. End of Chapter 109. Please throw power stones. Chapter 112, Chapter 110, The Pure White Knight Princess. Russell arranged his own materials with methodical precision. The crown went to his left, past and authority. The dragon blood centered before him, present and power. The sword fragment to his right, future and victory. The arrangement felt right, clicking into place with an almost audible sense of correctness. He pulled out a blank card, running his fingers along its edges. The potential thrummed against his skin, eager to be shaped. His pencil, a simple thing enchanted for precision, moved to the surface with practiced ease. But he didn't draw a king. The figure that took shape under his careful strokes was young, perhaps 15 or 16. Blonde hair pulled back in a practical ponytail, secured with a black ribbon. Her face carried a serious expression tempered by traces of innocence not yet burned away by reality's cruelties. She wore armor, yes, but it was lighter than a king's full plate, silver and white, designed for mobility rather than pure protection. Beneath it, glimpses of a white dress spoke to the girl beneath the warrior. In her hands, she held not Excalibur but Caliban itself, the golden sword that marked her as Britain's chosen, not yet exchanged for its more famous successor. This was not King Arthur. This was not even the Artoria who would become king. This was Artoria Pendragon in her youth, still on the journey to understanding what kingship truly meant. The pure white knight Princess Saber Lily, as she was known in another world's story. The card pulsed with acceptance as he finished the sketch. The materials resonated with his intent, practically singing their eagerness to become part of this narrative. Russell took a deep breath, tasting corruption and possibility in equal measure, and activated the card creation process. The world fell away. Please begin compiling your story. The mysterious space welcomed him like an old friend, wrapping him in the familiar sensation of infinite possibility constrained by narrative law. Here, stories became truth and imagination birthed reality. Russell had always felt more comfortable here than in the real world. Here, the rules made sense. Time to weave a legend. In the 5th century AD, the British Isles were torn apart by war and strife. Saxon invaders pressed from the east, petty kings squabbled over scraps of territory, and the common people suffered under the weight of endless conflict. Britain was dying, bleeding out from 1,000 self-inflicted wounds. The energy around him stirred, accepting this foundation. Historical accuracy mattered less than narrative weight. The mysterious space cared about truth of story, not truth of fact. Uther Pendragon, the last great king of the Britons, fell to the usurper Vortigern's treachery. But even in defeat, Uther refused to let hope die. Together with his court wizard Merlin, last student of the dream demon, they conceived a desperate plan. They would create not just an heir, but a perfect king. A ruler beyond mortal limitations, who could unite the fractured land and drive back the darkness. Russell felt the narrative threads strengthening, the materials beginning to resonate with his words. The crown pulsed with the weight of inherited authority, while the dragon blood stirred with ancient power. Through ritual and sacrifice, they achieved the impossible. The bloodline of British kings was fused with the very essence of the red dragon, the spiritual manifestation of Britain itself. The child born from this union would carry both human will and draconic might, capable of feats beyond mortal ken. But fate played its cruelest joke. The perfect king was born a girl. A ripple of tension ran through the space. Gender expectations in 5th century Britain were not flexible, and the mysterious space recognized the inherent conflict. But that tension was precisely what Russell wanted. It would justify later story developments. Named Artoria, she was hidden away with the noble Sir Ector, officially his distant cousin's orphaned child. Only Ector, his son Kay, and Merlin knew the truth. From the moment she could walk, Artoria was trained for kingship swordsmanship from the finest masters Merlin could secretly arrange, strategy and tactics from ancient texts, the arts of leadership hammered into her very bones. But always in secret, always preparing for a throne she could only claim by hiding her true self. The sword fragment resonated strongly now, singing of battles yet to come. Russell wove its essence into the narrative, establishing Caliban's significance. When Artoria reached 15 summers, King Uther finally succumbed to the poisoned wounds of his last battle. Britain teetered on the edge of complete collapse. It was then that Merlin enacted the second part of their plan. He proclaimed that whosoever could draw the sword from the stone in the churchyard would be recognized as Britain's rightful king. Many tried, great knights, petty lords, ambitious merchants. All failed. The sword judged them and found them wanting. Russell paused, feeling the narrative reaching its crucial moment. This was where his version would diverge from traditional tellings, where Saber Lily's unique nature would manifest. Artoria came to the sword on a winter morning, disguised as a young squire. She stood before Caliban, the golden sword of the victorious, and saw her future reflected in its gleaming blade. She knew that grasping that hilt meant abandoning any chance at a normal life. She would have to hide her true gender, sacrifice personal happiness for the good of the realm, become a symbol rather than a person. She drew the sword without hesitation. But the weight of that decision, the full understanding of what she'd sacrificed, had not yet settled upon her young shoulders. Looking at Caliban in her hands, feeling the surge of power from her dragon blood responding to the holy sword, Artoria felt unready. She had the power of a king but not the wisdom. The strength to rule but not the experience to rule well. This was the key establishing why this version of Artoria was different, why she wasn't immediately crowned despite drawing the sword. So she made a choice that surprised even Merlin. She would journey across Britain, learning its ways and people firsthand. With Kay as her companion and Merlin as occasional guide, she set out to understand the land she was meant to rule. The sword marked her as the chosen king, but she would earn that title through deeds, not just destiny. During these travels, Artoria's idealistic nature led her into the troubles of others. She couldn't pass by suffering without trying to help. Her dragon blood granted her strength far beyond her apparent age and size, while Caliban's magic made her nearly invincible in battle. But it was her pure heart and unwavering sense of justice that truly marked her as special. Tales spread of the pure white knight, a mysterious youth who appeared where help was needed most. She saved villages from bandit raids, mediated disputes between neighboring lords, and even drove off a lesser dragon that had been terrorizing the countryside. Always she refused rewards, asking only for stories of the land and its people. Those she saved took to calling her the pure white knight princess, though they meant it as praise for her beauty and grace, not knowing how close to the truth they struck. Russell felt the narrative reaching its conclusion, the materials fully synchronized with his vision. Time to bring it home. As her journey neared its end, Artoria had grown in ways that went beyond simple combat experience. She understood now what it meant to be a king, not just to rule, but to serve. Not just to command, but to sacrifice. The weight of Caliban felt right in her hands now, not because she had grown physically stronger, but because she had grown worthy of its burden. But she remained, at heart, that idealistic girl who drew the sword. The battles that would forge her into the King of Knights lay in the future. For now, she was the pure white knight princess, strong enough to change the world, still innocent enough to believe it was worth changing. The energy crescendoed around Russell, reality bending as story became truth. He opened his eyes to find the completed card floating before him, glowing with soft golden light. Artoria Pendragon stood depicted in all her youthful glory, not yet the Lion King, not yet even truly a king, but something perhaps more precious, a hero with hope still intact. Image here. Pure White Knight Princess Artoria. Level, Silver. Quality, Red. Category, Creature. The full status window unfolded in his mind as he examined his creation. Skills. Mana Burst, enhances weapons and body through magical energy release. At Artoria's level, this can turn a simple wooden branch into a weapon capable of clashing with noble phantasms. Caliban, golden sword of the victorious, the symbol of kingship and the sword of selection. When its true name is released, it unleashes a devastating beam of golden light. Warning: the sword cannot withstand Artoria's full magical output and will shatter after one use, entering a 24-hour cooldown period. Characteristics. Intuition, the ability to instantly grasp the most advantageous course of action in combat. This instinctive understanding borders on precognition. Red Dragon's bloodline, possessing the blood of Britain's guardian dragon, grants physical capabilities far beyond human limits and magical reserves that dwarf most modern mages. Charisma, trained from birth to be a king, she possesses natural leadership that inspires others. Allied cards receive a minor boost to all parameters, doubled for those with the Knights of the Round Table bond. Journey of Flowers, the blessed path of the future king. Those who fight alongside her gain immunity to negative emotional effects of silver level and below. Introduction, a pure knight princess who has not yet experienced the baptism of blood and fire that will forge her into a king. Advancement path, Silver Pure White Knight Princess Artoria, Emerald King of Knights Artoria, Master Lion King Artoria. Bonds. With Lancelot series, activates Knights of the Round Table. With Morgan series, activates Sisterly Love. Success, Russell breathed, unable to keep the satisfaction from his voice. The advancement potential to master level was unexpected. Technically, the Lion King was from an alternate timeline, but then again, so was Saber Lily. The mysterious space seemed to appreciate the narrative consistency more than strict canon adherence. He examined the characteristics more closely, particularly pleased with charisma and journey of flowers. In a team battle, those effects would be devastating. Even in single combat, completely negating emotional manipulation was huge. How many cards relied on fear, despair, or rage to weaken opponents? The only real drawback was Caliban's fragility, but that was canon accurate. The golden sword was never meant to channel Artoria's full power, that's why it eventually broke and was replaced by Excalibur. But one full power shot could end most fights instantly. Russell carefully stored the card and looked across at Wade, who still had his eyes closed in deep concentration. The young man's brow was furrowed now, sweat beading on his forehead despite the dimension's chill. Whatever he was creating, it wasn't coming as easily as expected. He prepared for days to counter an underworld card, Russell realized. Now he's having to adjust on the fly. Minutes stretched by. The corrupted air grew thicker, and Russell became aware of eyes watching from the darkness beyond their small circle of safety. The Dimension's monsters were growing bold, drawn by the concentration of power. Soon they'd have to deal with interruptions. Finally, Wade's eyes snapped open. A card materialized before him, floating in a nimbus of sickly yellow light that complemented the Dimension's corruption perfectly. He caught it with practiced ease, taking a moment to review his creation before storing it away. Finished already? Wade's voice carried forced casualness, but Russell caught the slight strain underneath. You work quickly for someone using unfamiliar materials. Quality over speed, Russell replied mildly. Though I notice you took your time as well. Wade stood, brushing imaginary dust from his designer clothes. Perfection can't be rushed. Shall we begin? I'm quite curious to see what interpretation of King Arthur you've crafted. They moved to establish proper dueling distance 10 meters apart on the corrupted ground, with clear space for summoned creatures to maneuver. Russell noted Wade's positioning carefully. The young man had subtly chosen a spot with better footing, where the fungal growth was thinner. Small advantages, but they added up. Standard rules? Russell asked. No permanent harm to the card maker, victory by submission or incapacitation of all cards. So formal, Wade chuckled. But yes, standard rules. Though I should warn you I don't submit easily. Neither do I. Wade's grin widened. Excellent. Then let's see what Director Blake's disciple can really do. Try not to disappoint me, Russell. The air between them crackled with tension. Russell reached for Artoria's card, feeling her eagerness to manifest, to prove herself in battle. Across from him, Wade's hand moved to his own creation with equal confidence. On 3. Wade suggested, his casual tone at odds with the predatory gleam in his eyes. 1. Russell agreed, magical energy beginning to gather. 2. Wade continued, his own power rising to match. 3. Light exploded between them as both cards manifested simultaneously. Golden radiance met sickly yellow luminescence, and for a moment the corruption of Night's End Banquet was driven back by the sheer force of their summoning. When the light faded, two figures stood revealed. Artoria materialized in a defensive stance, Caliban already in hand and glowing with inner fire. Her armor caught what little light existed in this place and amplified it, making her seem to shine from within. The black ribbon in her hair fluttered in a wind that touched nothing else, and her green eyes swept the battlefield with tactical precision. Image here. Across from her stood an elderly woman in traditional Chinese garb, hunched but somehow imposing. She clutched a porcelain bowl in gnarled hands, and the air around her rippled with heat distortion. No, not heat. The distortion came from the blood-yellow water that had begun seeping from nowhere, pooling at her feet in defiance of natural law. Meng Po. Russell identified her immediately. Wade hadn't lied about using the underworld materials, but seeing the grandmother of forgetting manifest in this corrupted place sent chills down his spine. Even without knowing her specific abilities, the mythological weight of her presence was undeniable. Image here. King Arthur. Wade's voice cracked with genuine disbelief. He stared at Artoria, taking in her youth, her gender, her obvious femininity despite the armor. King Arthur is a woman. Are you mocking me, Russell? The outrage in his voice was so genuine that Russell almost laughed. Of all the reactions he'd expected, this hadn't been one of them. Wade looked personally offended by Artoria's existence, as if Russell had deliberately crafted her just to upset his worldview. History is written by the victors, Russell said with a carefully straight face. Who's to say what the truth really was? But that's not, Wade sputtered, actually at a loss for words. His Meng Po stood patiently, awaiting orders while her master processed this paradigm shift. The Round Table. The Knights. The entire legend is about to beat your card into submission, Russell interrupted. Shall we begin? Wade's expression cycled through several interesting emotions before settling on determined annoyance. Fine. If you want to fight with historical fanfiction, that's your choice. Meng Po will show you why traditions exist for a reason. The battle was about to begin in earnest. Sometimes the best weapon was the one your enemy never saw coming. And who would expect the once and future king to be a teenage girl with a holy sword and a dragon's heart? End of Chapter 110. Chapter 113, Chapter 111, Caliban. The moment stretched between heartbeats, that crystalline instant before violence when possibilities hung suspended like morning dew. Artoria's grip on Caliban shifted minutely, not tightening in nervousness but adjusting for optimal leverage, the motion of someone who'd held a sword before she could properly walk across from her. Mengpo stood motionless as carved stone, but the blood-yellow water pooling at her feet spread with deliberate menace. Russell felt the familiar pre-battle tension singing through his nerves. This was always the worst part, not the fighting itself but the moment before, when imagination could conjure 1,000 ways to fail. He pushed the doubts aside, focusing on Artoria's steady presence. She showed no fear facing the grandmother of forgetting, only the keen attention of a warrior assessing threats. Wade had recovered from his historical crisis, his expression settling into smug anticipation. "Ladies first," he offered with mock gallantry. "Or should I say, Your Majesty? I'm still unclear on the proper address for fictional royalty." Artoria didn't rise to the bait. Her response came in the form of action, blue light erupting around her form as mana burst activated. The magical energy wasn't just an aura but a living thing, crackling along her armor and weapon like tame lightning. The corrupted ground beneath her feet cracked from the pressure, fungal growth withering from proximity to her purifying power. Then she moved. The distance between combatants vanished in an eye blink. One moment Artoria stood in ready position, the next she was airborne, Caliban descending in a perfect arc toward Mengpo's head. The golden blade sang as it cut through corrupted air, leaving a trail of light that hurt to look at directly. But Mengpo had lived through dynasties, judged souls beyond counting. Age had not made her slow. The blood-yellow water responded to some unspoken command, surging upward in a liquid wall. Artoria's blade met the barrier with a sound like thunder, sending droplets of tainted water sizzling in all directions. The impact should have stopped her cold. Instead, Artoria twisted in midair, using the resistance to redirect her momentum. She landed in a crouch, immediately launching into a spinning slash that sent a crescent of sword wind howling toward her opponent. Boom! The attack tore through the water barrier like paper, opening a massive gap. For an instant, Russell glimpsed Mengpo through the opening, still unmoved, still watching with ancient eyes that held depths of patience no mortal could match. Artoria pressed the advantage, charging through the gap with Caliban held in a two-handed grip. But the moment she entered the circle of Mengpo's influence, her intuition screamed warnings. She threw herself sideways, combat instincts saving her as the ground where she'd been about to step erupted in geysers of yellow water. The river of oblivion, Russell realized with a chill. In mythology, Mengpo's soup made souls forget their past lives, preparing them for reincarnation. But this wasn't soup, this was the source itself, the waters of forgetfulness given terrible form. Even a drop could potentially erase memories, skills, perhaps even the very concept of self. "Careful, Lily," he murmured, knowing she couldn't hear but needing to voice the warning anyway. Artoria landed in a roll, came up running. The water pursued like a living thing, tentacles of liquid reaching with disturbing intelligence. She wove between them with dancer's grace, Caliban flashing out to sever any that came too close. Where the blade touched the water, steam exploded with a sound like screaming. "Impressive reflexes," Wade commented, "loud enough to carry. But she can't dodge forever. And Mengpo has all the time in the world." As if to emphasize his point, the blood-yellow water began spreading more aggressively. It didn't flow like normal liquid but crept across the corrupted ground with purpose, cutting off escape routes, herding Artoria toward predetermined positions. The elderly woman still hadn't moved from her original spot, content to let her element do the work. Russell watched Artoria adapt in real time. She stopped trying to close distance directly, instead beginning a series of probing attacks. Sword-wind crescents flew from different angles, testing the water's defensive patterns. A few times she feinted charges only to abort at the last second, gauging reaction times. "She's learning," he realized with pride. This wasn't the king of knights with decades of battle experience, this was a young woman still growing into her power. But that growth was happening before his eyes, accelerated by draconic instincts and royal training. "Getting frustrated yet?" Wade called out. I should mention Mengpo's stamina is essentially infinite in environments like this. The corruption feeds her, you see. Whereas your little knight must be burning through magical energy at a tremendous rate. He wasn't wrong. Maintaining mana burst at combat levels was exhausting, and every dodge, every attack, depleted Artoria's reserves. Already Russell could see the subtle signs, her movements still precise but lacking the explosive speed of her opening assault. But Wade had made a critical error, he'd revealed information unnecessarily. Now Russell knew Mengpo drew power from the dimension itself, which meant Artoria suddenly changed tactics. Instead of attacking Mengpo directly, she turned her blade on the environment. Caliban swept out in a massive arc, releasing a wave of golden light that scoured the corrupted ground clean. Where the light passed, fungal growth turned to ash, and the spongy earth hardened into honest stone. Mengpo's expression flickered just for an instant from serene confidence to something like concern. The blood-yellow water faltered in its advance, rippling with uncertainty. Clever girl, Russell breathed. By purifying the immediate environment, Artoria was cutting off Mengpo's power source. It wouldn't last, the dimension's corruption was too vast to cleanse entirely, but it bought time and leveled the playing field. Wade's smug expression soured. Mengpo, stop playing with your food. End this. The elderly woman sighed, a sound that carried the weight of eons. She lifted the porcelain bowl in her gnarled hands, and the air itself seemed to thicken with presence. The blood-yellow water responded to her direct command, rising from the ground in towering waves that defied physics and reason. But more than that, something else emanated from the bowl, invisible but undeniable. Russell felt it brush against his mind despite the distance, a sensation like fingers trailing through memory, sorting and selecting what to take. If that was just the overflow affecting him as a bystander. Artoria staggered. Her charge faltered mid-step, confusion flickering across her young features. The effect was subtle but devastating, not a direct attack but something worse. Mengpo wasn't trying to hurt her. She was trying to make her forget why she was fighting. The 5 flavors of forgetfulness, Wade explained helpfully, his good humor restored. Sour for sadness, sweet for joy, bitter for anger, spicy for passion, salty for fear. Every emotion that drives combat, every memory that gives strength. All of it can be adjusted. Russell watched helplessly as Artoria shook her head, trying to clear the invasive influence. Her grip on Caliban remained steady, muscle memory deeper than conscious thought, but the certainty in her eyes wavered. Who was she fighting? Why? The questions were visible in her expression, each doubt weakening her stance. The blood-yellow water seized its opportunity, surging forward from all directions. Artoria's intuition still functioned, warning of danger, but her responses came a heartbeat too slow. Water lashed at her armor, each contact sizzling against the magical protections but leaving marks, not physical damage but something worse. Patches where the armor's light dimmed, where the very concept of protection grew thin. And there we have it, Wade said with satisfaction. Your knight fought well, but mythology trumps. Mengpo has judged souls since the world was young. One little girl with a sword, no matter how shiny, can't compete with that weight of ages. Artoria stumbled, driven to one knee by the relentless assault. The purified ground around her was already being reclaimed by corruption, her temporary advantage evaporating. Caliban's light flickered like a candle in a hurricane. No. Russell's hands clenched into fists, nails digging into palms. He wanted to call out, to remind her who she was, why she fought. But that would be interference, grounds for disqualification. He had to trust in her, in the story he'd woven, in the strength of the narrative itself. And then, something beautiful happened. Artoria's eyes focused not outward but inward, finding something in herself that transcended memory. Her lips moved, speaking words too quiet to hear over the roar of attacking water. But Russell could read them, knew what she was saying because it was written into her very existence. I am the bone of my sword. Not the full aria, she didn't know those words yet, wouldn't know them until much later in her story. But the core truth remained. She was a sword given human form, a weapon forged for a single purpose. And weapons didn't need memories to cut. Journey of flowers flared to life around her, invisible to most but blazing in Russell's enhanced vision. The blessing she carried for others turned inward, protecting her own heart from emotional manipulation. The confusion cleared from her eyes like mist before dawn, replaced by diamond certainty. Meng Po's ancient features showed genuine surprise. The bowl in her hands trembled, its influence suddenly meeting not just resistance but complete immunity. Artoria rose to her feet with mechanical precision. The water crashed against her from all sides, but she no longer tried to dodge. Instead, she raised Caliban overhead in a two-handed grip, the blade pointing skyward like a lightning rod calling down heaven's wrath. "Wade," Russell said quietly, pitching his voice to carry just far enough. "You might want to tell your card to move." "What?" Wade's confusion lasted only a moment before his eyes widened in understanding. "Get out of there! Meng Po, retreat!" But it was too late. Artoria's voice rang out clear and true, carrying the weight of destiny itself. "Caliban!" The world went gold. It wasn't an attack in any conventional sense. Attacks had limits: range, power, duration. What erupted from Caliban transcended such mundane restrictions. This was the light of promised victory given form, the hope of a kingdom made manifest. It was every prayer for a savior answered at once, concentrated into a single, overwhelming moment. Russell threw up an arm to shield his eyes, but the light bypassed physical sight entirely. It burned itself into memory, into soul, into the very concept of perception. Through squinted eyes and tears, he glimpsed the impossible, a pillar of golden radiance that pierced not just the dimension's eternal clouds but reality itself, showing glimpses of blue sky beyond. The blood-yellow water didn't stand a chance. It evaporated instantly, not boiled away but simply ceasing to exist in the face of something so fundamentally opposed to its nature. The river of oblivion met the light of victory, and victory won. Meng Po herself lasted a heartbeat longer, her ancient nature providing some resistance. But only a heartbeat. The porcelain bowl in her hands cracked, split, shattered into dust finer than memory. The elderly woman's form began to fade, but Russell caught something in her expression as she dissolved, not fear or anger but something almost like approval. As if she'd been reminded of younger days, when heroes still walked the earth with pure hearts and untarnished ideals. The light continued past where Meng Po had stood, carving its inexorable path through the corrupted landscape. The ground didn't explode or crater, it was simply gone, replaced by a perfectly straight canyon that extended beyond the range of vision. 7-8 kilometers at minimum, the edges so clean they looked machine-cut, gleaming with residual energy that would probably linger for years. Then, as suddenly as it began, the light faded. Artoria stood in the same position, Caliban still raised overhead. For a moment, the golden sword held its form, proud and beautiful. Then cracks appeared, hairline fractures that spread like spider webs across the blade. The sound it made as it shattered was musical, almost mournful, like bells tolling for something precious lost. The fragments dissolved into motes of light before they could hit the ground, leaving Artoria holding nothing but empty air. She lowered her arms slowly, exhaustion visible in every line of her body but victory shining in her eyes. Image here. Silence reigned over the battlefield, broken only by the distant sound of dimensional fabric trying to repair itself. Even the corruption seemed stunned, its constant whispers temporarily muted by the aftershock of pure conceptual power. Wade stared at the canyon that now bisected a significant portion of the dimension. His mouth opened, closed, opened again. No words emerged. For possibly the first time in his life, he had absolutely nothing to say. "I believe," Russell said into the silence, "that's my victory." Wade's head snapped around, focusing on Russell with an intensity that promised nothing good. But before he could speak, a new voice interrupted from above. What in the seven hells is going on here? The garrison captain descended on his mount, a massive eagle whose wings beat frantically to navigate the disrupted air currents. The man's face was a study in professional horror as he took in the devastation, not just the canyon but the ripple effects spreading outward, the way reality itself seemed unsure how to process what had just happened. Such a massive commotion. The captain's voice trailed off as his magical senses finally processed what he was seeing. Silver level? This was done by silver level cards. He looked between Russell and Wade like they were bombs about to explode, clearly reassessing everything he thought he knew about power scaling. The canyon alone represented gold level destruction at minimum, but the residual energy signatures were unmistakably silver. It didn't compute. We had a disagreement, Wade said, his voice carefully controlled. It's been resolved. The captain's eagle landed at a safe distance, safe being relative when dealing with people who could apparently carve new geographical features at will. Resolved. Right. And the dimension? We'll recover, Russell offered. Eventually. The corruption's already beginning to reclaim the purified areas. Indeed, at the edges of Artoria's cleansing light, fungal growth was cautiously extending tendrils into the cleared spaces. The dimension was nothing if not persistent in its foulness. Mr. Wade, Mr. Russell, the captain said after visibly collecting himself. Are either of you injured? Do you require medical assistance? We're fine, Wade answered curtly. His composure was returning by degrees, the mask of casual superiority sliding back into place. But Russell had seen beneath it, now seen the genuine shock, the forced recalculation of everything Wade thought he knew. Then I'll leave you to your harvesting, the captain said weakly. Please try to avoid any further landscaping. He fled on his eagle, clearly wanting to be anywhere else. Russell didn't blame him. In the captain's position, he'd be reviewing career options that involved less exposure to temperamental card makers with terraforming capabilities. Once they were alone again, Wade turned to Russell with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. My skills were inferior. I admit defeat. The words came out steady, but Russell could taste the bitterness beneath them. This wasn't just about losing a duel. Wade had been outmaneuvered at every level. His prepared strategy, countered. His material selection, subverted. His assumptions about power, shattered as thoroughly as Caliban itself. The silent end is yours, Wade continued, each word precise as a knife cut. As agreed. I trust you'll make good use of it. I intend to, Russell replied, keeping his own tone neutral. No point in rubbing salt in wounds, especially when dealing with someone who clearly had both resources and connections to make life difficult. Wade gestured to the canyon with false casualness. Quite the trump card. Though I notice it's single use. Your knight is essentially defenseless now. It was both observation and threat, pointing out that Artoria without Caliban was vastly diminished, that Russell's victory came at the cost of his card's primary weapon. But Russell had expected this. Every sword can be reforged, he said simply. And she's far from defenseless. A knight's strength comes from more than their weapon. Artoria demonstrated this by picking up a sturdy branch from the scarce vegetation, channeling mana burst through it until it glowed with inner light. Not Caliban's overwhelming radiance, but respectable enough to serve as a functional weapon. The gesture was casual, but the message clear: she remained dangerous, even diminished. Indeed. Wade's smile gained a trace of genuine amusement. You're more interesting than I expected, Russell. This won't be our last encounter. Looking forward to it, Russell lied smoothly. Wade laughed, actually laughed, the sound carrying notes of self-mockery. No, you're not. But you will be. The national competition is in 4 months. I'll be participating, naturally. And by then... His eyes glittered with promise. By then I'll be ready for whatever impossible card you produce. He summoned his crystal swan, mounting with enviable grace despite the day's humiliation. Before departing, he looked back one final time. A word of advice, Russell. You've made quite the impression today. That's not always a good thing in our world. Watch your back. Then he was gone, his mount disappearing into the dimensional gloom with barely a whisper of displaced air. Russell waited until he was certain Wade had truly left before allowing himself to relax. Well done, he told Artoria, who performed a perfect knight's salute before dissolving back into card form. He could feel her exhaustion through their bond, maintaining combat readiness after Caliban's destruction had pushed her to her limits. Alone now except for the dimension's watching eyes, Russell finally turned toward the cave. The silent end waited within, the prize that had started this entire confrontation. But as he walked toward his objective, his mind was already racing ahead. Wade would be a problem. Not immediately, his pride would demand he improve before seeking a rematch. But eventually, inevitably, they would clash again. And next time, Wade would come prepared for female King Arthur and her nuclear option sword. Good thing I'm not planning to stand still either. The cave mouth yawned before him like a wound in reality, edges worn smooth by centuries of corruption seeping outward. Russell stepped into the darkness without hesitation, arrogance stirring beneath his skin in case of ambush. But the darkness held no threats, only secrets. He'd expected winding tunnels, perhaps a labyrinthine path designed to confuse treasure seekers. Instead, the cave opened immediately into a vast chamber that defied the modest entrance. The space stretched upward into shadows his enhanced vision couldn't penetrate, while the width could have accommodated a small stadium. Clearly, this was no natural formation. At the chamber's exact center, impossible to miss, his prize waited. The silent end floated above a vortex of absolute darkness, not mere absence of light but a hungry void that seemed to pull at the very concept of existence. The material itself provided the only illumination, pulsing with a deep red radiance that painted the chamber walls in shades of blood and shadow. It took the form of a crystallized scream, literally frozen sound waves made solid, twisted into a spiral that hurt to perceive directly. Russell approached carefully, noting how the corruption grew thicker near the vortex. His footsteps echoed strangely, each sound stretching and distorting as if the chamber couldn't decide how large it actually was. When he reached the edge of the vortex's influence, he paused, extending his magical senses cautiously. The void pulled at his power, not aggressively but with patient invitation. Come, it seemed to whisper. Fall. And be silent. Russell shook off the hypnotic effect and reached out with focused will. His magical energy wrapped around the silent end, careful not to disturb the vortex itself. The material resisted for a moment, testing his worthiness, perhaps before allowing itself to be drawn away from its resting place. The moment it touched his palm, Russell understood why Wade had wanted it so badly. Silver level field material, the silent end, red. Red quality, he breathed, cradling the crystallized scream with appropriate reverence. This was only the second red quality material he'd encountered, the first being Anohana herself. The power contained within thrummed against his senses' death-given form, endings made manifest, the final silence that awaited all things. Thinking of Wade's Mengpo, Russell chuckled darkly. No wonder he wanted this too. A field card created from this would synergize perfectly with underworld-themed cards, creating a domain where death held absolute authority. He carefully stored the material in his spatial inventory, feeling its weight settle alongside his other treasures. But something nagged at him as he turned to leave. This chamber was too large, too deliberately constructed, to exist solely as a glorified display case. Russell began a systematic exploration, arrogance enhancing his vision to pierce the deepest shadows. The walls were smooth, too smooth, as if they'd been melted and reformed rather than carved. He ran his fingers along the surface, feeling for hidden seams or mechanisms. Nothing. 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 This is. In the farthest corner, where shadows gathered thick enough to have substance, his fingers found grooves. Not random scratches but deliberate carvings, symbols etched deep enough to survive whatever process had smoothed the rest of the walls. Russell's breath caught. He recognized this symbol, had seen it before in another place that should have held no connection to this dimension. The diary from Sword Lake, that water-damaged book written in an unknown script, had borne this exact mark on its cover. He traced the symbol carefully, memorizing every line and curve. It resembled no alphabet or magical system he knew, not Chinese characters, not Western letters, not even the mystical scripts used in high-level card creation. It was something other, something that predated current magical understanding. But it was alone. As Russell expanded his search, checking every inch of the corner and spreading outward, he found no other symbols. The walls bore signs of deliberate erasure, places where the melting effect had been applied more thoroughly, destroying what had once been carved there. "Someone cleaned house," he muttered, frustration coloring his voice. The association had controlled Night's End Banquet for decades, plenty of time to sanitize any inconvenient historical records. The diary in Sword Lake had been a fluke that dimension discovered recently enough that not all secrets had been found and destroyed. But speaking of it, Russell mused aloud, the chamber's acoustics making his voice echo strangely, I still don't know what's written in that diary. The symbol stared back at him, keeping its secrets. Without a point of comparison, without similar texts to build a translation key, the diary remained an indecipherable mystery. He'd hoped each dimension might hold pieces of the puzzle, but if they'd all been sanitized like this one. Still, the presence of the symbol confirmed his suspicions. There was a connection between dimensions, some underlying truth that predated their modern understanding. The sea chart from Black Flag had shown dimensions changing size over time. His own transportation to this world. The increasing frequency of new dimensional appearances. The spirit-begging society's desperate acceleration of their plans. And most disturbing of all, the mysterious space's bizarre favoritism toward him. A storm is coming, Russell said to the empty chamber, the words carrying certainty that bordered on prophecy. The pieces were aligning for something momentous, even if he couldn't see the full picture yet. Even if you die, he promised himself, you must die with understanding. He took one last look at the symbol, burning it into memory alongside its twin from Sword Lake. 2 data points weren't enough to form a pattern, but they were better than nothing. Perhaps the next dimension would hold another piece, another symbol, another step toward truth. Time pressed against him with physical weight. He'd spent too long in contemplation when there were monsters to harvest and materials to gather. The Night's End Banquet wouldn't remain docile forever, especially after the light show Artoria had provided. Every predator in the dimension would be curious about what had disturbed their hunting grounds. Russell turned and strode from the chamber, leaving its mysteries for future investigation. The corruption seemed thicker as he emerged, as if the dimension itself had taken offense at his theft. Let it sulk. He had what he came for and more questions than ever about the true nature of the world he now inhabited. Behind him, the empty vortex continued its patient spin, waiting for next year's manifestation. The symbol in the corner remained as well, sole survivor of whatever knowledge had once been recorded here. A single word in a language no one could read, speaking truths no one was meant to know. But Russell would learn. Even if it killed him, he would understand. The cave's darkness receded as he emerged into the dimension's eternal twilight. Time to hunt, to harvest. End of chapter 111. Some motivation for you guys. 300 power stones for extra chapter. Reach 500 power stones another extra chapter. 1000 power stones another extra chapter. So go forth my readers, throw some holy stones. Chapter 114, Chapter 112, A King You've Never Seen Before. The corrupted air hit Russell's lungs like thick soup as he emerged from the cave, the silent end secured in his spatial storage. The dimension seemed darker somehow, as if Artoria's light show had reminded it exactly how much it hated purity. Shadows writhed with more purpose, and the ever-present whispers of decay carried an edge of anticipation. Time to work, Russell muttered, summoning Pidgeot. The symbiote-enhanced bird materialized with evident eagerness, Arrogance's tentacles already writhing in anticipation of violence denied during the duel. South Sector. Let's see what Wade so generously left for us. The flight took 15 minutes through increasingly hostile airspace. Twice, things with too many wings and anatomically improbable tooth arrangements swooped close, only to veer away when they sensed Arrogance's hunger. The symbiote wanted to chase, to rend, to feast, but Russell kept it focused. There would be plenty of violence soon enough. The southern sector unfolded below them like a cancerous garden. Here, the corruption had taken on a more organic quality: twisted trees that wept blood sap, flowers with petals of exposed muscle, grass that whispered obscenities in dead languages. And moving through this nightmare landscape, his targets. "This is it," Russell announced, guiding Pidgeot to land on a rocky outcrop that provided both elevation and solid footing. The vantage point gave him clear sight lines across his chosen hunting ground while keeping his back protected. Old habits from too many life-or-death situations. As his full roster materialized around him, Russell took stock of the situation below. The demons wandered in loose groups, their movements too coordinated to be random but not organized enough to suggest military discipline. They looked humanoid from a distance, but his enhanced senses picked up the wrongness: limbs that bent in too many places, faces where faces shouldn't be, shadows that fell at impossible angles. Artoria stood at his right side, and Russell winced at her weaponless state. Caliban's destruction was a necessary sacrifice, but seeing the once and future king reduced to scanning the ground for suitable branches felt wrong on a fundamental level. "Here," he said, spotting a fallen limb from one of the less nightmarish trees. The wood was dark, dense, and only mildly cursed. "This should hold up better than local vegetation." Artoria accepted the branch with knightly dignity, testing its weight and balance. Blue light flickered along her hands as she channeled mana burst experimentally. The wood groaned but held, accepting the magical enhancement without immediately exploding. "It will serve," she pronounced, her young voice carrying certainty that made the makeshift weapon seem more significant than it was. Already she was adjusting her stance to accommodate the different balance, the longer reach, the need for more careful energy management. There seemed to be a lot of them, Russell noted, returning his attention to the demons below. His count reached 20 before the corrupted foliage obscured further observation. More than there should be for a recently harvested sector. The thought nagged at him. The garrison had provided updated maps showing this area as standard density, but what he saw suggested either rapid repopulation or deliberate misinformation. Given the politics he'd glimpsed, either seemed possible. "I wonder if the demons here have any intelligence," he mused aloud, studying their movement patterns more carefully. The creatures in Black Flag and Sword Lake had demonstrated human-level cognition, some so perfect in their mimicry that only magical senses revealed their true nature. These seemed more bestial, but appearances in dimensional spaces were notoriously deceptive. "Captain Anohana," Russell decided, turning to the serene woman who hadn't moved since manifesting. "I leave the opening move to you. Let's thin the herd before we engage directly." "Of course," Anohana replied, her gentle voice at odds with the devastation she was about to unleash. She stepped forward, hands already moving in the complex gestures that preceded high-level magic. "Please stand back. The discharge can be intense." Russell had seen her cast before, but watching Anohana work never got old. Where most casters forced magic into shape through will and formula, she conducted it like a symphony. Power gathered around her invisible currents, corruption recoiling from her presence as reality remembered what purity felt like. Her voice rose in melodic chant, each word precisely weighted. "Had number 88, Hiri Gekizoko Shinton Rei. Image here." The name meant flying dragon striking heaven shaking thunder cannon, and it lived up to every part of that grandiose title. Magic compressed above her outstretched palm, taking the form of a massive oriental dragon wrought from pure lightning. The construct crackled with barely contained violence, its eyes points of white-hot plasma that left after images on Russell's retinas. For a moment, the dragon hovered, majestic and terrible. The demons below had noticed by now, heads turning upward with whatever sensory organs they possessed. Some showed recognition, ancient memories of power that demanded respect. Others simply stared, too young or too stupid to understand the danger. Then Anohana brought her hand down in a cutting gesture, and heaven's wrath followed. The lightning dragon descended with a sound like the world tearing. It didn't simply strike, it detonated, electrical fury spreading outward in fractal patterns that turned night to day. Russell felt the discharge even through Arrogance's protection, hair standing on end, teeth aching from the magical pressure. When his vision cleared, more than half the demons lay charred and motionless. The corrupted vegetation around the strike zone had been reduced to glass and ash, leaving a perfect circle of destruction. Ozone mixed with the dimension's natural corruption, creating a smell that Russell's brain insisted was electric barbecue despite his better judgment. It smells a bit fragrant, he admitted, then immediately questioned his sanity. Demon barbecue should not smell appetizing under any circumstances. The dimension was getting to him in subtle ways. But the surviving demon's reaction drove all thoughts of inadvisable cuisine from his mind. Instead of fleeing, as any sensible creature would after watching half their number get divine striked into oblivion, they gathered together. Their roars synchronized, taking on a rhythmic quality that made Russell's enhanced senses scream warnings. "Something is wrong," he said, arrogance already beginning to manifest around his form. "That's not panic. That's..." Thump. The ground shook. Thump. Ripples spread across the pools of corruption, something vast approaching. Thump. Trees at the forest's edge splintered and fell, pushed aside by bulk that defied convenient physics. What emerged into the killing field made Russell immediately revise his threat assessment upward. The ugly demon lived up to its name with enthusiasm that bordered on artistic. 3 times human height, it moved with the ponderous unstoppability of a landslide. Its face, if the writhing mass of flesh could be called that, constantly reformed itself, as if unable to decide which configuration was most hideous. Tusks jutted at random angles, eyes opened and closed without pattern, and its mouth. Russell counted at least 5, all drooling acidic saliva that hissed where it struck earth. "I knew it," Russell said, already airborne on Pidgeot. Just after he took flight, the ugly demon's fist cratered the outcrop where he'd been standing. Rock shattered like glass, fragments spinning off into the darkness. Arrogance was right. There's always a bigger fish. Below, Artoria had already engaged. Blue light exploded around her form as she pushed mana burst to combat levels, launching herself at the demon with her branch held like a true sword. The clash when makeshift weapon met demon flesh produced a shockwave that flattened the surviving lesser demons, sending them tumbling like leaves. Russell watched critically as Artoria fought. Without Caliban, she had to work harder for every exchange. The branch, enhanced though it was, could only channel a fraction of her true power. Where the golden sword would have cleaved through the demon's guard, she had to settle for deflection and evasion, buying time rather than seeking victory. Not having a real sword really affects her combat effectiveness, Russell observed, guiding Pidgeot in a wide circle to maintain sight lines. If Artoria still had Caliban, this fight would already be over. Demon bisected, materials collected, moving on to the next target. Instead, she danced at the edge of death, using skill and instinct to survive where power failed. But she only needed to buy time. Below, Anohana had begun another chant. This one was longer, more complex, each word layering power upon power. The very air around her began to distort, reality bending under the weight of magic that approached conceptual alteration. Russell recognized the incantation, one of the most powerful binding and destruction spells in existence. The ugly demon sensed the building threat. Its attacks grew frantic, multiple arms swinging in patterns that should have been impossible to dodge. But Artoria's intuition was more than skill, it was prescience honed to perfection. She moved before the attacks began, positioned herself where the fists wouldn't be, turned devastating blows into glancing impacts through positioning alone. Still, she couldn't dodge forever. One massive fist clipped her shoulder, sending her spinning. Another caught the earth where she landed, forcing in desperate roll. The branch in her hands showed cracks now, mana burst pushing it beyond its limits. The turbid coat of arms reveals itself. The unruly and arrogant vessel of lunacy. Anohana's voice carried despite the battle's din, each word a nail in reality's coffin. Boil forth and deny. Grow numb and flicker. Disrupt sleep. The ugly demon roared, all 5 mouths opening in discord. It recognized death approaching and responded the only way it knew, with violence. Both fists rose high, ready to pulverize the annoying night that kept it from the true threat. Artoria's intuition screamed. Without hesitation, she kicked off the demon's knee, using its own bulk as a springboard. The backward flip carried her clear just as those massive fists cratered the earth, sending corrupted soil fontaining upward. The crawling queen of iron. The eternally self-destructing doll of mud. Anohana continued, power visible around her now as black lightning that ate light rather than producing it. Unite. Repulse. Fill with soil and know your own powerlessness. Head number 90, Kurohitsuji. Reality cracked. A massive coffin of pure black energy materialized around the ugly demon, so dark it seemed to pull light from the surrounding area. The construct stood 20 feet tall, surfaces that shifted between solid and void, covered in arcane symbols that hurt to perceive directly. For a moment, nothing happened, the demon trapped but seemingly unharmed within its prison. Then the spears manifested. Not dozens or hundreds but thousands, each one a sliver of condensed nothingness. They erupted from every surface of the coffin simultaneously, piercing inward with inexorable purpose. The demon's roar cut off abruptly, replaced by a wet sound that Russell's mind refused to categorize. The black coffin held for 3 more heartbeats, then dissolved like morning mist. What remained standing could barely be called a demon anymore, more a vaguely humanoid collection of holes, golden ichor seeping from countless wounds. It swayed once, twice. Artoria was already moving. Her branch, pushed beyond all reasonable limits, found the demon's heart with surgical precision. The wood shattered on impact, but not before delivering its payload of mana burst directly into the creature's core. The ugly demon's eyes, all 8 of them, widened in something that might have been surprise. Then it toppled backward with ground-shaking finality. That should be dead, Russell said, but he'd learned paranoia through bitter experience. Yoriichi, if you would. The swordsman moved without acknowledgement, drawing his blade in a motion too fast to follow. Golden red flames wreathed the weapon as he brought it down in a perfect vertical cut, bisecting the fallen demon from crown to groin. The flames cauterized as they cut, ensuring no regeneration tricks. Now it's dead, Russell confirmed, landing nearby. His magical senses wrapped around the corpse, extracting its essence with practiced efficiency. Silver-level ugly demon, gold. Gold quality from a silver creature, he mused, storing the material carefully. Either we got lucky or that thing was on the verge of evolution. The remaining lesser demons had vanished during the battle, self-preservation finally overcoming whatever compulsion had drawn them to the ugly demon's call. Russell didn't bother pursuing, he'd already exceeded the conservation requirements, and time was becoming a factor. The harvest continued for another hour, Russell and his cards systematically clearing the designated area. By the time they finished, his spatial storage held 11 bronze-level lesser demon, blue. 2 silver-level lesser demon, blue. 1 silver-level ugly demon, gold. Qualities definitely low except for the big one, Russell noted, dismissing his cards as Pidgeot carried him toward the dimension exit. Must be because this is a welfare realm, can't have students getting too many high-grade materials without effort. The journey out proved uneventful, the dimension's predators apparently deciding they'd had enough excitement for one day. Russell checked out with the garrison, enduring their poorly hidden awe at the dimensional scarring, then headed home. His apartment felt impossibly mundane after the day's events. No corruption, no monsters, no political intrigue, just familiar walls and the comforting hum of modern appliances. Russell allowed himself exactly 5 minutes to decompress before getting to work. First order of business, converting unwanted materials to funds. He listed all the bronze-level materials on the exchange, pricing them slightly below market for quick sale. Within an hour, notifications confirmed 4 million credits added to his account, bringing his total reserves back to a comfortable 6 million. Money's becoming meaningless, he muttered, echoing thoughts from earlier. He understood now why Hazel lived in that massive manor when you could afford anything. Specific purchases lost significance. It was about capability now, not currency. He laid out his remaining materials on the workbench, considering options. The 2 blue-quality silver materials would serve as future trading fees. Mr. Warren expected payment for his services, and these would suffice. The ugly demon and 2-faced idol sparked several ideas, but those could wait. This is the one, Russell said, retrieving the silent end from storage. The crystallized scream pulsed with deathly energy, eager to fulfill its purpose. He'd been planning this since first learning about field cards, his first true battlefield modification. He pulled out Yoriichi and Anohana's cards, feeling their resonance with the field material. Both were death-aligned in their own ways, Yoriichi through his demon-slaying purpose, Anohana through her hidden nature as history's greatest killer. They would serve as perfect anchors for what he intended. Russell arranged the 3 items in a triangle formation, himself at the center. This wasn't like normal card creation, no story to tell, no narrative to weave. Field cards generated themselves based on input materials and the maker's intent. All he had to do was provide the connection. Magical energy flowed from his core, wrapping around all 3 items simultaneously. They resisted for a moment, the silent end testing his worthiness one final time. Then acceptance bloomed, and the reaction began. Dark light erupted in his apartment, somehow both brilliant and consuming. Russell felt the energy drawing on his memories of soul society, his understanding of the Siraidi's purpose and power. The mysterious space touched his mind, not demanding a story but reading his intent, translating imagination into reality. The process lasted longer than normal card creation, 10 minutes of sustained energy drain that left him lightheaded. But when the darkness finally faded, a new card floated before him, its surface showing an image that made his heart race. Massive walls enclosed elegant buildings in the distinctive architecture of Soul Society. The Siraidii had come to life, ready to impose its reality upon any battlefield. Siraidii. Level, Silver/Diamond. Quality, Red. Category, Field. Russell examined the status window with growing excitement. Effects. Godii 13, all Soul Reaper cards gain enhanced abilities when fighting within this field. Soul's Home, when non-soul monsters are defeated within this field, extract their essence to permanently strengthen Soul Reaper cards, locked until field reaches Emerald. Squad 0, when 4 Captain-level Soul Reaper cards are present, summon Squad 0 leader Ichib Hisub as temporary support, locked until field reaches Diamond. 3 Realms, when Siraidii, and, are all possessed at maximum level, activate Spirit King Resurrection for 10 minutes. All 3 fields enter 30-day cooldown after use. Red quality, Russell breathed, hardly believing what he was seeing. Field cards were notoriously difficult to push beyond gold quality on first creation, yet here it was his first attempt yielding the second highest grade possible. The locked abilities made sense. Field cards grew with investment, their true power emerging only at higher levels. Soul's Home particularly interested him. The ability to permanently strengthen his cards by defeating enemies was game-changing, even if he had to wait for Emerald level to unlock it. Squad 0 was pure fantasy fulfillment. Ichib Hisub, the leader of Soul Society's most elite guards, as a summonable ally? Even as temporary support, that kind of power could flip impossible battles. But the final effect stopped him cold. 3 Realms. Russell read it again, mind racing. The two unknown fields had to be Hueco Mundo and the human world Las Noches and Karakura Town respectively. But the Spirit King had never appeared in his stories for Yoriichi or Anohana. He'd never even mentioned the linchpin of existence. The mysterious space is playing favorites again, he concluded, equal parts grateful and concerned. This wasn't the first time his creations had exceeded his intentions, gaining abilities and connections he hadn't written. It suggested either the space had its own agenda or his connection to this world ran deeper than mere transmigration. The Spirit King resurrection effect was absurdly powerful even with its limitations. 10 minutes of what was essentially God mode, at the cost of a month-long cooldown on all three fields. The material requirements alone made his head spin. Creating and maxing 3 separate field cards would take years and fortune beyond calculation. One step at a time, Russell decided, storing Siritii carefully. He had his first field card, a massive advantage for future battles. The locked abilities gave him clear advancement goals. And the mystery of why the space kept enhancing his cards added another piece to the growing puzzle of his existence here. The next period of time was spent replenishing his mental energy. Creating a field card had drained him more thoroughly than expected. The process drew on reserves he didn't normally touch, leaving him feeling hollow in ways that went beyond simple tiredness. He spent Sunday in quiet meditation, cycling his magical energy through careful patterns to restore what had been spent. Monday morning arrived too quickly, bringing with it the return to academic normalcy. Russell dragged himself to the theory class, finding his usual seat between the twins. The contrast between dimensional combat and classroom learning never failed to jar him, one day carving canyons in reality, the next taking notes on material resonance frequencies. After class, Russell pulled out his schedule, frowning at Wednesday's entry. "Is this practical training class just us going into a pocket dimension?" he asked Heath, who was busy stuffing his notes into an already overfilled bag. Heath looked up, nodding enthusiastically. "Yeah. You've already been in silver-level dimensions, right? So you know the drill." His expression turned slightly more serious. "Though we all have to sign waivers. Pretty comprehensive ones, actually. If you die, it's not our fault variety. The school really covers all bases," Keith added dryly from Russell's other side. "They make it very clear that once we're in there, we're on our own. No rescue teams, no emergency extraction unless the dimension itself starts collapsing." Russell nodded slightly. This was not unexpected. They were training to be card makers, not children playing at adventure. The profession came with lethal risks, and the school wouldn't pretend otherwise. Although they were still freshmen, Northgate had no intention of coddling them. "But since you've already signed up for the card-making department," Heath continued, managing to finally close his bag through brute force, "I'm sure you won't mind. We all knew what we were getting into." True enough, Russell thought. He'd signed his life away multiple times already. What was one more waiver? As they walked toward their next class, Russell's mind turned to more practical concerns. "Seems like upgrading Kiss Shot isn't urgent," he decided. The vampire card was powerful enough at her current level, and he lacked the specific materials needed for her advancement anyway. But arrogance. Since he had to participate in potentially dangerous practical training now, upgrading the symbiote took priority. Its defensive capabilities had saved his life multiple times already, and strengthening that protection made sense. As for materials, he could easily attribute them to his gains from Night's End Banquet. After all, the symbiote's appearance defied standard classification. Writhing tentacles of living darkness weren't in any material guidebook. No one would be able to identify what he'd used to advance it. The thought of upgrades led naturally to another problem. And if it weren't for the lack of materials, he sighed internally, Pidgeot would need replacing too. His iron-level mount had served admirably, but the gap between its capabilities and his needs grew wider with each adventure. Flying on an iron-level card when facing silver-level threats was like bringing a bicycle to a drag race, functional but increasingly inadequate. After Wednesday's practical training, he'd need to seriously consider finding a replacement. Something silver level at minimum, with growth potential beyond that. Russell. Heath's voice broke through his planning. You coming? We're going to grab lunch before advanced theory. Right behind you, Russell replied, shelving his upgrade plans for later consideration. End of Chapter 112. Chapter 115, Chapter 113 to 114, Triple Agent. Advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsage_jadhav0869. The final bell echoed through Northgate University's halls with the weary resignation of a Monday afternoon finally surrendering to evening. Russell gathered his materials methodically, noting how other students gave him a wider berth than usual, not the panicked scramble of prey avoiding a predator, but the calculated distance one might maintain from a known explosive substance. He checked his phone again as he packed. Still nothing from Coach Carter. The silence felt wrong, like the calm before a storm that refused to break. After demolishing Grant so thoroughly on Friday, Russell had expected at least a few challenges from ambitious sophomores convinced his victory was a fluke, a lucky shot that couldn't be repeated. Could it be that Anohana's performance was too scary? Russell muttered, scratching his head as he navigated the crowded corridor. Students parted before him like water around a stone, their whispered conversations dying as he passed. What he didn't realize was that his assumption was only partially correct. Yes, word of Anohana's terrifying transformation had spread through the student network like wildfire, from gentle healer to history's most efficient killer in the span of a heartbeat. The grainy phone footage circulating on message boards didn't do justice to the killing intent that had dropped spectators like wheat before a scythe. But more importantly, the physical evidence remained. The half-collapsed ruins of the mountaintop battle platform hadn't been repaired yet, serving as a monument to what happened when someone pushed Russell too far. The maintenance department claimed they were waiting for the residual energy to dissipate, but everyone knew the truth. They were leaving it as a warning. Ambitious students had made pilgrimages to the mountain over the weekend, studying the destruction with the intensity of archaeologists examining ancient ruins. The shattered stone where Anohana's final strike had been intercepted showed stress patterns that made engineering students question their understanding of material physics. Most challengers had quietly reconsidered their ambitions after that field trip. Besides, as more pragmatic students pointed out, Russell wasn't even the biggest fish in the pond. Grant's position had been fourth among the 5 main team members. Anyone wanting to prove themselves would need to defeat Grant first, then work their way up the hierarchy. The logistics alone discouraged casual attempts. Why challenge someone who'd already proven themselves when easier targets existed? Standing at the school gates, Russell paused to consider his evening plans. The crisp February air carried hints of approaching spring, though winter hadn't quite released its grip. Students streamed past him toward various destinations: study groups, part-time jobs, social gatherings that would inevitably devolve into card dueling. His thoughts drifted to the morning's events in Night's End banquet. Wade's face floated through his memory, that practiced smile never quite reaching calculating eyes. The coincidental meeting had been anything but. Commander Linus's transparent nervousness made that clear. Someone had wanted to see what would happen when Blake Whitmore's newest disciple met a court faction scion. Information first, Russell decided, already adjusting his route. Then paranoia. If anyone in Northgate had intelligence on Wade and the broader political landscape, it would be Misty. The Spirit-Begging Society's information network put government intelligence to shame, even if they had to operate from brothels and bars to maintain cover. The fact that visiting such establishments might damage his reputation was a small price for valuable intelligence. Besides, in a world where power mattered more than propriety, who really cared if a talented card maker visited brothels? The taxi ride to Everspring Clinic gave Russell time to organize his thoughts. The driver, a middle-aged man with the comfortable paunch of someone who sat for a living, seemed determined to fill the silence with wisdom. Top students from Northgate University also go to brothels, the man observed, catching Russell's eye in the rearview mirror. Though usually they wait until after graduation. More discreet that way, better for job prospects. Russell kept his expression neutral, watching the city blur past. Northgate's architecture told the story of its growth, ancient stone buildings predating the demon emergence huddled next to gleaming towers of glass and steel, while middle-aged concrete structures bridged the gap like awkward teenagers at a family reunion. People have their reasons, Russell replied noncommittally. True, true. The driver warmed to his theme, apparently taking Russell's response as encouragement. Just last week, I drove a professor there. Married man, too. Though between you and me, his wife probably knows. They always know. It's like a sixth sense they develop after the wedding. The Everspring Clinic came into view, its facade a study in calculated indiscretion. Red paper lanterns hung from every window, casting warm light that promised comfort and anonymity in equal measure. The building itself straddled the line between respectable business and obvious brothel with practiced ease, tasteful enough to avoid official censure, obvious enough that customers knew exactly what services were available. Russell paid the fare and stepped out, immediately noting the security upgrades since his last visit. New cameras covered every angle with overlapping fields of fire. What looked like decorative dragon statues flanking the entrance probably concealed defensive cards. Their eyes tracked movement a bit too smoothly for mere stone. The spirit-begging society was taking no chances after recent upheavals. Mr. Russell. The familiar madam materialized at his elbow before he'd taken 3 steps, her approach so smooth it bordered on supernatural. Heavy makeup couldn't quite hide the calculating intelligence in her eyes. This was a woman who'd survived in a dangerous business by reading people like card descriptions and giving them exactly what they expected to see. Welcome back. It's been too long. Shall I arrange companions for your entertainment? We have several new girls, very talented, very discreet. There's one from the eastern provinces who does this thing with ice magic that... Russell waved off the suggestion. I'm here to see Director Misty. Business, not pleasure. Of course, of course. The madam's smile never wavered. Director Misty is in her office. I'll notify her of your arrival. No need. She's expecting me. The lie came smoothly, delivered with enough confidence to discourage questions. In Russell's experience, acting like you belonged was 90% of infiltration. The other 10% was being strong enough to survive when someone called your bluff. The madam bowed, gesturing toward the entrance with rings that clinked like wind chimes. Please, go right up. You know the way. Russell navigated through the main floor with practiced ease, ignoring the artfully posed girls who watched his passage with professional interest. Some recognized him from previous visits, offering smiles that promised discretion along with their other services. He nodded politely but kept moving, making for the elevator tucked discreetly in an alcove. As the doors closed, he caught a glimpse of the madam pulling aside a heavily made-up girl, her expression shifting from obsequious to stern. Whatever instructions were being delivered came with the intensity of someone explaining survival rules to a novice. The elevator rose smoothly, each floor bringing subtle changes in atmosphere. The garish decoration of the lower floors gave way to more subdued elegance, then to something approaching corporate sterility by the time he reached the penthouse level. The transformation was deliberate. Clients seeking simple pleasures stayed below, while those with more complex needs rose to where business could be conducted without distraction. Why are you here? Misty's greeting carried all the warmth of an Arctic wind. She didn't look up from her tablet, swiping through what appeared to be intelligence reports with the bored efficiency of someone who'd rather be doing literally anything else. I need information, Russell said, settling into the chair across from her. The leather creaked slightly, still stiff with newness despite months of use. Wade. I don't have a family name, but you probably know who I mean. The tablet stopped moving. Misty's eyes, fixed on him with sudden intensity. What? Did you run into him? The surprise in her voice sent warning signals through Russell's mind. If Misty was caught off guard, the situation was more complex than a simple rivalry between young card makers. As expected, Russell said, his heart sinking. From her reaction, she hadn't just heard of Wade, she'd had actual contact with him. Professional contact, the kind that left impressions beyond casual acquaintance. He recounted the morning's events in Night's End banquet, from Commander Linus's transparent scheduling manipulation through the material exchange and card duel. He downplayed Artoria's devastating victory, focusing instead on Wade's behavior and apparent connections. The way he'd known exactly what materials to offer. The confidence that suggested this wasn't his first time manipulating a situation to his advantage. Misty listened in silence, her expression cycling through several interesting variations of concern. When he finished, she set her tablet aside with deliberate care. "I really didn't expect you to meet him so early," she mused, fingers drumming against leather in a rhythm that suggested complex calculations. "Should I say you are lucky or unlucky?" She studied Russell with those dangerous eyes, weighing factors he couldn't guess at. Finally, she seemed to reach a decision. "Lucky. You got free materials out of it," and Wade revealed his hand early. "Better to know your enemies when they're still underestimating you." "Do you want to know why he is hostile to you?" she asked, though they both knew the question was rhetorical. That's why Russell had come, after all that, and to probe whether the Spirit-Begging Society had connections to the court faction. Russell nodded, playing along with the dance. A sly smile played at Misty's lips, the expression of someone about to extract payment for valuable information. "Beg me and I'll tell you. Is it fun to always play this routine?" Russell's exasperation was only partly feigned. "Don't you really want an older woman to get with a younger man? Because there are therapies for that kind of complex." She rolled her eyes with theatrical disgust. "Tisk, you're no fun." "Fine, I'll tell you for free. Consider it a public service." She paused for effect, ensuring she had his complete attention. Wade tried to become Blake Whitmore's apprentice a few years ago, but failed. The words hung in the air like a revelation. Russell felt pieces clicking into place: Wade's barely concealed hostility, the specific materials he'd offered, the confidence that came from long preparation. "You can find out if you ask around," Misty continued, picking up her tablet again though her attention remained on Russell. "Quite a lot of people know about it. Wade made quite a scene when Blake rejected him. The kind of tantrum that becomes gossip for years." Russell nodded slowly, processing this information. So when Blake had taken him as a disciple, he'd unknowingly painted a target on his back. In Wade's mind, Russell had stolen what should have been his. Never mind the years between Wade's rejection and Russell's acceptance. "You'd better be careful," Misty added, her tone shifting from playful to serious. "Wade is a petty person. He won't let today's loss go. He'll repay it tenfold if given the chance." "I'll keep that in mind," Russell said. Then, carefully casual, "There is indeed one more thing. Is there a rift between the court and the association? Is there any chance we can do something?" Misty's fingers froze mid-swipe, her entire body going still with the careful control of someone avoiding sudden movements. The silence stretched between them, heavy with unspoken implications. "How did you know?" she asked finally, her voice dusty as old parchment. Russell couldn't help but roll his eyes at the transparency of it all. "It's so obvious, you'd have to be a fool not to see it, right?" He recounted his observations from the provincial examination, the committee members who could barely maintain civility, the pointed comments about different philosophies, the way certain names made officials flinch. Then his experience with dimension access fast-tracked specifically because of his association connections, while court bureaucrats were transparently bypassed. "They're not even trying to hide it anymore," he concluded. "It's like watching a married couple heading for divorce who think the kids don't notice the fighting." Misty listened to his account with growing concern, muttering something under her breath that Russell's enhanced hearing barely caught. "Don't they even want to pretend anymore?" "So the society has been monitoring this situation," Russell filed away. "They'd known about the growing rift, had been tracking its development. The question was what they planned to do about it." Putting down her tablet with exaggerated care, Misty fixed him with a serious expression, the intelligence operative showing through the brothel director's mask. The higher UPS will make decisions about such matters. Your job is to keep quiet and avoid getting caught in the crossfire. The response told Russell everything he needed to know. If the Spirit Begging Society wanted to exploit the division, his position as Blake's newest disciple would make him invaluable. The fact that Misty wanted him silent suggested either they were already aligned with one faction or had bigger plans requiring stability. I understand, Russell said, rising to leave. There's nothing else, so I'll go. Russell, Misty called as he reached the door. Be careful who you trust. Times like these, today's friend is tomorrow's knife in your back. Outside Everspring Clinic, the early evening air carried the scent of approaching rain. Russell walked several blocks before hailing another taxi, using the time to process what he'd learned. The Spirit Begging Society knew about the court association conflict, had known for some time. Their response was silence rather than exploitation. That suggested alliance with one faction or plans requiring both to remain stable. Given the society's methods and goals, either possibility was concerning. It's just that my identity is a bit dangerous now, Russell muttered, drawing curious looks from passing pedestrians. Blake Whitmore's disciple, that marked him as association property in most eyes. But also a Spirit Begging Society traitor, even if they maintained the fiction of him being a mere informant. Now potentially a target for court recruitment. Three loyalties that couldn't possibly coexist peacefully. I feel like if I'm not careful, I might get crushed. The image was apt caught between millstones, ground to powder by forces beyond his control. In the final analysis, he was too weak. Silver level meant something among students, but against the real powers? He might as well be iron. Let's first find a way to upgrade arrogance, he decided. The symbiote was his most reliable defense, and strengthening it took priority. He mentally catalogued the materials the society had given him: silver level Star of Calamity, gold, Demon Hunter, purple, Blood of Resurrection, gold, and Power Demon, gold. Quality materials, proof they'd had high hopes for his development before circumstances changed. That's quite a lot, he mused. The Blood of Resurrection and Power Demon would work perfectly for arrogance's advancement. That still leaves me one piece short. Russell pulled out his phone, thumbs flying across the screen. Russell, Mr. Warren, do you have any materials related to copying or imitation? I have a silver level lesser demon, blue, and 6 million in cash. See if you can add them together to exchange for a purple silver level material. The response came quickly, suspiciously quickly, as if Warren had been waiting. Mr. Warren, AAA material wholesale, yes, a silver level horror imitator, purple. The ownership is with our company, but... That hanging but carried weight. Russell could practically feel the hook being baited. Russell, Mr. Warren, please state your conditions first. I will see if I can meet them before making a decision. He wasn't someone who could be easily manipulated. At worst, he'd swallow his pride and ask Hazel or his teacher for materials, though that would raise questions about his plans. Mr. Warren, AAA material wholesale, an interview. Of course. Nothing was ever simple in this world. But Russell needed that material, and his options were limited. Better to deal with Warren's conditions than explain why he needed copying-related materials to his teacher. The flight to Warren's building took 20 minutes through increasingly congested airspace. Evening meant commuters heading home, delivery services making rounds, and patrol card makers changing shifts. Russell wove between them with practiced ease, though Pidgeot's iron-level limitations showed in how harder it worked to maintain speed. Russell is here, sit down. Warren's enthusiasm filled the office like an overpressured balloon. The man himself rose from behind his desk, a process requiring several seconds given his considerable bulk, and gestured toward plush chairs arranged around a low table. Russell settled into the offered seat, noting how it positioned him slightly lower than Warren's eventual position. Subtle power play, but not subtle enough. Mr. Warren, if you have any conditions, just tell me directly. So straightforward. I appreciate that about young people. Warren poured tea with movements suggesting practice at ceremony. The pot was expensive, the tea more so casual displays of wealth that said I have resources without being crass about it. But this matter is delicate. You understand? Russell understood perfectly. Warren was going to draw this out, make him ask, establish who needed whom. Standard negotiation tactics that might work on someone who hadn't spent months dealing with the spirit-begging society's mind games. Mr. Warren, I appreciate the theater, but if this is about more than materials, perhaps we should skip to the interesting part. Warren's jovial mask slipped momentarily, surprise at being read so easily. Then the smile returned, wider but less genuine. Clever boy. Blake chose well. He settled back, chair creaking ominously. Tell me, Russell, you should know that you have to do an internship in your junior year, right? The non sequitur might have thrown someone else. Russell merely waited. In a school like yours, Northgate University, students in the card-making department are free to choose their internships, Warren continued. The association snaps up most, of course. Dangerous work on the front lines, but good for advancement. If you survive. Here it comes. I hope that when you do your internship, you can choose a position related to the imperial court. Warren watched Russell's face carefully. Your talent has already been noticed by all the officials. Russell's mind raced while his expression remained thoughtful. So Warren is court faction. Does Hazel know about this? Isn't this inappropriate, he said aloud, projecting careful hesitation. After all, my teacher probably wants me to join the association. Hey, Russell, you are wrong. Warren waved dismissively, jewelry catching the light. Why would Master Blake care about such things? Besides, even if he cares, I'm sure he will respect your own choice. The words were honeyed poison, designed to plant doubt about Blake's motives. It might have worked on someone who didn't understand the deeper conflicts at play. Russell let silence stretch, projecting internal struggle. Finally, this is not a good idea. I'm sorry, Mr. Warren, but I still can't make a decision right now on such an important matter. Let's just forget about this material for now. It's okay, Russell. Just think about it slowly. Warren's expression showed no surprise. He'd expected resistance. As for this material, consider it as my gift to you. How about this, Mr. Warren? I'll buy this material. Russell produced his bank card and the lesser demon, maintaining the fiction of clean transactions. Who knew what strings might be attached to a gift? Warren processed exactly 5 million credits, handing over the horror imitator with a paternal smile. You are just too polite, Russell. Most would simply take the gift. Most people end up owing more than they can pay, Russell replied, securing the material. Thank you, Mr. Warren. I will consider your proposal carefully when I return. Time for the false hope. I actually hope to work with the gentleman in the court. Warren's smile widened with genuine pleasure. Then I will wait for your good news, Russell. Both men left the meeting satisfied. Russell had his material, Warren thought he'd planted seeds of defection. Everyone had a bright future, or so they believed. Back in his apartment, Russell laid out his materials with the reverence of a priest preparing sacraments. Silver level blood of resurrection, gold, pulsed with inner light that promised second chances. Silver level power demon, gold, radiated barely contained violence. Silver level horror imitator, purple, seemed to shift and change even while perfectly still. Next, it's time to strengthen arrogance, he said, running fingers along the symbiote's card. It stirred eagerly, sensing opportunity. I wonder what I can achieve with its help after it's promoted to silver level. As for Warren's proposal? Already forgotten, filed away with all the other attempts to claim him. The court could make offers, the association could assume loyalty, the spirit-begging society could plot in shadows. Russell would take what he needed from all of them while owing true allegiance to none. In a world where everyone wanted to use him, the only winning move was to become too powerful to control. End of chapter 114. Some motivation for you guys. 300 power stones for extra chapter. Reach 500 power stones another extra chapter. 1000 power stones another extra chapter. Chapter 116, Chapter 115, Arrogance, Bonus Chapter. Advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsage_jathav0869. Bonus Chapter. Russell's workshop had taken on the quality of a ritual chamber. The three materials lay arranged in a perfect triangle on his workbench: blood of resurrection pulsing with crimson light, power demon radiating barely contained violence that made the air shimmer, and horror imitator shifting between forms even while supposedly inert. At the triangle's center sat Arrogance's card, the symbiote practically vibrating with anticipation. "Time to evolve, partner," Russell murmured, placing his hands on the card. The materials began to resonate as Russell's magical energy flowed outward, creating connections between them. Unlike normal card creation, advancement required perfect synchronization between existing card and new materials. One wrong move could result in catastrophic failure, the kind that left creators as cautionary tales in textbooks. Russell took a deep breath, tasting the metallic tang of concentrated magic in the air. His apartment's protective arrays hummed to life, containing the energy that would otherwise alert every magical sensor in a 3-block radius. Privacy was essential. He couldn't afford interruptions or unwanted attention during such a delicate process. The moment arrived. Russell activated the advancement sequence, and reality folded inward. "Please begin compiling your story." The mysterious space welcomed him, wrapping him in that familiar sensation of infinite possibility. Russell had spent hours preparing this narrative, stitching together ideas from half-remembered novels and fictions from his previous life. Time to give Arrogance the origin story it deserves. After acquiring the symbiote Arrogance/Venom, the otaku, driven by a classic case of 8th grader syndrome, began a career of vigilante justice. The power was intoxicating. Being the only superhuman on a planet without any others meant even his slightest move shook society's foundations. Bank robbers found themselves wrapped in living restraints. Corrupt politicians woke to find evidence of their crimes painted across their homes in symbiotic script. The media dubbed him everything from the dark savior to the demon of justice. The energy around Russell stirred with interest. The mysterious space appreciated the modern setting so different from the usual cultivation or fantasy narratives. However, as his notoriety grew, he attracted unwanted attention. Government agencies that officially didn't exist began tracking his movements. As a hardcore otaku who'd never received espionage training, his operational security was laughable. He left digital footprints everywhere: forum posts analyzing his own fights, Amazon orders for suspicious quantities of chocolate, Arrogance's favorite food, even selfies taken in costume that he thought were safely anonymous. Russell felt the narrative threads strengthening. The space enjoyed these touches of mundane humanity amid the supernatural drama. It made the story feel real, grounded despite its fantastic elements. One evening, returning home after preventing a child trafficking ring from making their delivery, he found his apartment surrounded. Military vehicles blocked every exit. Snipers lined neighboring rooftops. A negotiator with a megaphone tried to convince him to surrender peacefully. The authorities had prepared for months, analyzing every scrap of footage, every witness report. They thought they understood his capabilities. They were wrong. Under Arrogance's protection, he burst through their perimeter like tissue paper. Automatic weapons fire simply tickled. Tranquilizer rounds designed to drop elephants were absorbed and metabolized as nutrients. The mysterious space pulsed with approval. It appreciated the meta-reference, the way fiction within fiction created recursive layers of meaning. Fortunately, as an orphan with no social connections beyond online forums, he had no loved ones for the authorities to threaten. But their pursuit forced him into exile. With surveillance networks blanketing every city, facial recognition in every camera, he had one option: retreat to where technology couldn't follow. The deep mountains and untamed forests became his new home. There, like a lion returning to jungle, arrogance began to truly flourish. Away from the sonic pollution of civilization, the symbiote's natural abilities awakened. It was then the host discovered arrogance's most terrifying power. When possessing other creatures, it could extract and integrate their genetic advantages. Russell paused here, feeling the space's intense interest. This was the crucial evolution, the ability that would define arrogance's new form. He continued carefully, making sure the logic held. The ultrasonic echolocation of bats became his radar in darkness. The proportional strength of ants let him lift boulders that should have crushed him. A mantis shrimp's eyes granted him vision across spectrums humans couldn't imagine. Each new creature added to their combined arsenal, arrogance serving as a living library of evolutionary advantages. Months passed in this wilderness crucible. When military drones finally located him, they found not the amateur vigilante they'd chased into exile, but something that had transcended simple categories of human or inhuman. The first reconnaissance team sent to capture him simply disappeared, not killed, just deposited naked and unconscious at the nearest ranger station with "Try harder" written on their foreheads in ink. Despite the serious moment, Russell couldn't suppress a smile. Even in advancement narratives, a touch of humor helped the medicine go down. Finally, the authorities deployed their penultimate option. If they couldn't capture him, they would eliminate the threat. An intercontinental ballistic missile, stripped of its nuclear payload but still carrying enough conventional explosives to level a city block, streaked toward his location. The host stood in a mountain clearing, watching its approach with calm. The explosion should have vaporized everything within a kilometer. Instead, when the smoke cleared, he stood in a crater of glass and ash, arrogance's form barely singed. "It's time to go back," the otaku said, his voice carrying new weight. Russell felt the narrative approaching its climax. This was where character growth met power development, where the story's themes crystallized. As a symbiote, arrogance had no inherent morality, it was a tool that reflected its host's will. When they returned to civilization, the authorities discovered their quarry had evolved beyond their comprehension. Absorbing peregrine falcon genes had granted true flight, turning the sky into his domain. Fighter jets sent to intercept became expensive fireworks, their pilots ejecting to safety as arrogance casually dismantled their vehicles mid-flight. Image here. The escalation reached its peak when they deployed a fuel-air explosive, the most powerful non-nuclear weapon in their arsenal. The blast turned night into day, shattered windows 20 kilometers away, and created a mushroom cloud visible from orbit. Surely nothing organic could survive such devastation. When the smoke cleared, drone cameras captured a sight that redefined their understanding of survival. A figure stood at ground zero, flesh seared away to reveal bone and organs, yet still conscious. Still standing. And as they watched in horrified fascination, the damage reversed itself. Muscle fiber rewove. Skin regenerated. Within minutes, he stood whole again, gazing directly into their cameras with red eyes. "Lucky I have you, arrogance," the host whispered. "No." A black and red head extended from his shoulder, its alien features somehow conveying affection despite the nightmare visage. "Not you. Us." The host paused, understanding blooming. "Yes. We are arrogance." They walked back toward the city, form shifting with each step: businessman, jogger, student, tourist. Arrogance's mimicry had evolved beyond simple disguise into perfect camouflage. They would grow stronger in secret, gathering power for the day when hiding was no longer necessary. He was not ready to challenge the entire world. Not yet. The narrative complete, Russell felt the mysterious space's satisfaction wash over him like warm honey. Russell opened his eyes to find his workshop transformed. Darkness writhed at the edges of his vision, not the absence of light but something more fundamental, as if arrogance's evolution had touched the very concepts of shadow and substance. The three materials had vanished, their essence absorbed into the new card floating before him. The card itself had changed. Where once it showed a simple image of the symbiote, now it depicted a figure caught mid-transformation, human and monster, and something beyond both, rendered in blacks and reds that seemed to move when viewed peripherally. Great! This way, my safety will be greatly improved. Russell's laughter held genuine joy as he reached for the card. The moment his fingers made contact, information flooded his mind. Symbiote arrogance. Level, silver. Quality, red. Category, creature. Skills. Shape change. The symbiote can alter the host's form at will, size, color, texture, even apparent species. Perfect camouflage, limited only by imagination and available mass. Superspeed regeneration, accelerated healing that operates on conceptual rather than biological principles. Note: consumes mental energy proportional to damage severity. Gene replication, by possessing other organisms, arrogance can extract and store their unique genetic advantages. Currently obtained, none currently active, 0/1 possession limit, silver level. Each organism provides one module only. Characteristics: Battle Master, millennia of combat experience accessible to any host. Even complete novices gain elite level fighting skills instantly. Indestructible, conventional weapons are irrelevant. Military-grade explosives are inconvenient. True destruction requires conceptual attacks. Intermediate body enhancement, permanent physical improvements that persist even when arrogance is dormant. Current limit, bronze level physiology. Introduction: join the glorious evolution. Bond: none. Damn, this is overpowered. Russell couldn't contain his excitement, the words bursting out with genuine amazement. Shape change and superspeed regeneration were expected evolutions of existing abilities, though far more potent than anticipated. Battle Master simply formalized what he'd already experienced: arrogance's gift of instant combat expertise. Even indestructible made sense as the ultimate development of the symbiote's defensive capabilities. But gene replication? That changed everything. The mysterious space really outdid itself, Russell muttered, mind already racing through possibilities. In the original comics, symbiotes could copy some abilities. Venom famously retained Spider-Man's web slinging and spider sense. But this was different. This was systematic, purposeful acquisition of genetic advantages. His original plan had been maybe copy some enhanced senses from animals, possibly improved strength or speed. Standard physical improvements that would make him harder to kill. But this ability suggested far grander possibilities. What constituted a genetic advantage? How broadly did the mysterious space define organism? Could he copy abilities from magical creatures? From cards themselves? One module at a time though, he noted, tempering his enthusiasm with practical consideration. The limitation was significant but not crippling. It forced strategic choices rather than allowing him to become an omni-capable monster. Quality over quantity. He could imagine the alternative: unlimited gene storage, creating an arms race of acquisition. Within months, he'd need spreadsheets to track his abilities. The mysterious space had wisely prevented that path, maintaining game balance even in reality. If I advance arrogance further, the limit probably increases, Russell speculated, already planning future upgrades. 1 slot at silver, perhaps 3 at gold, 5 at emerald? The progression would be worth tracking. As for genetic collapse or compatibility issues, Russell felt no concern. The mysterious space didn't create flawed products. If it allowed gene modules, they would work perfectly. Besides, technically arrogance would be using the abilities, not him directly. A useful distinction if anything went wrong. End of chapter 115. Some motivation for you guys. 300 power stones for extra chapter. White heavy check mark. Reach 500 Power Stones, another extra chapter. 1000 Power Stones, another extra chapter. Chapter 117, Chapter 116, Gene Farming. Advanced/early chapters, patreon.com/rightsage_jadhav0869. The sensation of arrogance settling back into his body was like slipping into a perfectly tailored suit after wearing ill-fitting clothes for too long. Russell couldn't help but let out a deep, contented sigh as the symbiote's essence merged with his cells, each one singing with newfound vitality. "The familiar feeling is back," he murmured, flexing his fingers experimentally. Already he could feel the changes: muscles denser without being bulky, reflexes sharpened to a razor's edge, senses expanding beyond human norms. The intermediate body enhancement was improving his physical capabilities. Standing in his workshop, Russell performed a series of movements, basic fighting arts forms that arrogance's battle master trait provided. What would have left him winded before now felt effortless. His body moved with liquid grace, each motion flowing into the next with perfect economy. Once this body strengthening is complete, he mused, throwing a practice punch that split the air with an audible crack, most card makers below bronze level won't even be able to defeat me in a physical fight. The implications were staggering. Card makers typically relied entirely on their cards for combat. Their own bodies were just vulnerable meat puppets directing the real fighters. But Russell would be different. Even if all his cards were on cooldown or suppressed, he'd still be a formidable opponent. In a world where assassination was a valid political tool, that kind of personal strength could mean the difference between life and death. The ability to enhance his own body wasn't just about survival in battle, though. It would also significantly improve his winning rate in his sparring sessions at home. The thought brought a slight flush to his cheeks and a grin that had nothing to do with combat. Which reminded him arrogance had a new ability that needed testing. If arrogance can obtain genetic modules by possessing others, Russell wondered aloud, a strange idea taking root, then what kind of genetic module would it obtain from me? He was human, after all. No special powers beyond his card-making abilities, no exotic genetics beyond whatever made him compatible with dimensional travel. What possible advantage could arrogance extract from his mundane biology? Curiosity overwhelming caution, Russell reached inward to check the symbiote's status. The information that greeted him made him freeze mid-breath. Currently obtained gene module, iron kidney. Currently inserted gene modules, 0/1 iron kidney. This module can help an organism effectively improve kidney function. Russell stared at the description with the intensity of someone trying to decode an alien language through sheer force of will. The silence in his workshop stretched, broken only by his own increasingly erratic breathing. "It's not that I have a problem," he said slowly. "I just think the mysterious space might have a problem." But denial wouldn't change reality. There it was, in stark systematic text, his genetic contribution to arrogance's arsenal was enhanced kidney function. Of all the possible human advantages: opposable thumbs, advanced cognition, social cooperation, the mysterious space had decided his most notable trait was that. Russell pinched the bridge of his nose, fighting down a complex mixture of embarrassment and indignation. Then, with the resignation of someone accepting an uncomfortable truth, he made a decision. Currently inserted gene module, iron kidney. 1/1. Well, he rationalized, trying to salvage some dignity from the situation, I don't have any other modules to use right now. No harm in using it first, right? And if he was being completely honest, which he wasn't, even in the privacy of his own thoughts, the enhancement might prove useful for those future sparring sessions. A strong sense of confidence rose in his chest, accompanied by a slightly unhinged smile that would have concerned anyone watching. But before he could explore that particular rabbit hole further, more pressing matters demanded attention. He pulled out his phone, thumbs dancing across the screen. "Russell, senior sister, I would like to take a day off tomorrow." The response came quickly, Hazel apparently being one of those night owls who never truly slept. "Hazel, what happened?" "Russell, I have a card that I need to deal with. I will definitely be back before the next practical training class. Hazel, okay. Smiley face.jpg. The ease of approval caught him off guard. Russell had constructed entire conversations in his head, justifications, promises, maybe even some light begging. But Hazel, true to her nature, simply accepted his word. The trust implicit in that simple okay made something warm bloom in his chest. Sometimes I forget how good senior sister is to me. With leave secured, Russell turned to more practical considerations. He needed a location with rich biodiversity, somewhere Arrogance could sample a variety of genetic modules without traveling too far. Opening a detailed map of the region on his tablet, he began evaluating options. The Emerald Depths were famous for their exotic wildlife, including several species found nowhere else. But they were a full day's travel each way, leaving no time for actual hunting. The Sun's Pear Preserve boasted incredible diversity but was heavily monitored. Explaining why he was harvesting genetic material would be awkward at best, criminal at worst. This is the only place I can go, Russell decided after 20 minutes of analysis. His finger tapped the Grey Ridge Mountains, a modest range just 2 hours from Northgate. It wasn't as ecologically diverse as other options, but it had advantages: minimal human presence, confirmed populations of interesting species, and most importantly, proximity. The Grey Ridge Mountains stretched across the map, elevation lines showing peaks that scraped 3,000 meters. Not impressive by global standards, but enough to create multiple climate zones. From deciduous forests at the base through coniferous bands to alpine meadows, the range hosted everything from black bears to golden eagles. But before we set off, Russell thought, that slightly manic grin returning, let's have one more exciting sparring session. The pre-dawn darkness still clung to Northgate when Russell finally emerged from his apartment. The city slept, only night shift workers and insomniacs witnessing the massive shape that launched from his building's roof. Pidgeot, enhanced by Arrogance's symbiotic overlay, had transformed from a simple mount into something from primordial nightmares. Black and red tendrils wrapped the bird's form, creating additional wings that defied biology, extra eyes that saw in spectrums beyond visible light, and musculature that turned flight from physics to pure will. Russell clung to its back, the wind of their passage threatening to tear him away despite Arrogance's grip. After Arrogance was promoted to silver rank, even the possessed Pidgeot has become faster, Russell noted, watching the city lights blur beneath them. The difference was noticeable: maybe 20% improvement in speed, better maneuverability, enhanced endurance. But it remained lipstick on a pig. Pidgeot was still fundamentally an iron-level card trying to keep up with silver-level needs. I really need a proper mount, he muttered into the wind. Something designed for speed, with growth potential to match his ambitions. Adding it to his ever-growing list of necessary upgrades, Russell focused on the journey ahead. The Grey Ridge Mountains emerged from darkness like a wall of shadow against shadow. Even in the pre-dawn gloom, their bulk was impressive: granite bones of the earth thrust skyward. This far from major cities, nature still reigned supreme. Arrived. Russell guided Pidgeot to a clearing halfway up the northern slope. The landing was rough, even enhanced. The bird struggled with precision in thin mountain air. As soon as Russell dismounted, he dismissed the exhausted mount, making a mental note to apologize with extra treats later. Standing alone in the wilderness, Russell took a moment to appreciate the scene. The forest around him was waking: birds beginning their dawn chorus, small mammals rustling through undergrowth. This is a good opportunity to test Arrogance's strength after its promotion, he decided. No witnesses, no property damage concerns, no need to hold back. Just him, the symbiote, and whatever wildlife was unfortunate enough to cross their path. The transformation was smoother now, more natural. Where before Arrogance had erupted from him like a violent birth, now it flowed outward like liquid given purpose. The symbiote wrapped him in layers: first a second skin that multiplied his strength, then armor that redefined durability, finally the full monstrous form. Standing 3 meters tall, wrapped in writhing darkness shot through with crimson veins, Russell had become something that belonged in humanity's racial nightmares. He flexed experimental claws, each one capable of shearing through steel. His enhanced senses exploded outward, hearing heartbeats from hundreds of meters away, seeing heat signatures through solid rock, tasting fear pheromones on the wind. Time to hunt. He dropped to all fours and bounded into the forest, each leap covering dozens of meters. Trees whipped past. The first target appeared within minutes, a wild boar rooting through the underbrush, tusks that could gore a man gleaming in the dim light. The boar never saw death coming. Russell was on it before its primitive brain could process the threat, arrogance extending tendrils that wrapped the animal in an unbreakable grip. The possession was quick, clinical arrogance flowing over the boar's form, analyzing its biology, extracting what was useful. Gene module obtained, reinforced bristles. Russell dismissed the module immediately. Hair that could become defensive spines was interesting but not what he needed. The boar, released from possession, squealed and fled into the underbrush. Russell let it go. He wasn't here to kill, just to sample. The hunt continued as dawn broke properly, painting the mountains in shades of gold and green. A golden eagle provided raptor vision, its incredible distance sight and motion tracking. A mountain cat gifted silent stalking, the ability to move without sound even at full speed. A particularly large python offered dislocating joints, which Russell filed away with mixed feelings. But the real prize came just as he was considering heading back. Moving through a bamboo grove, Russell's enhanced senses detected something unusual, a heartbeat too slow for a mammal. He found it sunning on a rock outcrop, a spirit viper, one of the few naturally magical creatures in the Grey Ridge Mountains. No bigger than a common snake but containing enough venom to drop an elephant in seconds. More importantly, its biology straddled the line between mundane and magical. The possession was more difficult this time. The spirit viper's magical nature resisted arrogance's intrusion, creating a battle of wills that played out in seconds but felt like hours. Finally, Russell's determination won through, the symbiote successfully analyzing the creature's unique biology. Gene module obtained, magical venom synthesis. Now that's more like it, Russell grinned, immediately swapping out iron kidney for the new module. The change was instant, venom glands forming in his symbiotic form, ready to deliver toxins that affected both body and magical energy. Much more useful for combat than other enhancements. Satisfied with the morning's harvest, Russell began making his way back toward civilization. He'd need to return tonight for more sampling, but this was an excellent start. Lost in plans for which modules to prioritize, he almost missed the sounds of distress echoing through the forest. Voices. Human voices, raised in panic and argument. Evan regretted everything. He regretted listening to Steve's ridiculous idea about wilderness experiences. He regretted not insisting on hiring a proper guide. He regretted not bringing a satellite phone despite Steve's insistence that getting away from technology was the whole point. Most of all, he regretted not simply staying home playing video games like a sensible person. "This is all your fault," he muttered for the 100th time, adjusting his backpack straps where they'd rubbed his shoulders raw. 3 days of wandering had turned what was supposed to be a weekend adventure into a survival situation. "You've mentioned that," Steve replied with forced cheer, though the exhaustion in his voice betrayed his own doubts. "But look at it this way, we're having an adventure. How many people can say they've really experienced nature? People who live to tell about it," Evan shot back, stumbling over a root. His designer hiking boots purchased specifically for this trip were already falling apart. "We're lost, Steve. Completely, utterly lost. We could die out here." They'd started with such confidence. Steve had found a hidden trail online, posted by someone who claimed it led to untouched vistas and pristine camping spots. What they'd actually found was a deer path that petered out after 2 kilometers, leaving them in trackless wilderness with no idea which direction led to civilization. The first night had been almost fun, camping under stars invisible from the city, telling ghost stories, pretending they were real adventurers. The second night, after a close encounter with what might have been a bear, the romance had worn off. Now, approaching their fourth night, fear was setting in properly. "We should have reached the Eastern Trail by now," Steve admitted, consulting his useless map for the dozenth time. Without GPS, without landmarks they could identify, it might as well have been abstract art. "Maybe if we head more north." "We've been heading north for 6 hours. Evan exploded. "Face it, we have no idea where we are." The worst part was the gnawing fear that they weren't alone. Not just the native wildlife, which was bad enough. But everyone knew that isolated wilderness areas sometimes harbored worse things. Demons that had slipped through from pocket dimensions, creatures that fed on human fear and flesh. The probability was low. The government was good about containment but not zero. "Look," Steve said, trying to project calm leadership despite his own trembling hands, "I told my family we'd be back by tomorrow. When we don't show up, they'll send search teams. We just need to survive one more night." Evan wanted to point out that one more night assumed search teams could find them quickly in thousands of acres of wilderness. That it assumed they'd survive whatever had been leaving those strange tracks they'd found near the water source. That it assumed a lot of things that seemed increasingly unlikely. Instead, he just nodded. "Where should we make camp?" They found a small clearing with good sightlines, setting up their tent. 3 nights of practice had taught them efficiency: gather wood before dark, keep the fire small but constant, take turns keeping watch despite exhaustion. "Can we even get out?" Evan asked as they huddled in the tent, the question that had been haunting him finally voiced. Steve's bravado cracked slightly before reforming. He patted his chest with false confidence. "Leave it to me. I'll get you out." Evan looked at his friend's tattered jacket, the bravado as threadbare as the fabric. "It's because I trusted you that we're in this state now. I feel like this is our grave." "Don't be so pessimistic," Steve chuckled weakly. "Like I said, my family knows our general route. They'll find us." "Our bodies," Evan thought but didn't say. "They'll find our bodies." Just as he was about to voice another complaint, the night exploded. Boom! The sound was impossibly loud, like thunder striking directly overhead. The ground shook, their tent walls rippling from the shockwave. Both men froze, primitive instincts screaming danger. "What the hell? What's going on?" They scrambled for their flashlights, hands shaking too badly to find the switches. Outside their tent, something was moving. Something large. "Pack everything," Steve hissed. "Now!" They threw belongings into backpacks with desperate efficiency, not caring about organization. Whatever had made that sound, they wanted to be far away from it. "Do you think it's a demon?" Evan gasped as they ran, branches whipping at their faces in the darkness. Steve's wild eyes reflected his own terror. I don't know." Behind them, the forest was coming apart. Trees that had stood for decades crashed down like dominoes, the sound of splintering wood mixing with something else, something that might have been laughter. Crack! Crash! "It's over," Evan gasped, risking a glance backward. Through the gaps in the trees, he caught glimpses of something that his brain refused to process properly. Black and red, too large, moving with purpose. "It seems to be coming towards us." Steve saw his friend's expression and made a decision born of equal parts courage and stupidity. "I'll hold it back. You run first." He planted his feet, turning to face whatever nightmare pursued them. For a moment, Evan saw him as the hero Steve had always wanted to be: brave, self-sacrificing, larger than life. Then reality reasserted itself as Steve stood there, trembling like a leaf, holding a pathetic folding knife like it might matter. Evan grabbed his friend's shoulder. "I said I'm staying, don't try to persuade me," Steve insisted, misreading the gesture. But Evan wasn't trying to persuade him of anything. His face had gone white as fresh snow, eyes fixed on something over Steve's shoulder. When Steve asked why he looked like he'd seen death itself, Evan could only point with a shaking finger. Steve turned around slowly, the way people do when they know something terrible waits but can't stop themselves from looking. The creature stood 10 meters away, having appeared without sound despite its size. 3 meters of writhing darkness shot through with veins of crimson, shaped vaguely like a man but wrong in every way that mattered. Too many teeth in a mouth that smiled too wide. Eyes that burned with intelligence far beyond animal cunning. Claws that looked capable of peeling cars like oranges. Image here. Every instinct screamed at them to run, but their bodies wouldn't respond. This was a predator so far beyond them on the food chain that their primitive brains simply shut down rather than process the impossibility. Why are you running? The voice came in stereo, one track human and almost friendly, the other something from nightmares given sound. The contrast made it worse somehow, like finding a corpse that still smiled. Steve's knife fell from nerveless fingers. Evan's legs gave out, dropping him to his knees. This was how they died, not from exposure or wild animals, but from something that shouldn't exist outside humanity's darkest fears. The creature tilted its head, studying them with what might have been curiosity. When it spoke again, amusement colored both voices. I'm not going to eat you. Usually. End of chapter 116. 300 power stones for extra chapter, white heavy check mark. Reach 500 power stones, another extra chapter. 1000 power stones, another extra chapter.